In a world where beast control talent dictates one's fate, a reincarnated young man stands out among the rest. On his journey, he will meet different people, both allies and enemies, that will help him develop his personality and his latent ability. Let's witness the story of Bai Xiaoan as he climbs his way to be the greatest beast tamer of all time. A new day of a bright and peaceful sky shimmers in the world of the Wanfu industry. It is a medium-sized secret world under the Kyushu Federation. There are 7 large central city bases, all of which are the foundations of the human race in the secret world of the Spider's Nest. Bailin City is one of the 7 large central cities. It can be said from the price of the land that it contains 1 inch of land and 1 inch of gold. But in the heart of this land boundary, there is a private house surrounded by mountains and rivers. On a bright sunny day at the capital citadel, a man is seen drying his face with a towel inside a comfort room. He can't help himself but admire his looks. Whoa! Hold your ground. There is a narcissistic alert detected nearby. This man's name is Bai Xiaoan. He is the young lord of the Bailin City. In his previous life, he was a soldier who died on a mission. Oh, that's quite a sad ending. Then he crossed into a new world with all kinds of spirit beasts and imperialists. He considers what happens to him as reincarnation. Nonetheless, he still has memories from the memories of his past life. Out of nowhere, a creature comes out from a watery portal. Turns out that it is the red-eyed silverfish gold-class beast, which is his father's natal spiritual pet. The fish went straight to him to remind him of their family breakfast. When he joins his family at the dining table, he acknowledges the presence of his grandpa. As the Lord of Bailin City, Bai Jingcheng is expected to give a speech of encouragement and appreciation to the students in the awakening ceremony. Not to mention, Xiaoan is one of the examiners. This awakening ceremony is also known as Kyushu Federation's annual awakening ceremony of familiar beast talent. This ceremony aims to help young people to awaken. Successful awakening will allow you to go to the Imperial College and learn about Beastmasters. On the other hand, failing it will send you to a normal school. In the world of Yuzheng, one's influence doesn't matter at all. If you don't have Yuzheng's talent, people will look down on you. The talent of beast control determines a person's status in this world. Without the talent of beast control, even the passing ants will not talk to you. At first, Xiaoan is worried about not having the talent for beast control. Luckily, he was reincarnated in this world not only as a rich and handsome man, but also as a man with self-awakened A-level talent for imperial beasts. An A-level spiritual talent has great fighting intuition. Sometimes it can get a special premonition and perceive spirit beasts' thoughts. The effects of his beast familiar talent are very convenient for him. Intuition can help him avoid the evil and strong ones in battle. On the other hand, being able to communicate with spirit beasts can be a great help in fighting and subduing them. Xiaoan is very confident that awakening rituals won't have much effect on him anymore, for he is already in a stable situation. According to his grandpa, an A-level spiritual talent is great, and waking this up is not easy. He also said that Xiaoan is a genius that big families are vying to have. Moreover, he believes that whatever he wasn't able to do, Xiaoan would be able to in the future. Nonetheless, he knows that he still has an unstable personality, so before he loses his stability, he must be tempered. That sounds like a man could lose himself in the face of greater power. Xiaoan is advised by his grandpa not to underestimate the ritual of awakening. The awakening godstone used by the Kyushu Federation is a very special top-level treasure, and there is only 1 piece in the entire Kyushu Federation. His grandpa further explains that this awakening stone has a very special origin. At the beginning of this new era, the beast came into this world and caused great danger to the people, almost destroying them in the process. It has precisely happened because the ancestors of the human race discovered the awakening godstone. This lets the first generation of the Imperial Beast Division awaken talents. Human beings survived, and the era of beast control began. It can be said that this special awakening stone is the cornerstone of the imperial civilization of the Kyushu Federation. Newcomers must go through 3 stages if they want to become Beastmasters. Number 1 is to awaken the talent of the royal family. Number 2 is to build a space for the royal beast. Then number 3 is to make a contract with a beast pet. There are also disciples of some aristocratic families or special sects, and some geniuses who awakened their talents at an early stage. But they still let their children attend the annual awakening for the purpose of using the power of the awakening Godstone to build a royal beast space in advance. In the end, his grandpa reiterated to him to take the awakening ceremony seriously. Xiaoan then reassures them that he will do it without a doubt. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan goes to the awakening hall. While his grandpa is preparing his speech, he sees a large number of people who come to the awakening hall. These are all the aspiring examiners who want to see if they are qualified to become beast masters. Not long after, an announcement comes for the examiners to gather together. Then when Xiaoan comes, all the girls' eyes shine and shimmer like the stars up above the sky, and they immediately approach him like a VIP. As the girls keep on engaging with Bai Xiaoan, other examiners from influential families in Bailin City arrive. Considering the behavior of Bai Xiaoan, it is quite expected that he enjoys the attention he's getting from the crowd. Then all of a sudden, he heard a familiar voice from the crowd. Turns out that it is Yuan Potian, his cousin and childhood friend. Bai Xiaoan once thought that Yuan Potian would be the hero of that fantasy world due to his cool name. But as he grows up, he keeps gaining weight. Thus, the idea of him being the main hero is dismissed by Bai Xiaoan. Wow! Looks like our main character has a big attitude problem. Ha ha. Not long after, a mysterious girl with red hair arrived. Her name is Feng Qianyu, and she is the daughter of Feng Yangyan. She immediately expresses her intention to set Bai Xiaoan into a bet that whoever has the best talent in the awakening ceremony will win. Consequently, the loser must do one thing for the winner. Bai Xiaoan accepts the bet, for he is confident that his A-level talent has a 90% chance of winning. Besides, S-level is very rare to appear. After triggering each other's egos, they proceeded to the area where Lord Bai would give his speech. Yuan Potian then tells his cousin that Feng Qianyu has a supplier of special treasures that can help her awaken her talents. When Lord Bai delivers his speech, he encourages the examiners to do their best and wishes them the best of luck in their awakening ceremony. Soon after, all the examiners were put in their respective areas where they would undergo their awakening. When it is Bai Xiaoan's turn to undergo the awakening process with the use of the awakening Godstone, his body exudes blue light with a water-like form floating in front of him. Out of nowhere, a strong blue spiritual force from above lands directly on him. Then the force fuses with Bai Xiaoan's body, and he transforms into what seems like Killua's god mode. His awakening energy becomes out of control as the force continues to flow from his body. Then, an accumulating force from his forehead starts to come out. Bai Xiaoan thinks that this might not be a bad thing, but a great opportunity for him. So he sets aside the pain and lets the energy move out of his head and body. The examiners around him got weirded out about what was happening to him. Even the facilitators in the event notice it too. Then, a huge eye appears above him. The facilitators wonder who the examiner is, and when they realize it is Bai Xiaoan, they quickly look for Lord Bai and Mr. Wu to inform them about it. After telling Lord Bai what is happening to Bai Xiaoan, he gets extremely worried about his grandson. The thing is, nobody knows what's going on and what the eye that appears on top of Bai Xiaoan is. However, after seeing it, Lord Bai realizes that it is the talent vision. Well, looks like bro received a god-level skill. Lord Bai knows that only when one's talent has reached the S-level or above can a special phenomenon occur. He wonders how this can be possible in the case of his grandson. Then, he realizes that it could be that his grandson has awakened an S-rank talent. In the world of royal beast, there are sometimes dictionaries of preservation law. As a kind of living beings in the world, humans naturally have the possibility of mutation. The mutating of man is the mutation of the talent of the imperial beast. In the entire history of human beast masters, the number of beast masters with mutated imperial beast talent can be counted on 2 hands. Then, all those beast masters who have successfully mutated their talents become celebrities and legendary figures through the years. That being said, if Bai Xiaoan undergoes the mutation of talent, then his awakening ritual is very dangerous. Lord Bai worries for his grandson, so he asks Mr. Wu to let him enter the Hall of Awakening. Unfortunately, Mr. Wu did not let him enter the hall. Mr. Wu explains that the Awakening Hall is directly under the Kyushu Federation, and as the Lord of Bailin City, he cannot enter it. Nonetheless, Mr. Wu reassures Lord Bai not to worry much about his grandson, for the Kyushu Federation has a high protection mechanism. He further explains that talents are unparalleled in the world, and having someone like Bai Xiaoan is truly great. There are three things between heaven and earth: God's knowledge, Earth's knowledge, and human knowledge. After the awakening ritual of Bai Xiaoan, the extreme blue energy and the huge eye eventually disappear from his body. Then, he discovers that he now has the Apocalypse Eye. It is a mythological mystery gift with supernatural intuition and foreknowledge. This allows him to see the heavenly signs and know various things within a certain radius of his area. That's epic, bro. This, however, confuses Xiaoan as he has mythical talent. To further understand, in the Beastmaster world, there are 9 levels of Beastmaster talents: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. That being said, SSS is on top of the Imperial Beast Division, so the mythological talent is something that no one has ever heard of. This makes Bai Xiaoan wonders if mythological talent is higher than SSS. The effect of his newly awakened talent is already manifesting as he starts seeing the level of awakening of the examiners around him. Bai Xiaoan then becomes so excited about it, for he can use it to his advantage. It's like a cheat that reveals hidden information about other Beastmasters. Thus, his chances of winning will be unlimited. Whoa, chill out, bro. You look like a villain with that evil grin. Ha ha! As he moves around, he keeps on checking the level of the people around him. Upon looking at the awakening stone, he discovers that his awakened skill, Eye of Apocalypse, is actually a mythical beast. It came from the race of the ancient tree of life with the natural gift of life transitions. The mythical beast qualifies as primary god level, and it has the following talents: Genius Awakening, Vitality Plunder, and Spring with Dead Woods. Take note that the species of the ancient tree of life, endowed with the life leaps, can aid the awakening of human beings so as to control talents. Moreover, materials are used as nutrients for growth. Apart from discovering the true identity of his awakened talent, he also discovers that the Awakening Stones is also a mythical beast with life transition talent, and it qualifies as primary deity level. Sound like a strong beast is about to hatch, and the Stone Awakening Stone is its egg. Bai Xiaoan's eyes widen when he discovers that the beast in the Awakening Stone has the legendary level of the Divine Beast. Then an announcement comes for the examiners to register their awakening level. He then starts to wonder if the Kyushu Federation knows that the Awakening Stone is a god-level beast in disguise. In this world, the seeds of the ancient tree are treated like treasure, for they can improve the talents of a beast pet. Here is the list of classification of the beast pet skills according to color. White, common skills; green, primary skills; blue, intermediate skills; purple, advanced skills; orange, top skills; and gold, god-level skills. He then starts to realize the vital role of the ancient Awakening Stone in the world where he is reborn. When it was Bai Xiaoan's turn to register his awakening level, he was identified as an A level. This disappoints him, but not long after, the detecting machine starts detecting an unidentified level. Mr. Wu then approaches and lets Bai Xiaoan use another machine that can detect higher than A class. Then, voila, he is detected as an S class. Mr. Wu, the facilitators, and other examiners are shocked to learn that he has that S level. Considering how rare his talent is, he is looked up to by many examiners. Despite knowing the fact that he is not S rank but mythical rank, Bai Xiaoan enjoys the idea that his emergence as S rank is celebrated by many. That's very expected of you, bro. Ha ha! After the registration, Bai Xiaoan reunites with his grandpa. Lord Bai immediately asks him if he is okay after the mutation of talent. Then he told his grandpa that he was okay and asked for an apology for not taking the opportunity to build a space for the beasts. Lord Bai then cheers him up by bringing about his awakened S-rank talent. He also reassures him that there are enough resources in the palace that he can use to build a royal beast space. Bai Xiaoan then starts looking at his role as a new imperial talent. Moreover, he even decides to hide the truth about his mythical talent. He wants to learn more about it first and decides what he needs to do later. While walking out of the awakening hall, he discovers that there's no limit to the scope of seeing through the enemy's intelligence. He also starts detecting the treasures obtained by the people around him. This is a hack, bro. Realizing the endless possibilities with the use of his apocalypse eye, he starts envisioning himself as the omniscient god. Haha! I love the confidence level, bro. When he is about to get out of the awakening hall, a huge flame energy explodes in midair. The fire then forms a phoenix spirit. All of the people in the area, including Lord Bai and Bai Xiaoan, are shocked and in awe after witnessing an extreme amount of surging flame energy. Lord Bai then recognizes that it's a gift of S-level talent for the new generation of the Feng family. This only means that Feng Qianyu is on the same level as him. Disappointed by what happened, Bai Xiaoan asks for permission to go home first. Looks like Bro is sharing the same spot with his sworn enemy. Ha! Lord Bai summons two of his trusted servants, Angelic and Peony, to protect Bai Xiaoan at all times. Since he awakened an S-level talent, Lord Bai knows that there will be many people who will offend him from that day onwards. Angelica and Peony are twin sisters that have reached Golden-level Beastmaster. Bai Xiaoan realizes that his grandpa is the one behind it, so he does not argue with having two female bodyguards. Moments later, Lord Bai gave Xiaoan an important key to the wealth safe of the Bai family. He allowed him to use the resources in the safe to build his own royal beast space. In their world, they call the place where they put their family wealth a treasure trove. This contains the power crystal wall, which is very beneficial to the growth of the imperial beast space. Usually, only the Beastmaster will use the spiritual crystal when breaking through to make it to a new level. In addition, an ordinary crystal needs at least 1 million Kyushu coins. Wow, that surely is a lot of money. Bai Xiaoan commands his twin servant to stay outside and never let anyone disturb him. Then he enters the treasure trove of their family. Here he saw different high-grade items that could help him develop his beast control power. Not long after, he saw the box that contained roughly an estimated 300 crystals that could be converted into 300 million Kyushu coins. What more is, he saw a dozen more boxes that contained more crystals. In this world, the lower your level in the talent awakening is, the more crystals you need to spend to build your royal beast space. On the other hand, if you have a higher level of talent awakening, you would only need a few crystals to build one. That sounds like the perks of being on top of the ranks. When he activated his Apocalypse Eye, he saw the options he has in making his own royal beast space. The common mythical beast space costs 33 spiritual crystals. On the other hand, the enhancing mythical beast space costs 666 spiritual crystals. Then last but not least is the perfect mythical beast space, which costs 999 spiritual crystal. The Apocalypse Eye will lead Bai Xiaoan as long as he has doubts in his heart. Apart from the fact it provides so much information like the encyclopedia, the Apocalypse Eye has more hidden functions awaiting for him to unlock. As expected from the prideful Bai Xiaoan, he chooses the most expensive one that costs him 999 spiritual crystal. And just like that, 999 million Kisuhu coins were spent in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, the news about Bai Xiaoan's S-level talent awakening has spread out throughout the entire city. Since then, his family has been contacted by different dignitaries around Bailin City. He even received an invitation for a fixed marriage with the Feng family. 7 days have passed, and Bai Xiaoan is still creating his royal beast space. A few inches later, Lord Bai felt that Bai Xiaoan's royal beast space construction had been completed. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan has created an enormous space like a whole new world. Then he cannot help but express his amazement after he completes it. Moreover, the Apocalypse Eye shows the benefit of the perfect level, which allows the beast pets to grow quickly. This would only mean that he doesn't need to spend years of hardship just to make a pet evolve. Another effect of the perfect royal beast space is the counteract the negative effects. It has the perfect healing effect that restores any health issues of a beast pet. So if your pet got injured or if it passed out in a battle, you can simply put them back in the royal beast space, and it will restore your pet back to its original state. The royal beast space can fix the following: being controlled, being poisoned, having frostbite, and being burned. The design is very much like a Pokemon Center, right? The third effect is even more disastrous. It is called the Inspire Hidden Talent. It's like a boosting power effect for a beast pet. Furthermore, it can help the beast pet learn and trigger its hidden talent. While it was very expensive, it did not disappoint Bai Xiaoan with the amount of benefits he could get. When he comes out, his whole family is waiting for him. Then, as expected from someone who did not eat anything for 7 days, he is extremely hungry. That being said, he ate everything that his family prepared for him. While eating, he revealed to his family that he just spent 999 spiritual crystals in making his own royal beast space. This, of course, shocks his whole family, especially his dad. Fortunately, the Bai family owns an extreme amount of money. Yet still, Lord Bai did not expect that much spending for an S-rank beastmaster like his grandson. This should be put into a movie with the title Crazy Rich Bai Family. After eating his meal, his grandpa told Bai Xiaoan that the prominent beast pet of the Bai family, the red-eyed goldfish, had laid its eggs. And as part of the Bai family, Bai Xiaoan is given the privilege of receiving one of its eggs. The red-eyes goldfish is his grandpa's diamond-level pet, and he gets excited about it. Not long after, he felt like throwing up because of eating too much. The Spirit Beast Egg Repository, here is where they culture the eggs of the prominent beasts of the Bai family. The Bai family is well known for their aquatic pets. It has a unique cultural method and a stable source of aquatic pets. There are also growth resources needed by the water-type spiritual pets. Therefore, the first beast pets of the Bai family children are all aquatic spiritual beasts. This is so that the children of the Bai family can establish themselves in the ranks of the Imperial Beasts Division in a short period of time. Then Lord Bai and his grandson go to the largest water tank to meet the red-eyed goldfish that belongs to the Diamond class. This water dragon looks so epic. The Apocalypse Eye shows that the red-eyed goldfish has a water system. As per competition is concerned, this beast pet belongs to the top-notch diamond with Water Break, S-class talent. It qualifies as a top-grade diamond with original damage. Moreover, it has the following signature moves: Water Burst in purple grade, Water Arrows, and Water Waves, both in blue grades. Additionally, it has unusual talent with a power that can extend with a certain probability. Lord Bai talks to the red-eyed goldfish about giving one of its children to him as part of his S-rank talent awakening. With the help of his Apocalypse Eye, he saw the beast that suited him well. He chose the white-scaled fish with water system and dual talents. Royal Flow Superfast, S-class talent, and the Water Break, A-class talent. It qualifies as a top amethyst with 4 signature skills: Resist Water Speed in purple grade, Water Breaking in blue grade, Water Gun Attack, and Foam Layer, both in green grade. Bai Xiaoan knows that it is the best pet for him, despite the physical abnormalities in its egg form. When Bai Xiaoan chose the egg with deformities, Lord Bai got a little confused. Despite his discouragement in choosing the deformed egg, Bai Xiaoan stands firm in his decision. That being said, Lord Bai let him go with his pick. He then asks his grandson to get the consent of the red-eyed goldfish first before getting the egg of his choice. Unexpectedly, the red-eyed goldfish gave his egg to Bai Xiaoan with the gift of its main scale, which can enhance the origin of water-type spirit beasts and water-type skills by 10%. Then, the egg with the main scale was given to him. Bai Xiaoan promises to cultivate the egg to its best. When he got home, he did not waste any time and put all the needed elements and materials to fix the status of the deformed egg. With the help of the Apocalypse Eye, the fixing turns out successful, and it turns into a normal egg. After becoming a normal egg fused with the main scale material, Bai Xiaoan confidently formed a contract with it. The magic circle appears around them, which signifies their bond as loyal allies. As part of the ritual completion, a spiritual talisman appears to signify the contract establishment. Out of nowhere, cracks begin to appear around the egg, and an energetic white fish appears after the egg completely breaks. Whoa! A new Pokemon has been obtained. 1 month later, his white-scaled Fuish starts fighting other aquatic pets in their family possession. As expected, the white-scaled fish is way tougher than the other aquatic beast pets. The very reason why white-scaled fish become so strong is due to the fact that after forming their contract, Bai Xiaoan put the beast pet in a space meant for cultivating mythical beasts. Thus, it triggers its latent skills and awakens new talent. Now, the white-scaled fish has S-level yin power, along with the purple skill, dark water corrosion. The qualifications have also been upgraded from the golden purple to the mid-level king. This, of course, gains Bai Xiaoan another level of fame. Bai Xiaoan knows that the white-scaled fish is very special. However, fighting is not effective among beast pets of the same type. This will not help in advancing the level of the white-scaled fish from the neutral realm to black iron realm. The world of spirits is divided into neutral, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamonds, amethysts, kings, epic poems, legends, and gods. Thus, going outside Balin City to work is a must for the growth of his beast pet. There are 7 main cities in this world. Under each main city are 7 small sub-cities surrounding it. Candlelight City is one of the 7 small towns attached to Balin City. There is a volcano there and a kind of fire spider spirit animal called Candle Spider. These spiritual beasts are the best training for the white-scaled fish to reach the black iron realm. Moments later at the train station, Feng Qianyu stops him from entering. Just before she can grab him, she is stopped by Peony. Recognizing that Peony is a golden beast master, Feng Qianyu backs off. Nonetheless, before she left, she challenged Bai Xiaoan again to a bet. Later on, his train arrives and he is given a second-class ticket. This disappoints him as he is expecting to receive the best and the most expensive one. Inside the second-class carriage, he saw different students, and just as we expected, he used his apocalypse eye to check the level and skills of each student and bragged about how different he is from other students. I like the confidence, bro, but a little humility would be great too. Ha ha. However, he was shocked when he noticed a mysterious girl that has been seen by his apocalypse eye. She has S-rank talent just like him. If Bai Xiaoan has the apocalypse eye, this girl has astringent luck. It is a mythical talent that can be used to gather good luck from others and used in one go. Looks like this skill will make people hate you. All of a sudden, the girl who had just passed by her got tripped. Bai Xiaoan got shocked after seeing the effect of her talent. On the other hand, the girl just lashes out her anger toward her and even calls her bad luck. The girl, who is fully aware of what happened, cannot do anything but say sorry. Aw, poor girl. Bai Xiaoan wonders that with an S-class talent and the same mythical lineage as him, she should have alerted the Hall of Awakening during the examination. Her status was not even reported in Balin City. Thus, an investigation is a must. Not long after, the train arrived at the Candlelight City. Upon arrival, Bai Xiaoan calls Peony to gather information about the mysterious girl. Peony thinks it was love at first sight, which he quickly disagrees with. He revealed that the girl has a great skill that could be beneficial to the Bai family. Meanwhile, the Candlelight City forest was dominated by candle flame spiders with fire systems. They fall under the 5th order, although they are unranked properly. These spiritual beasts qualify as black iron silk in F rank. Moreover, they have the signature skill called faint candlelight in white grade. Bai Xiaoan did not waste any more time, and he quickly summoned white-scaled fish to destroy the enemies. Although his beast pet is special, he cannot deny the fact that these monsters are strong too. That being said, he fights along with white-scaled fish. Very familiar, right, Ash and Pikachu? With the upgraded and enhanced talent and skills of the white-scaled fish, Bai Xiaoan instructs his beast pet on what skill it should use and what to do in every situation. With their smooth teamwork, they managed to obliterate a bunch of candle flame spiders in a very short time. Under normal circumstances, the power of the water gun would have left a hole in the head of a candle flame spider at best. Thus, Bai Xiaoan wonders how it manages to blow up the whole body of a candle flame spider. As expected, his apocalypse eye revealed the truth behind it. The white-scaled fish did not use water gun, but water rupture. It is a skill that has expansive attack scope. He then thinks that it is best for his beast pet to find some stronger candle flame spiders. This would help the white-scaled fish to grow under pressure. There are 5 levels of proficiency: introductory, proficient, skilled, expert, and perfect. If the white-scaled fish does not hone its talent diligently, It will only stay at the lowest level and at the lowest power. To Bai Xiaoan, the 5 levels of proficiency are comparable to the experience of a swordsman. A beginner swordsman can only cut 1 bamboo stalk, but after years of practice, they can reach full proficiency, allowing them to split a mountain in half with 1 strike. Soon after, more candle flame spiders arrive for them to fight. After 2 weeks of skill honing in Candlelight City, the water rapture of the white-scaled fish has improved from introductory to proficient. Meanwhile, Angelica arrived to give the information he asked Peony to gather. Turns out that she is Qiao Gubai. She's been living as an adopted child ever since her parents died in a car accident. She is considered a harbinger of misfortune, so all her relatives are afraid to take her in. The debt of her parents was also left to her. In fact, if she had not awakened her talent and obtained protection from the Temple of Awakening, there was a high probability that she would be sold to creditors. Furthermore, after entering the academy, everyone around her encountered bad things, big and small. Eventually, she was alienated by her classmates and rejected by her teachers. Fortunately, Qiao Gubai is strong, and she hasn't had any misfortune. In addition to working part-time to earn living expenses in her spare, she also uses the rest of the money to pay off her debts. However, the places where she works often close down or gets bankrupt. Bai Xiaoan then realizes that her talent for collecting luck doesn't seem to bring her any good luck. Instead, she only gets a pile of bad luck. Nonetheless, she has a clean background and a firm heart. Curious about what happened on the day of her awakening, Bai Xiaoan asks Angelica for the details about it. Angelica then informs him that during the awakening ceremony, Qiao Gubai is the last student to identify her talent, and when it is her turn, the machine breaks down. At the same time, the staff had an emergency, and they did not want to waste time by changing the machine and reappraising it. That's when Bai Xiaoan understood why her talent was labeled as F level. He truly finds her interesting, for her skills can affect even items. That being said, Bai Xiaoan commands Angelica to send someone to Mineral Rock to settle her debt problem and transfer her to the Royal Beasts College of Bailin City. He strongly believes that she is very suitable for recruiting. After hearing it, Angelica had another romantic thought about what was happening. She thinks that her master's spring of youth has come, and her master wants to transfer the girl to another school to solve his problem. Sis, enough reading romantic pocketbooks. Not long after, Qiao Gubai appears from their site that is currently being chased by a candle flame spider. Without a doubt, he immediately summons his white-scaled fish to save the girl. His beast pet destroys the deadly spider beast with 1 hit of its water rapture. Qiao Gubai was in awe to see how strong the white-scaled fish was. Angelica then quickly gets out of that place not to interfere with the love story in her mind about the two. Soon after, Bai Xiaoan approaches her, and they have a short conversation and self-introduction. Later on, she revealed that her classmates got separated when they met the mutant candle-fire spider. After listening to her story, Bai Xiaoan wants her to take him to the said location. At first, Qiao Gubai is very hesitant to grant his request because she knows that she will only bring him bad luck. Aw, that's very considerate of you, girl. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, reassures her that everything will be okay for the white-scaled fish is very strong. He also wants to take the opportunity to impress her by showing off his skills in front of her. Well, I kinda see that coming, bro. Little did they know, Angelica was just around following them. Moments later, they reach a cave, and they enter it. Here, Bai Xiaoan saw the mutant candle spider, and with the help of his apocalypse eye, he saw its stats. The mutant candle spider with fire system belongs to the junior bronze realm. It also has 2 talents, body of lava, B class, and candlelight, F class. Moreover, it qualifies as premium gold with 2 signature skills, melted shredded spider silk in blue grade and candle blast in green grade. Bai Xiaoan wonders how could the mutant candle spider have dual talents despite the extremely low probability of mutating. He then concludes that there is more in the cave than meets the eye. Bai Xiaoan did not waste any more time, and he summoned his white-scaled fish. Then, as expected, he is the strategist, and his beast pet will execute the plan. Then, with all his might, the white-scaled fish appears in front of the enemies and attacks them using its water-type skills. The mutant candle spider got pissed off upon seeing that a low-level beast was causing some trouble. The mutant beast then orders its minions to destroy it. However, with the great teamwork of the two, they successfully annihilated the frontline armies of the mutant candle spider. Upon seeing the strength of the white-scaled fish, the mutant candle spider begins to wonder how on earth a beast pet with a low level can be so strong. Completely pissed off by what happened, the mutant candle spider uses its candlelight skill to launch fireballs toward the white-scaled fish. For a moment, the white-scaled fish got flustered by the situation. Luckily, Bai Xiaoan was there to instruct him well. He then commands his beast pet to use the royal flow to move quickly like water and dodge the ball of flames. Good job, bro! For your information, the skill, royal flow, can greatly increase the speed of the white-scaled fish, and the control of the foam layer skill has reached the perfect level. Thus, avoiding those attacks will be as easy as sprinkling water. Skillfully, the white-scaled fish continues to dodge the attack of the mutant candle spider until it gets tired. Out of nowhere, the mutant candle spider uses melted silk, which is a kind of spider silk with a terrifyingly high temperature. Also, it can easily melt and cut tough things. Thanks to Bai Xiaoan's Apocalypse Eye, he immediately knows the best move that his pet should use. Cheat Alert. The attack that is delivered by the white-scaled fish is very effective, for the breaking power water flow is higher than that of the Aqua Blast. Plus, the water system surely has a clear natural advantage over the fire system. Bai Xiaoan knows that victory is inevitable, but he can't help but wonder how things could happen so smoothly. Then, all of a sudden, he noticed that the mutant candle spider had successfully built a web trap, which slowed down the white-scaled fish. In that do-or-die situation, Bai Xiaoan commands the white-scaled fish to use water erosion. With all his remaining spiritual energy, the white-scaled fish uses its water erosion, and it accumulates a huge amount of water that turns into several water tornadoes. The attack is too powerful, and the mutant candle spider can no longer hold the power of the water pressure in the battle, so it succumbs to its end. Bai Xiaoan celebrated their victory, but his white-scaled fish passed out from exhaustion in the fight. When he uses his power to retrieve his beast pet, his Apocalypse Eye shows that white-scaled fish has successfully gotten promoted to 9th grade. Thus, Bai Xiaoan finally sees the result of their hard work and training. He then puts back his beast pet to the royal beast space to revive itself from all the injuries and fatigue. Qiao Gubai then approaches Bai Xiaoan to know if white-scaled fish is just okay. He guarantees her that the white-scaled fish is completely fine and it just needs some rest. When Bai Xiaoan moves closer to see what it can get from the dead body of the mutant candle spider, Qiao Gubai weirdly moves closer and stabs the body of the dead spiritual beast. Turns out that she has a very knowledge of anatomy. Sis, can you stop making that weird face while stabbing the flesh of that beast? You basically look like a serial killer. While Xiaoan wonders what materials made the candle spider mutate, Qiao Gubai calls him to show the item that she saw. With the use of Apocalypse Eye, Bai Xiaoan discovers that it is an awakening stone. It is a stone that contains the essence of awakening, which can help the soul awaken new talents. Bai Xiaoan was again highly impressed with Qiao Gubai, for before his Eye of Apocalypse was opened, she had already discovered the most precious treasure in the entire cave. He then strongly believes that her talent of collecting luck is very useful in treasure hunting. As far as Bai Xiaoan's knowledge is concerned, there are only two things that can awaken talents: the Royal Beast Space and the Awakening Primordial Stone. It is, in fact, his first time to see an item that can awaken talents. Well, there are truly countless possibilities in your world, bro. Even if he believes she is a kind person, Bai Xiaoan decides to not tell her what she knows to keep her away from temptation. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan invites Qiao Gubai to be part of the Bai family. Shocked by the fact that someone finally wanted to recruit her, Qiao Gubai became emotional. All the bad memories instantly flash in her mind. She cannot help herself but cry after remembering it. Then she tells him that everybody thinks that she is a monster, which Bai Xiaoan immediately negates, and he tells her that she is, in fact, very special. After some deep and sincere conversation, Qiao Gubai agrees to join the Bai family, hoping things will work differently for her. After that, Bai Xiaoan looks for the eggs of the mutant spider. He chooses the top 3 eggs with the best stats. He then asks Xiao Gubai to choose one of the 3. However, this would mean that she needs to resign from the contract she made with her current beast pet. In this world, the contract between the Beastmaster and the best can be voided. There are 2 ways for a Beastmaster to recontract beast pets. The first one is to forcibly abolish the beast familiar contract and release the beast pet. Then, the second one is to kill the beast pet. Oops, the second one is totally brutal. With no hesitation, she picks one of the 3 eggs. Well, as expected, she has chosen the best among the 3, then gets ready to cancel the contract. Just so you know, the first method can cause great backlash to the Beastmaster, sometimes even life-threatening. On the other hand, the second method can cause least amount of backlash to the Beastmaster, but it is simply too cruel to do. Xiao Gubai then proceeds with the first method and suffers from a backlash from canceling the contract. After that, she gently bids farewell to her beast pet and sets it free. Witnessing that, Bai Xiaoan has become more impressed with her. Moments later, at the black market of Candlelight City, an old Arab-looking man is selling a special item. It is like a pile of red crystals. Bai Xiaoan offers 9,000 to buy it. Then, the enraged old man shouts at Bai Xiaoan and Xiao Gubai. The old man threatens Bai Xiaoan that if he disagrees with the price, he will raise the price to 90 million. Realizing that the old man wants to take advantage of him, Bai Xiaoan points out the discrepancies and damages of the item. As revealed by his apocalypse eye, the item is known as the Red Flame Sparrow Core. Due to its damage, the original source of its power was seriously lost. Nonetheless, it can still advance the Fire Flow's skill to purple grade. After bargaining the price, the old man drops the price to 900,000. This, however, was still not accepted by Bai Xiaoan. Then the old man drops the price to 100,000, which he happily accepts. Just when he is about to pay for the item, a stranger arrives and interrupts the transaction. The stranger with his flaming dog doubles the price to get the item. Bai Xiaoan calls out his action and expresses how he dislikes it. The stranger, however, reiterates the fact that the item was not sold yet, so he has the right to bid for it. Uh-oh, I smell the scent of fight here. The stranger even belittles Bai Xiaoan for not having enough money. Then he revealed that he was the nephew of the mayor of Candlelight City. He even offers to introduce him to a job that will give him more money. All of a sudden, his attention shifted to Xiao Gubai, and he expressed his malicious desire. Shortly after, the stranger offered a proposition to Bai Xiaoan since they both wanted the item. He challenges him to a life-or-death contest. Bai Xiaoan accepted the challenge, for he thought that putting the words bad guy on his face would make him a good training dummy. "Ha-ha, bro, that's savage!" He quickly activated his apocalypse eye to check the stat of his opponent. The beast pet is known as the Red Flame Dog with Fire System. It qualifies as top silver with the Body of Flaming Rock's B-class talent. Moreover, it belongs to the intermediate Black Iron realm, with 2 signature skills, Flowing Fire in blue grade and Flame Crack in green grade. The perverse man immediately commands his Red Flame Dog to attack Bai Xiaoan. However, he manages to dodge the beast's pet effortlessly, like they are just fooling around. Seeing this, the enemy tries provoking him by calling him garbage. Meanwhile, the people around the area recognize the man as Shu Zhiyi, the infamous bully and the nephew of the mayor. They even feel bad for Bai Xiaoan for being the target of the man who is well known for his cunning behavior and sneak attacks. The Red Flame Dog instantly increases its speed and attacks him. Bai Xiaoan uses his skill to personally handle the beast pet. He activates his water power and maneuvers the body of the dog. Then he spins it like a fidget spinner and delivers the Hyuga's signature palm attack. The attack was so powerful and effective that it made the dog fly in midair and bounce from the walls. Furiously, Shu Zhiyi lashes out anger toward Bai Xiaoan. Then he commands his Red Flame Dog to use the flowing fire against his opponent. Luckily, Bai Xiaoan managed to dodge the attack one more time. Bai Xiaoan thinks it's the perfect time to summon his white-scaled fish as his enemy gets more serious. Just a split second after summoning his beast pet, a huge snake beast attacked them, and it almost killed them both. Fortunately, the body reflexes of the two are fast enough to escape that sneak attack. Turns out that the snake is the second beast pet of Shu Zhiyi. It is known as the fire snake with fire system, and it qualifies as intermediate silver. It has the speed B-class talent and belongs to the medium black iron realm. Moreover, it has a signature skill called primary snake venom in green grade. Bai Xiaoan then initiated the attack. However, the red flame dog puts the white-scaled fish in a dangerous situation after trapping it from its flame crack, which eventually explodes directly at the white-scaled fish. After the explosion, he belittled Bai Xiaoan further, and he even told him that his beast pet followed the wrong master. Then, Bai Xiaoan smirks and reminds him it's too early to jump to a conclusion. All of a sudden, the white-scaled fish comes out from the explosion and slams his body at an extreme speed to the head of the dog. The impact is too strong that it makes the red flame dog faint. Right after that, the fire snake quickly moves around the white-scaled fish to swallow it. The white-scaled fish then quickly evades the attack and uses its signature water erosion to knock the head of the fire snake to the ground. Xu Jiyi is left in great disbelief that he is defeated by a low-level beastmaster. Then, Bai Xiaoan moves closer to him and tells him that his beast pets are strong. It's just that they followed the wrong master. Boom! That's what we call the taste of your own medicine. Completely pissed off, he brings out his knife and attempts to stab Bai Xiaoan. Just before the knife touches Bai Xiaoan, Angelica appears and knocks him down instantly. She then informs him about the secret letter of Lord Bai for him. Then they bought the item and left Xu Jiyi lying on the floor. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan is seen reading the secret letter from his grandpa for him. In the letter, Lord Bai informs him that all the evolutionary materials that he requested in his last letter have been compiled. That being said, his grandpa figures out that he doesn't plan to use the Bai family's secret evolutionary method. Nonetheless, Lord Bai believes and respects Bai Xiaoan's choices. Lastly, he reminded him of the danger of taking an unknown path. Come what may, Lord Bai is truly 100% supportive of his beloved grandson. According to the evolutionary method of the Bai family, the white-scaled fish will eventually evolve into a red-eyed goldfish. However, the Eye of Apocalypse provided Bai Xiaoan with an irresistible chain of evolution, wherein it could evolve as a mythological beast. This evolution will make the white-scaled fish enter the sea as a whale and go to the sky as a bird. It's an evolution from fish to a whale, from whale to a mythical whale, and lastly, from a mythical whale to Kalidarios. The Kalidarios is a mythical bird in Greek mythology. Bai Xiaoan has decided to follow that pattern of evolution to become the legendary lord who rules the sea and the sky. His daydreaming stops when his white-scaled fish accidentally breaks his spinal cord. After having a short quarrel, the two decided to proceed in the process of evolving. Xiaoan activated the magic circle for evolution and used the needed items for his chosen evolution. Voila! The white-scaled fish is now the giant-scaled fish with water system. It belongs to the primary black iron realm, and it has 4 talents: Royal Flow, Super Fast, S-Class, The Power of Darkness, S-Class, Water Break, A-Class, and Phantom Trails, A-Class. Moreover, it qualifies as Senior King with 6 signature skills: Royal Water Speed and Dark Water Erosion, both in purple grade, Water Flow Breaks and Shadow Illusion, both in blue grade, and Water Gun Impact and Foam Layer, both in green grade. The giant-scaled fish is born with amazing talents. Its body size far exceeds that of the ordinary scaled fish. Furthermore, it has the phantom talent of the whale self-shadowing, which can confuse the enemies and can reduce the probability of being attacked. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaoan is crushed into the wall as his beast pet is too big for that area. Luckily, before he passes out from getting choked, he manages to put it back into the royal beast space. Soon after, Bai Xiaoan receives another letter from his grandpa about the item called Qing Yuan Wu in Red Wing City. Then, he looks forward to seeing what treasures await him in the Red Wing City. Later on, in Red Wing City, many sellers are selling different unique items. However, Bai Xiaoan cannot find anything that interests him. Not to mention, he is even using his Apocalypse Eye to look for the best item. In Red Wing City, rumors about powerful bidders in the upcoming auction spread like fire. Just like Bai Xiaoan, the Lord of Linlin aims for diamond-grade materials, especially the Qing Yuan Lu. That being said, If the Lord of Linlin intervenes, there will be some twists and turns in the auction. Meanwhile, Qiao Gubai's talent led her to find another diamond-grade item. This, of course, shocks Bai Xiaoan again, for she only picks items randomly, but everything she picks is diamond-grade material. Well, that's the girl who gathers luck from other people. As expected, Bai Xiaoan will never let this diamond-grade material go to waste, so he asks for the price and buys it, though it's very pricey. Soon after, a domineering huge crane appears in the sky. Turn out that it was Lord Bai's beast pet. The Apocalypse Eye shows the stats of the huge bird. It is known as the Phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane with wind system. It belongs to the intermediate diamond realm with turbulent A-class talent. Moreover, it qualifies as high-grade diamond with 3 signature skills: Turbulent Storm and Cloud Wing Blade, both in blue grade, and Cloud Feather Dance in green grade. Lord Bai is immediately welcomed by Qi Lao Gui, who is also riding a huge bird. Turns out that Lord Bai comes personally to the Red Wing City to ensure that Bai Xiaoan gets the Qing Yuan Lu. The next day, Lord Bai and Bai Xiaoan encounter Lan Dongli, the Lord of Linlin City, and her granddaughter Lan Zhiki. She directly informs them that Qing Yuan Lu will go to the highest bidder. For an unknown reason, Bai Xiaoan gets shocked upon seeing the girl. Lord Bai then reveals that he is aware that Lan Dongli collects diamond-grade material to treat her granddaughter's illness. The Lord of Linlin City thought it was a threat. She then clarifies that she is no longer afraid of him, for they are both in diamond class. Lan Dongli unleashes her power, then a green force that can affect people emanates from her. That's the first time Bai Xiaoan faces the pressure of diamond class Imperial Beast. The pressure is too strong that he can no longer breathe. Lord Bai then explains to her that it is just a misunderstanding. He then explains that they may compete with the price, but the greater benefit will only go to the auction house. He then offers him a deal since she has no specific requirements for diamond-grade materials. That being said, he then wants to make a deal with her since all she wants is diamond-grade item. Basically, what Lord Bai wants is for Lord Lan to let them have the Qing Yuan Lu, and in return, he will sell another diamond-grade item to her at the same price. However, the plan changed as Bai Xiaoan insisted to his grandpa to give the core to the girl. This jaw drops Lord Bai, as it is not what they have agreed before. With the act of kindness that Bai Xiaoan shows, the Lord of Linlin cools down. She then asks him why he would give precious material to them. He then directly says that he likes the girl, and that's why he gives her the sunflower fruit diamond-grade item. After receiving the diamond-grade item, Lord Lan withdraws from bidding at the auction, and when they are about to leave, Lan Zhiki asks for Bai Xiaoan's name, to which he nicely responds. It was then revealed that the Apocalypse Eye shows her capabilities. Turns out that the fragile-looking girl has a space worm beast pet with space system. It belongs to the non-flow 9th Order realm with space wormhole, SS class, talent. Moreover, it qualifies as elementary epic with a signature skill called Space Wormhole in orange grade. The space worm is born with a space-based spirit beast, and it has very high growth potential. However, it needs to replenish a lot of energy in the early stage of growth. Otherwise, it will absorb the life energy of the Beast Master, which will be a great burden. Bai Xiaoan believes that if she survives, she will become a great Beast Master. Not to mention, she has a great talent called Super Enhancement Talent. It is an SS-level auxiliary talent that can increase the ability of the selected beast pet by 100%. That sounds very cool. Moments later, the auction starts. The first item in the auction is the gold-level spiritual beast egg of the Purple Thunder Eagle. The bidding was opened at 1 million Kyushu coins. Despite its great stats, nobody seems to like it. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it is very difficult to raise. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan tells his grandpa that he wants it. Then, as expected, Lord Bai bought it for him. Nonetheless, he is still reminded by his grandpa that raising that beast pet is very challenging. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Eyes revealed that it is the Purple Thunder Eagle with wind and thunder system. It has both lightning and thunder talents. Moreover, it qualifies as primary amethyst with 3 signature skills: Lightning Flash, Thunderbolt, and Whirlwind. After an hour in the auction house, the most awaited item is finally on the line. It turns out that even the people of the middle class are interested in buying it. The first bid starts with 10 million, followed by 30 million, 50 million, and 100 million. The very reason why he wants to get it is it can help him unlock his second talent, known as Heaven of Enlightenment. There are 3 methods for awakening his second skill. The first one is to carry the originium all the time. This will give him a chance to awaken F to D-level talents. The second one is to directly embed the originium into the body. This will give him a chance to awaken C to A-level talents. Then the third one is to use the originium as the main material and supplement it with Nixia Secret Leaf, Qing Yuan Lu, Tears of Heavenly Origin, and etc. This will give him a chance to awaken S to SSS talents. Well, as expected from Bai Xiaoan, he always wanted the best. Thus, he is willing to go the hard way just to get the best for himself. That's quite an admirable attitude. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a man named Tang Di, a top gold-level beastmaster who is just a step away from becoming a diamond level, bids 500 million. As expected, Lord Bai won't let him have it, so he bids 700 million for it. Tang Di really wants it, so he bids 800 million. Pissed off by the situation, Lord Bai releases his powerful aura that scares Tang Di. Then he bids 900 million, and he successfully wins the bidding. Just after they receive the items they got from the auction, Lord Qi Laogui kicks the door, which shocks Lord Bai and Bai Xiaoan. Looks like knocking is not part of this man's vocabulary. Lord Qi quickly asks him if she stops Lin Lin Witch on participating in the auction. Lord Bai then explains that it was his grandson who stopped her. Then he somehow ridiculed Bai Xiaoan after seeing his physique. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan completely acquired the items he got from the auction. Lord Qi and Lord Bai somehow got into a bet without Bai Xiaoan's knowledge. Turns out that they have to stay in this city for 3 more days to fight Lord Qi's granddaughter in a battle. In the meantime, Lord Bai and his grandson stay in the Red Wing City Mansion. 3 days after, a girl kicked the door just to open it. I guess their manners run in their blood. Don't you know how to knock? Like grandfather, like granddaughter. The girl's name is Chiyani. With so much energy and enthusiasm, she immediately greeted her grandpa and moved closer to him. Then, instead of hugging, she angrily asked him why he called him back if it was not important, and she pulled his beard to the point that it was about to fall off. Uh-oh, that's not how you properly treat your grandpa. Lord Qi explains to Chiyani that if she manages to defeat Bai Xiaoan, he will give her a chance to obtain a diamond-level spirit beast. On the other hand, Lord Bai told his grandson to seize the opportunity to find a flying spirit beast that he liked in the Red Crow Valley if he could defeat Chiyani. When Chiyani saw his opponent, she couldn't help herself but admire the handsome looks of Bai Xiaoan. Then, they introduced themselves to each other. The old man gave the signal to start the battle. Chiyani then reminds him to fight her seriously. As expected, Bai Xiaoan checked her attributes. She has a fire spirit, A-class, and belongs to the realm of advanced black iron. Moreover, she has 2 beasts in her possession, the red-winged crow and the golden eagle. Chiyani immediately summons her red-winged crow. It has fire and wind systems that belongs to the advanced black iron realm. Also, it has the smoke impact, A-class talent, and it qualifies as advanced diamond grade. Furthermore, it has 2 signature skills, smoke impact and turbulent storm, both in blue grade. At first, she commands it to take up to the sky. After that, she tells Bai Xiaoan to call out his beast pet as part of giving him a chance to stay a little longer in the fight. Oops! Looks like we have a prideful, arrogant girl here. Bai Xiaoan then summons his only beast pet, giant-scaled fish. He was shocked and a little embarrassed when his pet transformed from a cool-looking whale into a smaller version that almost looked like a ball. Ha-ha! The cool beast is now a cute little bouncy baby whale. Chiyani can't help but laugh hard to see how Bai Xiaoan is fazed by the situation. Plus, the cute appearance of Bai Xiaoan's giant-scaled fish definitely brings good vibes. He believes that it might have been due to the rubber bone ape crystal nucleus that he bought at the auction. It has the ability to alter the size of anything. He just did not expect that his beast pet would shrink as much as that size. But as expected, a battle is a battle, so Chiyani commands her beast pet to use Wing Slash. Her red-winged crow flaps its wings so fast that it creates slashes that resemble crescent blades. Bai Xiaoan and his pet dodge the slashes. As expected, he is trying to keep all his moves cool. However, his hair was cut by the wing slash attack. Realizing how dangerous the slashes are, he skillfully dodges them all. When he lands on the floor, Bai Xiaoan commands his giant-scaled fish to use a water gun impact to knock the enemy down. Wait a minute, am I the only one who thinks that beast battles resembles Pokemon battles? His beast pet then shoots 3 powerful concentrated water forces. Chiyani's red-winged crow starts having a hard time dodging as the small whale's water gun shots keep on coming. She then commands her beast pet to watch out for the water. Seeing how effective the move is, Bai Xiaoan praises his beast pet. He also acknowledges the fact that after the evolution of the white-scaled fish, the range and power of the water gun have increased a lot. As the place was filled with smoke and vapor, Chiyani summons his second beast pet, Golden Eagle. Upon checking its stat, Xiaoan learns that it has fire and wind systems, and it belongs to the 9th Order realm. Also, it has the Flame Vortex, A-class talent, and it qualifies as medium-grade diamond. Furthermore, it possesses 2 signature skills, Flame Ray in blue grade and Fast Moving in white grade. Uh-oh, looks like Sis will use the National Bird of America. Ha ha! The Golden Eagle did not waste time, and it immediately launched its Flame Ray toward Bai Xiaoan. Realizing how dangerous it is, he desperately dodges it. Bai Xiaoan is in complete horror as he completely forgets that Chiyani has another pet. Luckily, before the Flame Ray reaches him, his giant-scaled fish comes to save the day. It swallowed the flame attack and released it as vapor. As the Golden Eagle is currently on 9th Order, it won't deliver too serious damage. Bai Xiaoan then expresses his gratitude to his beast pet, which makes the giant-scaled fish so happy. After seeing this, Chiyani becomes so fired up to fight. She acknowledges her opponent's defense, but she warns Bai Xiaoan of what she's about to do. Chiyani boosts the firepower of his beast pets. Having an A-class beast control talent, Chiyani can boost the power of her beast pet 3 times. Her 2 beast pets were engulfed with fire, and they swirled around Bai Xiaoan and his beast pet. Bai Xiaoan warns his giant-scaled fish that these 2 beast pets plan to attack them on both sides simultaneously. Meanwhile, Qilao Gui warns Lord Bai that his grandson is about to lose, for Chiyani's Golden Eagle can catch even a bronze-level beast. He was then reminded by Lord Bai not to celebrate too early, for it could lead to disappointment. Well, you have a plus point for that, Gramps. The 2 beast pets then start attacking them on both sides. The Golden Eagle uses its Flame Ray, while the red-winged crow uses its Smoke Impact. Then, a strong explosion was cast on where Bai Xiaoan and his beast pet stayed. This quite disappoints Lord Bai, as he is expecting his grandson to deliver an intercepting attack. Qilao Gui then tells Lord Bai not to worry in a very sarcastic way. When the smoke subsides, all of them are shocked to see Xiaoan standing and unscathed by the enormous attack. But what surprises them even more is how he is able to use the protective shield despite the fact that he is only at the black iron level. Bai Xiaoan discovers that while protective shield cannot be performed by any level lower than silver level, you can still use it if you have a huge amount of spiritual power. Bai Xiaoan then declares that he finally gets how beast battle works. Thus, he commands giant-scaled fish to end the battle. His beast pet turns back into its original form as a giant whale, which shocks everyone. A few seconds after, the giant-scaled fish shoots its very powerful water gun impact, which instantly knocks out the Golden Eagle. Enraged by the defeat of his ace beast pet, Chiyani refuses to give up and commands Red-Winged Crow to use the impact of flames to hit Bai Xiaoan directly to death. Uh-oh, Sis got fully triggered. With its whole body engulfed in fire, the Red-Winged Crow puts all his extreme remaining fire energy into destroying its enemy. That being said, the fire attack that she commands his beast pet will end up hurting everyone in that area. Bai Xiaoan will not let it happen, so he commands his giant-scaled fish to accumulate a great amount of water to stop the fire attack. Knowing how strong the attack of his beast pet would be, he commands his beast pet not to hurt it. After witnessing the strength of Bai Xiaoan, Lord Qi becomes a little worried about his granddaughter's safety. Lord Bai, however, reassures him that his grandson will not hurt his granddaughter. Turns out that the giant-scaled fish puts her inside a water enclosure along with her beast pets. Unable to breathe long in the water, she admits her defeat and Bai Xiaoan gets his first victory in beast battle. Later on, Lord Qi gives Bai Xiaoan 1 hour to choose the flying beast pet that he will like. However, this comes with the condition that only Bai Xiaoan can enter it. To assure Bai Xiaoan's safety, Lord Qi asks his granddaughter to assist him inside. Then he opens the portal to the Red Crow Valley. Red Crow Valley is a fragment of an extinguished star. The ancestors of the Qi family use secret methods to refine it into a miniature secret realm. The energy of the fire element is abundant, but it is constantly passing away. As soon as Bai Xiaoan enters the valley, all of the birds in it show their dislike toward him. Oops, this should be called the Angry Birds Valley. Ha ha! Some of them even tried to attack him. Luckily, Chiyani is there to help him. She then explains to him that they dislike him because of the water system that is natural in his body. Bai Xiaoan did not waste any time, and he checked the little bird's stats using his apocalypse eye. After almost an hour, he still hasn't found what he likes. Then, all of a sudden, he saw a bird with a very special color. Upon checking with his apocalypse eye, he found out that it was a mutated red-winged crow with fire system and scorching sun, SS class, talent. It qualifies as top bronze, but its source is severely damaged. Moreover, it has 4 signature skills: Scorching Sun in orange grade, Flaming Charge in purple grade, Smoke Impact and Red Flames, both in blue grade. Impressed with its stat, Bai Xiaoan decided to take it as his beast pet. Not long after, his apocalypse eye shows further information about the mutated fire spiritual beasts. Turns out that they abandoned other attributes and left only pure fire-based attributes, so they gained the favor of the fire of the sun and grew to a very high level. However, because of the particularity of the system, they require a lot of fire-based energy, which resulted in serious damage to their source. If it can make up for the loss of the origin, they can possibly grow to epic. Interesting indeed. However, consent is very important in making a contract, so he first convinced the little bird to come with him. The little bird seems to have a strong sense of pride that puts Bai Xiaoan into resorting to temptation. As expected from you, bro. You'll do everything to get what you want. Ha ha! Bai Xiaoan used the red crystal that he bought from the old Arab man as bait for the little bird. He bargains that he will give him the special crystal if the bird comes with him. At first, the little bird's pride won't let him accept the offer, but he cannot resist the temptation and ends up coming to him. Well, just like what they say, even the toughest rock has a weak spot. Then, Chiyani approaches him to tell him that his time is over.
Knowing that Lord Qi has great experience in cultivating red-winged crows, if he sees it and opposes Bai Xiaoan from taking the mutant red-winged crow, it would be troublesome. Well, that's for sure, bro. That being said, Bai Xiaoan took the risk of making contact in the Red Crow Valley. Then, the magic circle and the mystical document appeared in order to fulfill the contract. After seeing what Bai Xiaoan did, Qi Yan got so worried. A person with water system, like Bai Xiaoan, should not make a contract with a beast pet inside the Red Crow Valley. In the middle of the contract, the water system inside the body of Bai Xiaoan and the fire system inside the body of the mutant red-winged crow clash with each other. Unfortunately, they're in the Red Crow Valley, which means firepower is increased tremendously. Thus, the fire system of the mutated red-winged crow will dry out the water system inside the body of Bai Xiaoan. The intensity of making a contract inside the Red Crow Valley is so strong to the point that even the Eye of Apocalypse gets triggered, while he suffers from unimaginable pain. The mutant red-winged crow is just chilling out while it feels the power of the Red Crow Valley flow through his body. After the contract got completed, the enhanced fire system from the mutant red-winged crow continued to suck out the water system in the body of Bai Xiaoan. Despite knowing how reckless Bai Xiaoan did, she still admires him for his bravery. Then, she cast her firepower to neutralize the fire system in the body of the mutated red-winged crow and save Bai Xiaoan from a deadly situation. Well, despite her rude facade, she can definitely be kind. When the fire system subsided, Bai Xiaoan fell on his knees to the ground. He feels very tired and extremely hot. Then he thought that making a contract directly with a mutant spiritual beast was extremely dangerous, and it almost sucked him to dry. Little did he know that the very reason was that he had made a contract inside the Red Crow Village, a place that rejects his innate water system. On the other hand, the mutated red-winged crow is just chilling out and is feeling energized. As usual, a newly contracted pet is sent to the royal beast place to live there. Then, of course, as part of their agreement, mutated red-winged crow is given the red flame sparrow core that can boost firepower. Upon entering the royal beast place, mutated red-winged crow is still hugging its red flame sparrow core as if someone will take it away. Besides, the only other pet inside is the giant-scaled fish. Meanwhile, the Eye of Apocalypse declares that the mutated red-winged crow will turn into a cub of the red-winged crow. Due to the effects of Bai Xiaoan's mythical beast place, the mutated red-winged crow will awaken a new talent, Spiritual Fire Body, which classifies as S-Class. Wow, that sounds like a very strong talent. While the mutated red-winged crow stays inside the mythical beast space with its red flame sparrow core, the Eye of Apocalypse approaches it. It somehow hypnotized the mutated red-winged crow to submit itself. The mutated red-winged crow learns its new talent called Spiritual Fire Body. It can greatly reduce the effects of water system attacks and can use the opponent's fire system skills to increase the power of its own fire system skills. Moments later, with the help of the Apocalypse Eye, the mutated red-winged crow uses its new talent for the first time. Then, as it ascends like the flaming sun with bright rays, the giant-scaled fish feels a little scary. Well, who would not be? The water where it stays starts to boil. Mutated red-winged crow, are you trying to cook our cute fishball? Back in the Red Crow Valley, Bai Xiaoan, who feels extremely dehydrated, thanked Qi Yanni for the assistance she gave him while completing the contract with the beast pet. He told her that if in case she needed his help in the future, he would definitely repay her act of kindness. Bai Xiaoan knows that if it were not for the sudden firepower of Qi Yanni, the contract would not have gone so smoothly. Thus, he owes it to her. On the other hand, Qi Yanni blushes after receiving the words of gratitude from Bai Xiaoan. She clarified that she did not do it for him. Qi Yanni also added that if he died inside the Red Crow Valley, the Qi family would receive the blame. Nevertheless, she emphasizes that the Qi family is not afraid of the Bai family. It's just that she does not want to cause unnecessary fighting. After hearing her thoughts, Bai Xiaoan still thanks her for her concern, which makes Qi Yanni feel awkwardly shy. Soon after, the portal opened, and they came out. Lord Bai immediately notices that his grandson is not in the best condition. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, told him that there was nothing to worry for he was just fine. He also told his grandpa that making a contract with his second beast pet took some of his energy. Bro, you better quit lying. You know to yourself that you almost died inside the Red Crow Valley. After hearing what happened, he scolded him for it. Lord Bai explains to Bai Xiaoan that if he is not fully prepared, the life of the pet and the contractor will be endangered. Bai Xiaoan reiterated that he was just fine. He showed his grandpa the second beast pet he contracted with. All of a sudden, the shocked mutated red-winged crow with its red flame sparrow core fell from the portal that Bai Xiaoan opened. As it lands directly on the head of Bai Xiaoan, the mutated red-winged crow looks so completely pissed off by his action. Meanwhile, Lord Bai and Lord Qi are both stunned to see the mutated beast pet. They cannot believe their eyes to see a very rare beast pet. Well, it looks like Bro has made the best decision of his life. Lord Bai realizes why his grandson wants to take the risk for it. Judging from its look, Lord Bai can tell at first sight that this beast pet has an extraordinary aptitude. Not to mention, seeing the pet also shocks Lord Qi, which makes Lord Bai feel how lucky Bai Xiaoan is to get contracted with a very promising mutated red-winged crow. After that, Lord Bai bids farewell to Lord Qi. On the other hand, Lord Qi and his granddaughter look so bitter of the two. Lord Qi sarcastically laughs and wishes them a safe trip back to their home. Just before they leave the Red Wing City mansion, Qi Yanni tells Bai Xiaoan with so much courage that having talent does not mean everything. The real strongest is the one who can go through countless battles without defeat. I somewhat disagree with you, miss. Sometimes defeat can help a person to strive harder and become stronger. As the popular proverb states, fall down 7 times, stand up 8. Soon after saying those words, Qi Yanni also tells him that the road is still long and she will definitely catch up with him in no time. Seems like sis can't get over yet with her defeat. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan and his grandpa took a moment to hear her out. Bai Xiaoan, with his mischievous grin, tells Qi Yanni that he won't wait for her, but she is absolutely welcome to catch up if she can. That's a total savage. Moments later, Lord Bai summoned his phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane, which they will ride back to their mansion at Balin City. As the huge crane starts to ascend, Bai Xiaoan looks at Qi Yanni and hopes to meet her at the top to become the best beast master. Not long after, Lord Bai and Bai Xiaoan reached Bailin City. The crow landed them in front of the well-known Bai family mansion. Lord Bai immediately asked Bai Xiaoan to return home and absorb more of the fire element crystal nuclei to compensate for his lost energy. Bai Xiaoan confirms it to his grandpa and goes inside their mansion. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaoqing calls Lord Bai hastily as if some kind of emergency is going on. While he's catching his breath, he's kind of relieved that Lord Bai has finally come back. Meanwhile, Lord Bai tells Mr. Yuan to take it slow as he is no longer young. Funny how he addresses him like that. Gramps, you are old too. Mr. Yuan then whispers the problem to Lord Bai. After hearing it, Lord Bai looks so pissed with some unknown little guys. Meanwhile, the twin guards of Bai Xiaoan, Peony and Angelica are seen guarding a door. While on it, Angelica tells Peony that their young master has worked too hard. She thinks that he will have a long rest after he returns to the city. On the other hand, Peony is just listening to what she is blabbering. Moreover, Angelica also talks about the order of their young master that Chao Gubai should not be allowed to contact anyone in the Bai mansion. This makes Angelica wonder, knowing that Chao Gubai has also passed the retainer assessment very well. Despite Angelica sharing so many thoughts about their master, Peony is just listening to her and not even trying to comment on it. Well, that truly shows that even twins can be completely different from each other. Little do they know, Bai Xiaoan is just listening to their conversation at the back of the door. As Angelica talks about their young master as a domineering president imprisoning lovers, Peony refrains her from blabbering nonsense thoughts about him. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan pours all the necessary ingredients to awaken his new mythical talent. At first, the concoction looks so dark and poisonous. Then, he manually pulverized a green crystal using a mortal and pestle. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan successfully completed the auxiliary materials of the awakening liquid. Therefore, the next step he should do is to refine the main materials. The concoction starts to smell so bad, not to mention, the smell is more sour than the sewer after the rain. Bai Xiaoan then wonders if the Eye of Apocalypse is just deceiving him. After pouring the pulverized green crystal, the dark liquid of the concoction starts to turn into neon green. Along with the color, the smell also changes, for it does not smell that bad anymore. Upon completion, the Eye of Apocalypse shows that he has discovered the awakening original essence. As flashy as he is, he removes his clothes like a model in front of many cameras. Bro, enough of the narcissistic habits. It's so cringy. Bai Xiaoan knows that the tub of concoction is close to tens of billions of Kyushu coins, so he is expecting a lot from it. Well, let's just hope that he won't get disappointed. When he submerges his body in the concoction, Bai Xiaoan looks like he reaches an orgasensor kind of thing. Bro, you look so sus. Nonetheless, he expresses how much cool and relaxing it is for him to take the awakening original essence. His body starts to absorb the effect of the awakening original essence, and from his core, a flow of what seems like blue electricity flows through his bones, all over his body, and even in his brain. All of a sudden, 3 golden chains that look like the chakra chains of the Uzumaki clan appear from his back, which endlessly extend above. That night, a huge lightning flashed across the night sky of Bailin City. Then, a drunk man who woke up from the sound of the thunder quickly stood up while he still held the bottle of alcohol in his hands. Clueless of what is happening, the man looks from the window of his house. From where he stands, he is able to see 3 gigantic chains that extend to the heavens. At that moment, the man got weirded out that there was an awakening energy in the inner city. He then thinks that maybe someone has awakened on their own. Even though Bro is tipsy, it seems like he can still think straight. Impressive indeed. However, the man changes his mind and starts to believe that it is impossible to happen. He thinks that the Hall of Awakening is hundreds of kilometers away from the inner city. Moreover, even if someone did awaken on their own, it is impossible for the energy fluctuations to reach the Awakening Hall's energy. Judging from the knowledge of the man, he is definitely not an ordinary citizen of Bailin City. Nonetheless, he sits down and calms himself. Then, he drinks his liquor and tells himself that he must have drunk too much to the point that he is having hallucinations. Well, at least bro, you give us a good commercial break. Meanwhile, the chain has started to deteriorate from the sky and completely disappears from the body of Bai Xiaoan. The next morning, Bai Xiaoan completely absorbed the awakening original essence. From neon green, the water turns light gray. After stretching out his body, a chain-like structure appears on the iris of his eye. As expected, the Eye of Apocalypse reveals it to him. It is called the Chain of Heaven, a triple S-rank command type skill. Heaven and Earth have spirits. These spirits can reject fusion with other spirits. However, the power of heaven can forcibly break the barriers between creatures and share the original power of other creatures. Moreover, in its current state, the chain of heaven is capable of linking one creature. Wow, that's 100% cooler than I expected. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoan realizes that it can break down the barriers between spirits and share the power of the origin. He laughs so hard, like he won the jackpot at the lottery. Not to mention, one of their housemaids got disturbed after hearing it. Bro, chill out. They might think you are out of your mind. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan thinks of getting someone to experiment on first. Thus, he called Peony to enter the room. At first, Angelica and Peony look at each other with clueless faces about what their young master possibly needs. When Peony enters the bathroom, he gets startled to see what her eyes had witnessed. Turns out that Bai Xiaoan is completely undressed when he stands up in the bathtub. Without him knowing, he wears nothing at all. Bai Xiaoan tells her that he has an urgent matter that he needs her help with, and he wants her to stay still while he stands in front of her with his dragon, which is currently in its raging state. That being said, it only makes the situation get worse, as Peony might think that she wants him to do something indecent. What the fudge? Bro, that's super sus, and please get dressed immediately. The startled Peony can't help but shake in so much awkwardness. She turns around as fast as she can and says sorry to him, for she can't help him. After hearing this, Bai Xiaoan got shocked to realize that he was not wearing anything. With so much shame, he quickly covers his dragon and trembles in so much awkwardness. He immediately submerged his body in the tub and told her that he should get dressed. Moments later, he asked Peony to stand, relax, and don't resist. Bro, can you please watch your words? You've been telling double entender since you woke up, which is so sus. Peony, on the other hand, just awkwardly follows his master's order. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaoan activates its skill chain of heaven. A golden chain appears, and it squirms all over the body of Peony. What on earth? Kids, close your eyes, please. Seriously, why does the chain of heaven have to appear on Peony's body like that? This resembles something that only adults should see. The sharp head of the chain of heaven enters her chest. Censored alert. The illustrations are extremely not for kids. Parental guidance is recommended. After successfully linking Peony with the chain of heavens, the golden aura exudes from the chain itself, engulfing her whole body in the process. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan concentrates his energy as he lets the chain take control. Just like that, he successfully uses the chain of heavens for the very first time. The Apocalypse Eye shows Bai Xiaoan that the chain of heaven has connected with a confined entity named Peony to obtain a B-class talent called Water Elemental Increase. He asks Peony to use her self-defense skill. Without any doubt, Peony uses her shield. She, however, got weirded out again when Bai Xiaoan suddenly moved closer to her to examine what was happening in the chain linked to her body. Things get even worse when he looks closely at the chest of Peony, where the sharp head of the chain of heaven is linked. To him, he is just testing out his newly awakened talent, but it's not the same as how Peony perceives things. Bro, make your intentions clear. You're getting very sus. Well, Peony feels extremely awkward about her master's actions. In fact, she wonders what her master is doing and if he really has strange habits from the very start. Poor Peony, she is completely unaware of what is going on. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan orders her to remove the shield, which makes Peony worry about what he will ask her to do next. Moments later, at the Western District, Peony calls her master via phone to inform him that she has already arrived at the location where he asked her to go. Just like that, Bai Xiaoan asks Peony to come back. It seems like he is testing out the extent of how strong the link of the chain is. Meanwhile, Peony can no longer hold back her emotions, so she asks for a pardon and confronts his young master. She told her that his behavior that day was not normal at all. She further explains to him what made her say so. At first, he lets her see him completely naked. He asked her to do strange things while closely staring at her body. She even told him that if he is stressed out, he can tell it directly, for she and Angelica will help him out, but he can't just order her endlessly like that. After hearing her out, Bai Xiaoan asks Peony if she cannot see anything attached to her body. Peony then confirms that she does not see anything at all. Realizing that she cannot see the chain of heaven, Bai Xiaoan asks her to come back as soon as possible to explain everything to her. Peony, on the other hand, starts to feel pity for herself. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan figures out why the chain of heaven exists like a rule. Apparently, as long as the chain is linked, it will not be affected by any factors. Moreover, the chain of heaven has 3 characteristics. First, the person who got linked by the heavenly chain cannot see nor detect its presence no matter what the circumstance is. Second, as long as the chain of heaven is activated, the user can use the skills of the person who got linked. Third, in general, sharing can go both ways, but the user has the option not to share skills or borrow from others. Bai Xiaoan then starts imagining more possibilities with the use of the chain of heaven, having 3 chains linked to 3 different beast masters, including his Apocalypse Eye. He can have 4 royal beast talents right off the bat. Well, that sounds exhilarating, bro. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan visits his royal beast space. Just a few seconds upon arrival, he is shocked to see massive changes inside it. The Eye of Apocalypse has the chain of heaven around it. Moreover, the royal beast space itself has extended out a lot further. 2 terrains have also appeared, the offshore terrain and the volcanic terrain. He then figures out that as he levels up, the terrains in his royal beast space will also evolve and expands. When Bai Xiaoan checks his 2 beast pets, he is shocked to see them fighting. The mutated red-winged crow throws fireballs at the giant-scaled fish. The giant-scaled fish launches its water gun at the mutated red-winged crow. When Bai Xiaoan saw this, he angrily stopped the giant-scaled fish from attacking the mutated red-winged crow. Looks like someone will get reprimanded. Meanwhile, the giant-scaled fish is flustered by what happened and tells Bai Xiaoan that it's not what he thinks it is. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, scolds the giant-scaled fish and reminds it that they are partners, brothers who will fight side by side. Therefore, they should not fight each other. With teary eyes, the giant-scaled fish tells Bai Xiaoan that the mutated red-winged crow is the first to attack. The mutated red-winged crow explains that the giant-scaled fish keeps on spraying water, which makes the whole place wet. Moreover, it directly expresses its dislike toward the giant-scaled fish. After hearing out the 2 sides, Bai Xiaoan figures out what's happening. Basically, the giant-scaled fish practices its skills as usual, and the mutated red-winged crow doesn't like the moisture left behind. He figures out what he needs to do. Bai Xiaoan gave the giant-scaled fish a larger training ground since it had outgrown its small pond. That being said, he teleported to the offshore terrain and let the giant-scaled fish dwell in it. Seeing this, the giant-scaled fish excitedly dives into its new home. Moreover, since the offshore terrain is wide, it no longer compresses its size just to fit in. Then, voila, it ascends from the deep water with its huge majestic form. Upon seeing it, Bai Xiaoan realizes how hard it is for him to constantly shrink. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan gave the mutated red-winged crow a place where it could grow its power tremendously, so he teleported to the volcanic terrain, where the phoenix fire sycamore is. According to the Apocalypse Eye, this tree is home to god-level spirit beast, the phoenix. When it is in nirvana and is stained in its blood, the blood-stained tree can enhance the talents of the fire elementals. That sounds so cool. Besides, Bai Xiaoan knows that volcanoes are better habitats for beast pets with fire system. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan saw that the red flame sparrow core had some parts detached. Apparently, fire elementals benefit from high energy, which can quickly replenish the firebird's lacking reserves. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan finds out the truth behind the detached parts of the red flame sparrow core. It turns out that the mutated red-winged crow intentionally removes them to make the crystal its own nest. Why am I not surprised that this prideful bird did that? Bai Xiaoan asked the mutated red-winged crow if he is practicing his skills. It can't answer the question directly. Instead, his beast pet answers with so much pride that it is going to become as brilliant and as radiant as the sun. After listening to the answer of his boasting beast pet, Bai Xiaoan asked it to use the flames of the sun to smash a boulder. Carrying its pride, the mutated red-winged crow flies and releases a strong burst of fire. Its fire is so hot, and it extremely burns the boulder. However, when the flame subsided, Bai Xiaoan saw that only a tiny part of the boulder was removed. Not knowing this, the mutated red-winged crow boasts about how powerful it is. Bai Xiaoan then offers to rein his beast pet. He promises to him that its strength will soar up high under his guidance. As savage as it is, the mutated red-winged crow tells him that there is no need to train, for it is destined to be greater than the sun itself. My goodness, this little bird is really something. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan knew that this would happen, so he prepared something that his beast pet could not resist. As soon as the mutated red-winged crow saw the king's level crystal core, its eyes shimmer like crystals. Immediately, he flew to grab it, but Bai Xiaoan did not plan to easily give it to him. He then raises a bet between them, to which his beast pet immediately agrees. In their bet, if Bai Xiaoan wins, it will follow his training method. On the other hand, if the mutated red-winged crow wins, it will receive the King's level crystal core. Deep inside, the mutated red-winged crow thinks that Bai Xiaoan is so stupid that it will surely win no matter what the outcome will be. Well, little bird, it is truly a win-win situation for you. That being said, the mutated red-winged crow accepted the deal. Bai Xiaoan explains to his beast pet that they need to condense the energy when releasing a skill. If the energy is compressed, the quality of the skills is improved and the destructive power will be stronger. The mutated red-winged crow wonders if what he is talking about is true, so it watches him cast a concentrated water ball. Bai Xiaoan manages to destroy the rock boulder that his beast pet recently burned. The mutated red-winged crow got extremely shocked to see that Bai Xiaoan's small water ball was much more powerful than its big fireball. Little did it know that it was all according to his master's plan. The rock has just been burned by his beast pet's high-temperature flame, so when it gets stimulated with cold water, it will obviously be destroyed. Nice trick you got there, bro. Moments later, the mutated red-winged crow imitates its master's technique. First, it accumulates a huge amount of fire energy and condenses it into a tiny fireball. Then, it releases it like a strong, devastating laser flame, which destroys everything it passes through. Bai Xiaoan is extremely shocked to see how fast his beast pet learns and how destructive its power is. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan realizes that the mutated red-winged crow's talent is really high. Thus, with a little bit of help to comprehend its power, its skills will surely be upgraded to the realm of success. Bai Xiaoan starts to gain his beast pet's trust. He reassures the mutated red-winged crow that following his method will help it grow faster. Meanwhile, his beast pet is happy to know its power will increase tremendously. That being said, Bai Xiaoan wins the bet. Moments later, when Bai Xiaoan gets home, he sees his sister and his cousin fooling around while eating at the dining table. Not long after, the two notice their brother's arrival. Bai Xiaoan approaches them and asks his sister the whereabouts of his mom, dad, and grandpa. Bai Ziyu then told his brother that they hadn't returned home yet. Meanwhile, Yuan Potion sighs, for his dad hasn't been home for days either. Upon knowing it, Bai Xiaoan starts to wonder if there's something that happened in Bailin City. His apocalypse eye shows something about the magic spider cult, but is not able to give too much attention to it. For Yuan Potion keeps calling his attention. Bai Xiaoan wonders why he is in their mansion. Yuan Potion revealed that school would start that day, and he came there so they could go to the Imperial Beast Masters Academy together. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan gets reminded that he is still a student, so he orders Alfred, the butler of the Bai family, to prepare the car, which he instantly follows. Moments later, outside the Bai mansion, Qiao Gubai is waiting for him. Basically, she also attends the same school as Bai Xiaoan. Upon greeting him with her very beautiful face and delicate smile, Bai Xiaoan instantly blushes. The two of them have a simple, sweet conversation while blushing upon looking at each other. Well, love's in the air. A few hours later, the three of them arrive at the Imperial Beast Masters Academy. On the way to their respective room, Yuan Potion asks Bai Xiaoan about Qiao Gubai and why he hasn't seen her before. Yuan Potion also added that there are many people from the affiliated cities in their class. He asks him if Qiao Gubai is one of them, but as expected, he gets ignored. Aw, I feel bad for you, bro. When Bai Xiaoan enters the classroom, several reactions arise. There's this group of boys that shows dislike toward him, and there are a bunch of students, mostly females, who show enthusiasm toward him. To Bai Xiaoan, they are just a bunch of people who don't even know the true meaning of hard work, for they don't even work on themselves. Bro, that's mean, but quite true. Bai Xiaoan finds himself in the middle of a small crowd caused by his classmates. Bai Xiaoan considers telling his grandpa to suspend his studies. He believes that the comfortable cultivation environment of the academy is far inferior to the effect of fighting to the death in the wild. From a short distance, a man in a black outfit is staring at the small crowd. As the Apocalypse Eye revealed, this man is Lung Aotian. He has an SS class talent called Darkness Pact. Moreover, he belongs to the Uncalf realm with no record of any contracted beast. One of his student minions tells him that the man in the crowd is the main city's leader and the Lord's grandson. He also assumes that Bai Xiaoan was made in the academy due to his connections. Not to mention, he said that Bai Xiaoan looks like a silver pooter head. This full bangs guy surely has a lot to comment about other people. A burning aura starts oozing out of his body. As expected, Bai Xiaoan notices it and confronts him right off the bat. The two of them face each other with tremendous levels of dislike toward each other. Bai Xiaoan learns from the Apocalypse Eye that he has a pretty good talent, but he doesn't have any beast pets in his possession, which makes him far behind his level. Out of nowhere, Qiao Gubai halts their intense face-off. Then she told Lung Aotian to stop his unreasonable fighting. Instantly, Lung Aotian gets stunned by the natural beauty of Qiao Gubai. Looks like another incident of love at first sight. Lung Aotian then apologizes for his behavior, which shocks his student minions. All of a sudden, from the doorway, a girl calls his attention and reminds him of the promise they had made before. Well, judging from the silhouette, we know that this girl is Feng Qianyu. Feng Qianyu challenges Bai Xiaoan into a beast battle. Bai Xiaoan then finds the situation a better opportunity to open up the eyes of his classmates. That being said, he accepted the beast battle challenge. They both agreed to use the school ground as their battle area. Feng Qianyu told him that she had been training for 2 months for their most awaited face-off. They both head to the battleground. As expected, their classmates will find this very interesting, so they follow them to watch their beast battle. Meanwhile, the group Lung Aotian finds this a great opportunity to witness the strength of the students in Bailin City. Moreover, they think that the two have a bit of enmity to the point that they want to engage in beast battle just to settle things down. Moments later, the two position themselves in the Academy Beast Battleground. Bai Xiaoan told her to start it already as he didn't want to prolong the fight. Upon hearing that, Feng Qianyu declares to defeat him in front of everyone. Feng Qianyu accumulates the fire energy and summons his beast pet. Apparently, whenever she summons her beast pet, a pair of blazing wings appear from her back. Well, that looks insane. Behold, the purple grenadier with fire system. It belongs to the primary Black Iron realm, and it has an S-class talent called Phoenix Cry. Moreover, it qualifies as primary amethyst with 4 signature skills: Astonishing Phoenix Song in purple grade, Smoke Impact, the Burning Fire, and Raging Fire, all in blue grade. According to the Apocalypse Eye, it is a bird-type spiritual beast from the original world. It is said to have a trace of the blood of the Phoenix clan, which can exude Phoenix power and give the enemy a strong shock. Totally and definitely a good catch. Upon seeing the rare beast pet, Bai Xiaoan starts to think that the Feng family also has a lot of secrets. Feng Qianyu expresses how proud she is of her beast pet. She even boasts that her pet is something he never had seen before. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaoan praises the Feng family and eventually reveals the information about her beast pet, which shocks her very much. However, Bai Xiaoan reiterated that the result of the battle would stay the same. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyu wonders how he was able to see through the identity of her beast pet. She is madly triggered when Bai Xiaoan tells her to hurry up before he summons his beast pet and ends the fight. Feng Qianyu orders her beast pet to discharge a raging fire toward Bai Xiaoan. Having the experience to fight Qi Yan's 2 formidable bird-type beast pets with fire system, dodging the fire attack from the same beast type has become quite easy for him. The purple grenadier accumulates a huge amount of fire energy. It casts its skill called the Burning Fire. This attack causes a huge amount of fire that engulfs Bai Xiaoan. Everyone in the audience got astonished to see that highly powerful fire attack. Meanwhile, Lung Aotian wonders if the winner has already been decided after that attack. However, everyone got even more surprised to see Bai Xiaoan completely unharmed from that massive attack. With just one wing from his hand, the flame disappears. After that, Bai Xiaoan asks her if that is the best she can do. Lung Aotian is just listening to the people from the audience who cannot hide their admiration for the two. Feng Qianyu is praised for her proficiency in beast control despite being completely new to it, while Bai Xiaoan is praised for his ability to block a spiritual beast attack with his own skills. Moreover, he also looks at the reaction of Qiao Gubai, who admires Bai Xiaoan because of his looks. Go girl. There is definitely nothing wrong with it. Pissed off by Bai Xiaoan's arrogant behavior, Feng Qianyu orders her beast pet to use its S-class talent, Phoenix Cry. The purple grenadier casts a high-frequency sound that can knock or weaken the enemy. The sound reverberates in the whole battleground, and even the audience feels its impact. Bai Xiaoan uses its barrier to stop the attack. Unfortunately, the Phoenix Cry is powerful enough to pass through his barrier. Seeing Bai Xiaoan gets affected by the attack, Feng Qianyu quickly orders the purple grenadier to launch the raging fire on him. Bai Xiaoan will not let himself lose the fight, so he summons the giant scale fish to intercept the attack. The magnificent giant scale fish appears, which intimidates the purple grenadier. Although completely fazed by the presence of the giant scale fish, the purple grenadier continues to launch its raging fire toward the giant scaled fish. The giant scaled fish reflects back the raging fire and hits the purple grenadier directly using its watery tail at the same time. That's what you call a whale slap. After realizing that her beast pet can no longer fight, Feng Qianyu concedes her defeat. Bai Xiaoan reminded Feng Qianyu about their agreement, to which she immediately responded. After hearing the request from Bai Xiaoan, she instantly blushes and gets completely phased. She even said that she should wait for it. Wait, what? Based on her reaction, it is a request that only adults are allowed. You're both acting so sus. After that, Bai Xiaoan tells everyone that there's no more drama, so they can go already. Not long after, a strong earthquake jolts Bailan City. The students start panicking when they see and feel that the whole battleground begins to shake. Meanwhile, from where Bai Xiaoan stands, a huge piece of debris falls directly at him. Of course, as fast as they are, Peony and Angelica come to save him. They immediately use their power to block the falling debris. Peony tells her young master that the place is dangerous, and Angelica implores him to quickly return to the Bai mansion. Bai Xiaoan starts to have a bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, 3 unidentified flying objects are seen in the sky above Bailan City. It turns out that these people wearing weird-looking suits are members of the infamous Devil's Spider cult. Their leader wonders why the humans haven't fixed their shield yet. Then, one of her members informed her that an earthquake had occurred, which delayed them in fixing the shield. That being said, the natural calamity became so convenient for them to execute their plan. Not long after, the leader commands her team to prepare the explosive fire spiders, which they immediately execute. Along the way, Bai Xiaoan asks the Apocalypse Eye about what happened. He finds out that the Apocalypse Eye has reached the level called Enlightenment of Heaven. This allows him to visualize the things that are happening and will happen. Not to mention, it can also reveal the thoughts of a person. After gathering information, the Apocalypse Eye revealed that the proximity of the 2 worlds to each other creates a conflict of a spatial barrier, which, in turn, causes a chain reaction, with the aftershocks causing tremors and loud noises. After knowing that, Bai Xiaoan asks the Apocalypse Eye what could possibly happen if the 2 worlds merge. After studying the possible outcome, the Eye of Apocalypse revealed that during the first 3 months of the integration of the 2 worlds, there will be varying degrees of tremors and earthquakes in all areas of the secret world of the Spider's Nest. Oh, by the way, Spider's Nest is now called Zhu Chao, but let's stick with Spider's Nest. Don't want to butcher it with my Chinese. Moreover, in 3 months, the conflict will be eased, a spatial rift will be formed, and the 2 worlds will merge. 1 year from this current time, the secret world of Spider's Nest and the unknown world will be completely fused together, forming a high-level secret world. Learning all that information from the Apocalypse Eye, Bai Xiaoan realizes that what is happening is not bad at all. As they continue to go through the destroyed city, Bai Xiaoan realizes that the shield of Bailan City is gone, which makes him wonder if someone has broken the shield generator. Can't blame you for overthinking, bro. Meanwhile, the Devil's Spider cult positioned their aircraft on the damaged part of the city's shield. Their leader orders them to drop the explosive fire spiders. These are literally living spiders with green balls on their back, which are probably the things that cause explosions. Foreseeing this, the Eye of Apocalypse warns Bai Xiaoan of the impending danger along the way. Thus, Bai Xiaoan asks Peony and Angelica to turn on their defense, which they immediately follow. That being said, while their car moves along the way, there is a protective barrier on top of it. Soon, the explosive fire spiders landed and exploded, causing massive damage. Well, hopefully, those green smokes are not causing any genetic problems. Moments later, at the combat hall of the City Lord's palace, several emergency warnings have been triggered. Thus, Bailan City is going to enter the first level of wartime alert. Not long after, Mr. Yumon reported to Lord Bag that an earthquake of magnitude 8 or above occurred in Bailan City. Unfortunately, the specific cause has not yet been investigated. Moreover, he also reported that unknown fire spiders paralyzed the energy core of the shield, and the city defense army was fighting against the beast's attack. Thus, the situation is highly critical. Calm down, sir. Panicking won't solve the problems. After hearing the report, Lord Bai orders to send people to repair the energy core. Moreover, he also commands them to mobilize all the Beastmasters in Bailan City to help in defending the city. Lastly, Lord Bai instructs the Beastmasters from the Public Security Bureau and the City Lord's Palace to go to the earthquake relief. Lord Bai can't help but wonder if there could be a connection between the Devil's Spider's cult and the earthquake that happened. Mr. Feng told Lord Bai that he was overthinking. He reassures Lord Bai that it is just a coincidence, but there is no way the Devil's Spider cult caused an earthquake. While they are talking about the earthquake, a soldier informs them that the Awakening Hall is under attack, and he requests reinforcement. Upon hearing it, Lord Bai figures out that the true purpose of the Devil's Spider cult is to destroy the Awakening Hall and break the foundation of Bailin City. That being said, he immediately sends his son, Mr. Feng, and Mr. Yuan to the Awakening Hall to help Mr. Wu. Despite the barrier that Angelica and Peony activated on the car that Bai Xiaoan rides to return home, it still gets ruined by the random explosions caused by the explosive fire spiders. Angelica tries to see if there is a way for the car to be fixed, but she soon confirms to her young master that the car is completely ruined. Thus, the only way to go home is for them to walk. Soon after, Bai Xiaoan and Angelica noticed a huge amount of explosions located at the Awakening Hall. From where he stands, Bai Xiaoan saw the aircraft of the Devil's Spider cult, which was revealed, of course, by his Apocalypse Eye. Not to mention, Angelica also recognizes them. While the Devil's Spider cult leader prepares for their most awaited time, which is to ruin the Awakening Hall, some soldiers below are barely trying to survive. Unfortunately, in that helpless situation, the cult members did summon their beast pets called ghost-faced spiders to kill them completely. Aw, that's so brutal. Even though the soldiers try their best to escape death, the ghost-faced spiders massacre them with no remorse at all. On the other hand, Mr. Wu is inside the Awakening Hall along with some soldiers to protect it from invaders. While Mr. wonders what is happening outside the gate, one of the soldiers tries to reach the soldiers who are positioned outside the hall. Unfortunately, none of them responds, to which we can presume that they all have faced the gate of the afterlife. How disheartening. Not long after, Mr. Wu and the soldiers hear a loud banging on the gate. He then alerted the soldiers to get ready for anything that awaited them. As the crack begins to appear on the gate, Mr. Wu starts to feel anxious. Then, the ghost-faced spiders appear in front of them. In spite of their anticipations about the impending attacks, the soldiers still died from the attacks of the ghost-faced spiders. Realizing that their shield doesn't work, Mr. Wu summons his beast pet, Shishi. Whoa, what a cool-looking beast. It quite resembles a unicorn, but with crystals all over its body. The horn is made up of crystals, and the crystals around its neck quite resemble that of the lion's. To top it all, summoning this beast pet also grants Mr. Wu a crystal lance that he can use for battling. Isn't that cool? Well, it is also good to take note that Mr. Wu calls his beast pet Huji. So, let's refer to it as Huji to simplify things. Not long after summoning his beast pet, Mr. Wu commands all the soldiers to put up the shield wall, which they immediately execute. From that, a human-created shield, he created a much stronger shield that is made up of crystals. This is, of course, made possible with the help of his beast pet, Huji. Mr. Wu plans to hold the core until reinforcements arrive. Nice strategy, Mr. Wu. After setting the formidable barrier, Mr. Wu told the soldier to be careful and to fight hard. Just stall the enemy until the supporting unit comes. Mr. Wu feels unhappy about what is happening, for he already plans to retire. Well, for how many years? No one has ever tried to violate the Awakening Hall. That being said, the situation puts so much pressure on him. To boost their morale, the soldiers shouted not to give up for the sake of Bailin City. This, however, triggers the ghost-faced spiders, and they start to go berserk. All of a sudden, the form of the ghost-faced spiders changes. Their feet transform into wheels, which give them faster movement. They increase their speed to create a stronger impact that will destroy the crystallized wall. Then again, a loud banging is heard outside the crystal barrier. Little by little, they manage to break through the crystal barrier. When they have created a huge hole in the barrier, the ghost-faced spider uses its super spider silk to stick it to the soldiers' shields. With all of its might, the ghost-faced spider forcefully pulled it out. What a persistent monster. Seeing this, Mr. Wu got extremely startled. On the other hand, the ghost-faced spiders successfully made their way inside the crystallized barrier. As the barrier continues to crumble down, Mr. Wu commands the soldiers to concentrate their fire and beat the enemies down. Unfortunately, the enemies are too strong and fast for them to handle. When one of the ghost-faced spiders tries to directly attack Mr. Wu, he stabs the floor with his crystal lance. And suddenly, a great impact emanates from it, and sharp crystals emerge from the floor. This attack manages to stop all three ghost-faced spiders at the same time. Nonetheless, Mr. Wu starts to wonder why Lord Bai hasn't come yet, for all the shields are almost gone. Even though the attack stopped the ghost-faced spiders, this is not the end of their plan. All of a sudden, the body of the ghost-faced spider opens, and from this opening emerges the members of the Devil's Spider cult. It turns out that the cult members have the ability to merge themselves with their spider beast pets. Wow, that is definitely something unheard of. Once again, Mr. Wu got extremely shocked to find out that there was someone inside the spider's body. Then, the leader of the cult declares that they have invaded their world, and they have to accept the sanctions for it. They pull out their enhanced crossbows with explosive arrows to annihilate their enemies. After causing a massive explosion, Mr. Wu uses his own barrier to protect his beast pet and himself from it. Meanwhile, the members of the cult, along with their leader, pulled out their daggers to kill those who survived the explosion. One by one, the soldiers are falling lifeless on the floor. Even if they try to retaliate by showering them with bullets, they still cannot kill, not even one of them. When the leader of the Devil's Spider cult tries to kill a soldier who is desperately fighting for his life, Mr. Wu activates his power and blocks the deadly attack. The leader of the cult swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu orders those who are still alive to take the wounded and retreat first. That being said, the only ones capable of battling inside the Awakening Hall are Mr. Wu and his beast pet. Mr. Wu did not waste any time, and he commanded his beast pet to use its special skill called Crystal Space. All of a sudden, the area got showered with sharp crystals, forming an enclosure that trapped the 3 invaders along with Mr. Wu. So that's it. Well, shouldn't it be called Mr. Wu's Space? The leader of the Devil's Spider cult asks Mr. Wu what he's fighting for. Considering he is about to retire, Mr. Wu, on the other hand, tells her that she cannot understand what he is fighting for. Hearing that, the leader commands her 2 minions to capture him and bring him to her. One of them engages with Mr. Wu, while the other one engages with Hu Ji. As they skillfully exchange blows and strikes, the leader is already targeting his beast pet with her crossbow. Suddenly, Mr. Wu felt a strong force from behind. He became instantly distressed when he realized where the bow was pointed. Mr. Wu boosted the power of his beast pet to win against its enemy. He uses his own power to erect an earth barrier to block the arrow as quickly as possible. That's what you call perfect timing, sir. Using his crystallized lance, he initiated an attack that made his enemy step back. On the other hand, as the Kuji went buffed, it quickly overpowered its enemy, making her run away. Unfortunately, it's not the best day for the invader as she got outran by Hu Ji. Upon reaching its enemy, Hu Ji hit her using its crystal horn. The impact of the attack is so strong as it is buffed, and the horn oozes with extreme magical power, which sends the invader flying through midair. Seeing this, their leader got pissed off. However, before she can even fire another at the rampaging beast pet, Mr. Wu has already changed the form of his lance into a whip-like weapon. He then didn't waste any more time, and he struck the crossbow in possession of the enemy, successfully destroying it in the process. Wow, looks like Mr. Wu has a lot of surprises too. Meanwhile, the other invader uses her sickle-like weapon to kill Mr. Wu. Luckily, Mr. Wu sees her approaching, and he successfully casts his shield just right in time. That was close. While Mr. Wu is blocking the attack, he has successfully changed the form of his weapon into a big sword. The enemy continues to attack with the intention of breaking the barrier. Mr. Wu, on the other hand, is just letting her enemy become wild and breaking his shield. During these consecutive attacks, Mr. Wu is just smirking, which means he has a plan waiting to be executed. So, when he got the perfect chance, he removed the barrier instantly, making her enemy lose balance. He pierces her enemy with his gigantic sword that extends endlessly. That being said, the only remaining enemy is the leader. Moments later, Mr. Wu tells her that over the past years, they have not changed at all. He declares under his name that as long as he's in charge of that place, the Devil's Spider cult can never lay a finger on the Awakening Core. The leader is completely pissed off by what Mr. Wu has said, thus uses her green sword and attacks her enemy. Just merely unsheathing her sword already produces a strong pressure. Sounds like a very strong sword in her arsenal. With just one strike, she totally destroyed Mr. Wu's 5-elemental sword. Mr. Wu, on the other hand, can't process the idea that his sword, which is made with earth, mountain, wind, thunder, and wood, has just been completely destroyed in one strike. Not to mention, those 5 elements are mutually exclusive and restrain each other. The leader finds that moment as the perfect chance to end the life of Mr. Wu. Luckily, Hu Ji is there to save the day. After the enemy stepped back for a moment, Mr. Wu allowed his beast pet to unleash his power. Hu Ji's crystal barrier was erected from the floor. However, the leader managed to jump outside before the crystal barrier was formed. She throws 3 kunai bombs into the crystal enclosure. From being an advantage, the crystal enclosure suddenly became their biggest disadvantage as they could not go anywhere when the explosion happened. After that, Mr. Wu and his beast pet lie on the floor and are completely incapable of fighting. Despite his hopeless situation, he still tells the enemies that as long as he is alive, the crystal space will not disappear. He also added that he knows that the enemies are afraid of killing him, the deacon of the Temple of Awakening, as they know that they will be hunted down. Soon after, the leader moved closer to him and told him to stop bluffing them. She even told him that they had been researching everything about him for quite some time. That being said, they know that no matter how strong Mr. Wu's space crystal defense is, there is still a limit to it. Well, these thick girls came very prepared. Not to mention, they already have a plan on how to penetrate his crystal space. This is, of course, with the help of their most persistent beast pets, the ghost-faced spiders. The Devil's Spider cult leader told Mr. Wu that their trump card had started already. All of a sudden, Mr. Wu heard a loud banging from outside the crystal space. Soon, cracks appear from all around the crystal space barrier. Thus, Mr. Wu cannot do anything but accept his bitter defeat. When he is about to be killed by the leader of the spider cult, he thinks of Lord Bai and feels sorry for not being able to fulfill his duty. While waiting for his impending death, a giant gorilla beast pet with a surge of lightning all over its body appears. It looks like it is completely pissed off, and it went berserk in destroying the crystal barrier. Upon seeing this monster, the leader of the cult got completely dumbfounded. And just like that, the giant gorilla beast pet has just jumped above her, ready to smash her down. Unfortunately, the giant ghost-faced spider arrived to block the fatal punch, saving the leader from her impending doom. Meanwhile, Mr. Yuan jumps from the back of his beast pet to rescue Mr. Wu. Mr. Yuan immediately asks Mr. Wu if he is okay. Mr. Wu, being the annoying man he is, sarcastically asks him back if he looks okay. Could you at least answer more nicely? You've just been saved from your death, sir. Mr. Yuan gets a little annoyed with how gabby he is every time he talks. He tells Mr. Wu that Lord Bai and the others are on their way. On the other hand, Mr. Wu sarcastically points out that they are always late. For someone who almost died, I can't blame him. Not long after, the domineering phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane arrived at the Awakening Hall. Mr. Yuan expresses relief that Lord Bai has finally come, while Mr. Wu sarcastically comments that Lord Bai still loves the high-profile entry. Behold, Lord Bai, the strongest man in Bailin City, has finally arrived. The phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane immediately grabs the ghost-faced spider using its sharp talons. Lord Bai instructed Mr. Feng to knock out the enemy. As soon as Lord Bai's beast pet drops the spider, Mr. Feng gets ready. He is riding his beast pet named Fire Chillin, a red-haired white horse with deer-like horns and flaming feet. Another cool-looking beast pet. Moreover, summoning his beast pet grants him a spear with bright red flames. Mr. Feng then charges along with his beast pet to knock the enemy down. He dashes with great speed and delivers a powerful flaming stab. Moreover, his beast pet launched an extremely powerful fire blast that directly hit the ghost-faced spider. That being said, Lord Bai, along with his allies, declared to the leader of the enemies that the Devil's Spider cult Nipper had arrived. Gramps, that's kinda cringy and cool at the same time. Absolutely pissed off, Lord Bai activates his great power to intimidate his enemies. While the extreme pressure from his power oozes out of his body, he tells the enemy to surrender quickly, for their operation has failed. Afraid and bothered, one of the minions of the leader calls her for what they should do. That being said, the leader commands them to proceed to Plan B, which is to sacrifice oneself. You cult ladies are willing to go to that extent. I wonder, what exactly are you fighting for? The leader then tells them that she will hold them back while the two of them destroy the Awakening Core and escape. However, one of her minions stops her. She told her leader to leave the mission in her hands. When she removes her mask, she reminds their leader that she has a younger sister who still needs to be taken care of. She even added that, unlike them, she has been all alone for a long time, with no family or ties. I know that they are enemies, but I can't help but feel bad for them too. At the end of the day, we all have stories to tell. That being said, she quickly jumps and enters the back of the ghost-faced spider even without the permission of her leader. With her sincere face, she appeals to her leader to let her do it. Seeing how decided she is, the leader lets her do as she desires. Nevertheless, she gives her a gun that oozes with power and bloodlust. This one quite resembles the revolver gun. However, unlike a normal gun, the bullet it releases is so powerful. Not to mention, the bullet it shoots can obliterate even the toughest spirit beast. Sounds like a very dangerous gun to me. Lastly, they made their hand gesture to show their respect and vow their action to their beloved cult. The leader begins their plan and throws some green Pokeballs. Just kidding. These are actually smoke bombs that will completely block the vision of the enemy. As soon as she throws them, Lord Bai activates his shield and the smoke bombs explode. The whole place starts to get engulfed with thick smoke. Realizing this, Lord Bai and his allies cover their nose to not inhale the poisonous smoke that the bombs contain. From the thick smoke, the enemies begin their move. Lord Bai, on the other hand, orders the phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane to use its wide wings to diminish the smoke. The white crane swiftly flies through the smoke to chase down the ghost-faced spider. Little did they know that this was just the enemy's way of diverting their attention, so they could freely reach and destroy the Awakening Core. Fortunately, Mr. Feng and Mr. Yuan see them approaching the Awakening Core. The two of them, along with their beast pets, quickly try to reach the enemies. Unfortunately, the ghost-faced spider throws its sticky spider silk balls at the spirit beast, which stops them from reaching the enemies. Soon after, the sticky spider's silk continues to spread all over their body. Soon after, the ghost-faced spider quickly faces Lord Bai and the phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane. Lord Bai, on the other hand, did not expect the spider to be so fast. Mr. Feng told Lord Bai to go after the two enemies approaching the Awakening Core quickly, and they will take care of the ghost-faced spider instead. Sounds like a plan, Mr. Feng. Meanwhile, just a few more meters away from the Awakening Core, the two enemies saw Lord Bai and his beast pet quickly approaching them. Seeing this, the other cult member, who's currently merged inside the ghost-faced spider's body, gets extremely worried about her boss. She quickly decided to help her allies. However, by that moment, Mr. Feng and Mr. Wu are already freed from the sticky spider silk. Just right before she can go, the giant gorilla beast pet of Mr. Yuan and the fire chillin of Mr. Feng attack the giant-faced spider. Charged with a surge of lightning, the giant gorilla jumps and directly punches the ghost-faced spider. This attack was successfully dodged by the ghost-faced spider, destroying the floor instead. While in midair, Mr. Feng uses the power of his spear to pierce the back of the ghost-faced spider, revealing the enemy right before their eyes. Sis did not see that coming. The attack is so strong that it drags the beast's spirit down to the floor and creates an explosion in the process. When the explosion subsides, Mr. Feng sees the dead body of the ghost-faced spider with the body of the enemy still inside it. Soon after, Mr. Feng and Mr. Yuan approach the enemy and tell her to surrender, for their plan is doomed to fail. Meanwhile, Lord Bai successfully blocks the enemies right in time with his phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane. He confronted them and told them that they were so stubborn, insisting on being their enemy. That being said, Lord Bai believes that they are no longer worth pitying at all. Soon after, Lord Bai reveals the true form of his cane. Turns out that it is a whip-like weapon that he can use along with the power of his phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane. He whips it side by side in a cross manner, creating sharp waves of wind that resemble the talons of his beast pet. Moreover, he orders his beast pet to use its attack called Swift Wind Cannon. This attack creates a huge cannonball that is made up of compressed, powerful winds. The leader of the enemies, on the other hand, unleashes her green sword to subdue the Swift Wind Cannon. Just like Mr. Wu, Lord Bai cannot believe that she manages to find a way to suppress the attributes of his phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane, which belongs to the wood-line element system. Thus, they have to find another way to stop her. The leader of the Devil's Spider Cult tells her ally to go straight to the Awakening Core and press the self-destruct button. She, on the other hand, covers her from their enemies. The two invaders execute their plan to attack Lord Bai together. The leader tried her best to get all the attention of Lord Bai. This gave her ally a chance to slip away from him. Their plan, however, was immediately realized by Lord Bai. That being said, he orders his phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane to stop the other invader. The invader throws her sickle-like weapon on the ceiling with her spiritual power attached to it. When the beast pet of Mr. Bai stomps her with its talons, she lets herself get pulled by her spiritual power, escaping the attack of the beast pet. From her position on the ceiling, she swings her body to escape the phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane, throws another one of her sickles with her spiritual power, and manages to attach it to the Awakening Core. What a clever lady. With all of her might, she skillfully maneuvers her body in mid-air to reach the Awakening Core. Oops, Mikasa is shaking. Lord Bai saw her and got extremely frightened. It was at this moment he knew he had messed up. The girl stands in front of the Awakening Core and uses her power to undo the final barrier, which she immediately succeeds. She then got very happy that their most awaited day had finally come. Just before she manages to press the self-destruct button of the Awakening Core, she shivers and feels unable to breathe. It turns out Lord Bai manages to reach her with his whip-like weapon. While the girl curses him, Lord Bai tells them that it's over. Meanwhile, The other girl is helped by Mr. Yuan to get out of the body of the ghost-faced spider. While doing so, she told them that their world was their home after all, and they were the true invaders. Little did they know, she was hiding a gun with her other hand. She questions them about what right they have to act like the victims. All of a sudden, she pointed the gun at Lord Bai to free her allies from his restraints. Just like that, she pulled the trigger of the gun. Mr. Feng manages to dodge the bullet. The leader of the cult increases the speed of the bullet, so Lord Bai can no longer dodge it. These ladies surely don't know the word stop. Seeing how fast the bullet is, Lord Bai can't do anything but feel scared of his impending doom. This, however, did not happen because his phoenix crown cloud-winged crane blocked it. That being said, Lord Bai's beast pet absorbed the impact of the bullet. It shatters its core and kills it. Lord Bai cannot do anything but watch in horror as his beast pet slowly deteriorates in purple flames. Moreover, as the crane dies, the weapon also disappears as it is granted by his beast pet. With no one to stop them, the two enemies quickly go to the awakening core and press the self-destruct button. Seeing that it worked, the leader suggested that they should get ready to go. The girl uses her sickle to escape from the roof of the awakening hall. When the self-destruct timer has reached its limit, the awakening core machine explodes, and Lord Bai gets caught in the massive explosion. Moments later, news about a 7.8 magnitude earthquake that occurred in Bailin City is being reported on national television. The unfortunate event has left a casualty of 18,213 death toll and 51,235 missing people. Moreover, the protective shield launcher of Bailin City has been destroyed by unknown terrorists, triggering a level 3 beast tide. Hence, the city's defense soldiers are fighting bravely to resist. Furthermore, it is also reported that the terrorists launched an attack on the Awakening Hall at the same time. Lord Bai Jingcheng, on the other hand, personally led the officers and soldiers from various departments to counterattack the terrorists. One of the terrorists has been captured, and the situation is now under control. Bai Xiaoan, along with Angelica and Peony, watched the breaking news at the city hospital. Thus, after hearing it, he cannot help but worry about his grandpa. As the news continues, Bai Xiaoan's father gives a statement regarding the attack. Meanwhile, people from the hospital started to get stressed out as the number of injured people continued to increase. Meanwhile, Mr. Bai assures the public that they will definitely overcome that difficult situation. Bai Xiaoan saw soldiers rushing to put an injured person in the hospital's emergency room. Back to the live screen, Mr. Bai reassures their dear citizen that in Bailin City, they have excellent soldiers who serve the people. They are on the front lines of earthquake relief and rescue. Bai Xiaoan can't help but feels bad for the soldier who is crying in agony due to his severe injuries. He can't even say a word while watching the despair of other people. When he passed through the emergency room, he saw the severely injured soldier who happened to get amputated by the unfortunate situation. He is told by his comrades to hold on for a little longer, for the doctor is coming. Seeing the soldiers hold their hands, Bai Xiaoan gets reminded of his previous life as a soldier named Bai Xian. He remembers the time when he returned to help his captain, who did not really expect him to come all the way to the dangerous area just to save him. Well, that's why we should never judge a book by its cover. Meanwhile, Bai Xian looks at his captain with so much compassion. His captain revealed to him that he did not expect much from a brat like him before because he thought that he was just a heartless person. The captain even told Bai Xian that he had surprised him so much and then put the headgear on Bai Xian's head. In his last breath, he expressed his regrets to Bai Xiaoan and said that if he could only turn back time. Peony and Angelica noticed their young master, Bai Xiaoan, shaking while standing inside the hospital. Seeing him like that for the first time, the twin starts worrying for him. Peony did not hesitate to approach and ask her young master if he was okay. As expected from Bai Xiaoan, he tells her that he's okay and totally fine. Well, we should be tougher during tough times. Not long after, they reach a special intensive care unit made for VIPs like his grandpa. He then starts to wonder why Angelica and Peony won't say a word all the way that room. Before entering the slightly open door, Bai Xiaoan asked the twin what had happened to his grandpa, but none of the two answered. Then, a familiar voice from the room called his name. It turns out that it was his mom, along with his uncle Yuan Xiaocheng. She was about to tell him something about his grandpa's condition, but knowing it would break Bai Xiaoan's heart, she did not continue it. It seems like Gramps is not in good condition. Had it not so far distanced Mr. Feng and their family butler, Alfred, stand near the bed where Lord Bai rests. Seeing his favorite grandchild, Lord Bai felt happy. He then used all of his strength to sit upright and removed his oxygen mask to acknowledge the presence of his grandchild. Soon after, He orders everyone to leave the two of them alone, for he has something important to say to him. As people leave the room, Lord Bai asks his grandson if he did not get hurt. Well, Gramps, you better worry about yourself first. Just look at how many bandages you have wrapped around your body. Bai Xiaoan assures his grandpa that he is completely fine. Then, he could no longer hide his worry about his grandpa, and he looked at him with eyes filled with sympathy. Lord Bai shows his broken arm to his grandson and tells him that what happened to him was not a big deal, except for his right arm. Apparently, he could no longer move it like he used to. Then, he says that what he is about to tell him is much more serious. Oh, it looks like trouble is starting to get double. That being said, Bai Xiaoan felt a little scared, for that was the first time that he had ever seen his grandpa so nervous as a diamond-class beastmaster. Lord Bai then asks him if he has heard about the Devil's Spider cult before. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoan tells his grandpa that all he knows about them is that they are a terrorist group, which Lord Bai confirms. Well, they seem like they are the Team Rocket wannabes in this series. However, Lord Bai revealed that until the recent event, their members' strength had been limited to silver-level Beastmasters. However, after fighting them, Lord Bai figured out that judging from their auras in the recent incident, they were all diamond-level Beastmasters. He even added that it was very evident that Bolin City was more targeted than the previous attacks, and their plans were getting ahead of them. As they commonly say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and enemies are no exception. All of a sudden, a strong wind enters the window, and Bai Xiaoan asks his grandpa if the earthquake was part of the Devil's Spider cult's plan. Lord Bai puts back his oxygen mask and denies it. Then, he tells him that it is a much more serious situation. Sensing that Lord Bai is greatly troubled, the Eye of Apocalypse reveals to Bai Xiaoan that his grandpa thinks that the world is about to be destroyed. It also reveals that, unlike him, Lord Bai does not know about the merging with the other realm. That being said, Bai Xiaoan ensures his grandpa that nothing bad will happen, for his intuition tells him that the Zhu Chao world, or the secret world of the spider's nest, will not be destroyed. He further explains to Lord Bai that it is just merging with another realm. Shall we call it realm fusion? Puzzled by his revelation, Lord Bai asks him if he is sure of what he is saying. Bai Xiaoan immediately confirms this, and he reassures his grandpa that what he told him is what he personally foresaw. He further explains that the two worlds are merging, so that's why there was an earthquake. Upon hearing what Bai Xiaoan said, Lord Bai felt relieved. Soon after, Lord Bai opened up to his grandson about him coming from the Bai family of the Origin Star. This shocks and confuses Bai Xiaoan, for the Origin Star is a concept that is not known to him. That being said, Lord Bai tells him his backstory. When Lord Bai was still in the Origin Star, he was the candidate for the head of the Bai family. Whoa, they look like celestial beings. Well, more likely because, as the name suggests, Origin Star. However, at that time, he was arrogant and conceited, which might cause him trouble in the future. Later on, he makes a mistake, and he is expelled from the Bai family by an unknown being dressed in a weird suit. Moments later, he was exiled to the secret world of the spider's nest. Here, Lord Bai is seen along with his beast pet, red-eyed golden fish. The Origin Star is not that hard on him. In fact, they gave him a second chance, but it came with one condition. Once he kills the Amethyst Spirit Beast, or what is commonly known as the Spider Mother, he will be able to return to the Origin Star. Sheesh. That looks like a floor boss in Damachi. However, Lord Bai was too anxious back then, and he underestimated the strength of the Amethyst-level beast. That being said, the red-eyed golden fish was badly defeated, and its origin was damaged, causing its inability to evolve. Poor beast pet, it looks like his inner core got punctured by a purple laser. Then back to the present time, he tells Bai Xiaoan with a heavy heart that his domineering majestic beast pet, Phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane, is dead, with too much disappointment running inside his clouded mind. Lord Bai closes his eyes and tells Bai Xiaoan that there's currently no hope of beating the Amethyst-level beast. Bai Xiaoan puts his right arm on Lord Bai's shoulder and tells him that he must still have a chance. Lord Bai then sighs heavily and tells Bai Xiaoan that he does not understand. He puts his left hand on the shoulder of Bai Xiaoan and explains to him that he is the future of the Bai family. Moreover, Lord Bai reminds Bai Xiaoan about his ambition to become the strongest beast master. Thus, Bai Xiaoan looks at his grandpa with so much conviction. Lord Bai then told him to go to the Origin Star. To do that, Bai Xiaoan needs to participate in the secret selection after 1 year. He further explains that if he gets into the top 10 rankings, he will be able to return to the Origin Star. Lord Bai emphasizes to him that only with the help of the Origin Star he will have the opportunity to become the strongest Beast Master. What is that Origin Star? Is it like the hyperbolic time chamber that Goku uses as a training ground? Well, that's something that we should look forward to. After hearing that, Bai Xiaoan helps his grandpa, who is shaking with so much pain, to go back to his comfortable position. Lord Bai then removes his necklace that holds the key to the Bai family resources treasury vault. He tells Bai Xiaoan that he is fully aware that he is talented and high-spirited. That being said, Lord Bai believes that the resources of the Bai family will be enough to support him with his growth. Lord Bai also tells him that the resources that might be vital for his fast growth are found inside the treasury. Moreover, he revealed that the resources available to him to use are already enough to advance him to the diamond level. Nonetheless, when Bai Xiaoan is about to get it from Lord Bai, he tells his grandson not to be like him when he is younger, and he wants him to keep in his mind that the most important thing in the world is the human bond. Bai Xiaoan got so shocked after hearing that, as his grandpa reminded him of his captain in his past life. Well, we cannot deny that there is a higher possibility that Lord Bai is his captain's reincarnation in that world. In the first place, nothing is impossible with isekai. After hearing those exact same words from his past life, he agreed to what his grandpa told him and accepted the key wholeheartedly. While the day is still young, and a bright blue sky and brightly shining sun are still in its glorious hour, little Bai Xiu is sadly waiting for her brother's return. She asks two of their family maids if his brother is also sick like his grandpa because she wonders why she is not home yet. One of the two maids tells her to calm down, while the other one assures her that his brother, Bai Xiaoan, will be fine. Soon after, Bai Xiu felt his brother's arrival. What a cute little munchkin. She's definitely giving me the vibes of Anya from the Spy X family. While the words of his grandpa and his former captain linger in his mind, he seriously looks at the key to the Bai family resources treasury vault. Meanwhile, a rushing little Bai Xiu welcomes him to their home. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaoan felt the presence of his sister, which he compares to a cat, ready to smooch his face. And just like that, the two maids and the twins got weirded out of Bai Xiu's action. When Bai Xiaoan wraps him with his hands, his little sister tells him how relieved she is that he is finally back. Then, she immediately asks her brother if she is all right. Hearing that his little sister genuinely cares for her, Bai Xiaoan feels so delighted. While patting her little sister's head, Bai Xiaoan tells her that he is completely fine. At that very moment, Bai Xiaoan starts to realize that he has such a lovely family in that world, and he should cherish it wholeheartedly. Well, I couldn't agree more. Bro, you better value and protect your loving family at all costs. Having experienced death in his previous life, Bai Xiaoan has always been afraid of being weak and powerless. This is the main reason why he wants to become the strongest beast master in the world where he currently lives. That being said, he finally realized the most important thing ever, which is the family bond. Then, an image of his whole family flashes in his mind, with his beloved grandpa pulling him out of the darkness. Later that day, Bai Xiaoan enters a room where the box containing the gold-level spiritual beast egg of the purple thunder eagle is. Apparently, he doesn't want to waste any more time, so he puts on his new attire to get ready for his adventure. Well, he definitely has a good sense of fashion. As expected from the always curious Bai Xiu, she wonders what is inside the box while hiding behind his brother and trying to get a sneak peek. Noticing that she is around, Bai Xiaoan asks her a simple favor, which is to give the box to their mom and dad as soon as they come back home. Then, as expected, Bai Xiu happily accepts whatever her brother asks her to do. When he is about to leave, Bai Xiaoan explains to Bai Xiu that he has very important matters to attend to and he needs to go out for a while. That being said, he reminds his little sister always to behave and to listen well at home until their mom and dad come back. Well, this is one of the few moments where Bai Xiaoan acts so cute. Little does he know, Qiao Gubai is there watching them from a not-so-far distance. When he moves closer, Bai Xiaoan notices her. Qiao Gubai, being herself, instantly blushes the moment Bai Xiaoan looks at her. Not to mention, her beautifully proportional body matches well with her body-fit attire. Well, not gonna lie, the longer you see her, the more beautiful she becomes. Bai Xiaoan asks Qiao Gubai if she is ready to accompany him on a risky adventure, to which she agrees. She even told him, while blushing, that wherever her young master goes, she will go. Then, the two of them walk together. Along the way, Bai Xiaoan asks Xiao Gubai if she is not scared. Xiao Gubai tells him that with her young master around, she won't be afraid. Moreover, Bai Xiaoan asks her if she can possibly stop calling him young master. Xiao Gubai immediately responded and calls him Master Xiaoan instead. The chemistry between the two is very evident. I am definitely shipping them. Moments later, in the middle of the ruined city of Bolin, the impact of the disaster is highly evident. Bai Xiaoan and Xiao Gubai are in the scene middle of the highway. Xiao Gubai asks him if he has decided where they are going. Bai Xiaoan tells her that he has not figured out where the location is yet. At the back of his mind, Bai Xiaoan thinks that he is going out that time to improve his skills and also to collect some materials along the way. That being said, he tells Xiao Gubai that he has to investigate some information first before deciding the route they will go. It feels like someone bro is starting to mature. Meanwhile, the Eye of Apocalypse is lurking above him as he asks it how to heal his grandpa's broken arm. As expected from our all-knowing giant eye, he gave the exact information needed. Apparently, Bai Xiaoan needs the water of life to heal his grandpa's broken arm. It looks like typical water filled with the nutrients of the red, green, yellow, and blue mystical herbs. After that, Bai Xiaoan asks another question on how to heal his grandpa's beast pet or the red-eyed golden fish. The Eye of Apocalypse revealed to him that since the essence of the red-eyed golden fish, the treasured beast of Lord Bai, has been damaged, it needs the spiritual water to be nourished. The exact item that he needs to find is the spiritual water of Qian Shui. It is an amethyst-level material that contains an amazing source of water element. Moreover, it is of great benefit to spiritual beasts of the water element. Basically, the spiritual water of Qian Shui is a bundle of blue crystals that forms a circular shape with mystic floating water inside it. When Bai Xiaoan tries to find the location of the items, the water of life and the spiritual water of Qian Shui, with the system, he is surprised to see very few results for the water of life and no result for the spiritual water of Qian Shui. Oh, it looks like this is an impossible mission. This is kind of stressful for Bai Xiaoan as there are little to no information on how to find the item that will fix Lord Bai's broken arm. What's even worse is that there is completely no record of how to find the item that will heal the red-eyed golden fish. Bai Xiaoan decided to set aside the problem and ask the Eye of Apocalypse, how could the core of the Awakening Hall be repaired? Little did he know, it would only give him additional stress as there is currently no way how to fix the core of the Awakening Hall. Moreover, it was manufactured by the Awakening Temple of the Origin Star, so the beings from the said temple are the ones who know how to fix it. Apparently, after that unfortunate battle, Bai Xiaoan thinks that his grandpa lost a lot, so he leaves behind the egg of the purple thunder eagle and the evolutionary path of the amethyst level. To him, this is just to give Lord Bai a little hope. But he cannot deny the fact that the true hope that can save Bolin City is still on the Origin Star. Despite how impossible the task may seem, Bai Xiaoan still tries to figure out what he should do that very moment. Even if the system tells him that there is no record of the spiritual water of Qian Shui, he still looks for the possible places where he can go to find it. Salute to your dedication, bro. Seeing him very dedicated to fulfilling his task, the Eye of Apocalypse helps Bai Xiaoan to the best of its ability. Apparently, he is not just a mere huge eye, he also has a hand. Well, shall we call it the Hand of the Apocalypse? This, however, has a side effect on Bai Xiaoan's body. Technically, when the Eye of Apocalypse uses its hand, Bai Xiaoan cannot even move a muscle of his body. This, of course, instantly shocks Bai Xiaoan. However, he did not freak out even if he saw a huge hand over his shoulder as he knew it was the Eye of the Apocalypse. Basically, the Eye of the Apocalypse points out the place on the map where Bai Xiaoan should go. Well, bro definitely obtained the greatest chi of all time in the secret world of the spider's nest. Meanwhile, Xiao Gubai asks Bai Xiaoan if he has found anything useful about their adventure. Although, at that time, Bai Xiaoan still cannot move from the side effect of the mysterious hand of the Eye of the Apocalypse. When the side effect subsides, Bai Xiaoan tells her they have to leave the city first, and the east gate is open. That being said, Bai Xiaoan plans to exit the city from that location. Xiao Gubai, on the other hand, asks him if they have to cross the wasteland, for he has a very bad feeling about the area. Bai Xiaoan then laughs at her and reminds her that they are both beast masters, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, He told her that they could also join the adventure group and hitch a ride. While they continue to walk, Chao Gubai asks Bai Xiaoan about the adventure group. She basically wonders about who they are. Bai Xiaoan then tells her that they are just a few mercenaries going out of the city to explore the wilderness and something like that. While the sky is still in broad daylight, the East Gate is bombarded with extreme vehicle traffic, and a lot of people gather to exit Bolin City. The gate monitors are stressed out as they gently remind everyone to accept the inspection and leave the city in an orderly manner. Seeing this huge crowd, Bai Xiaoan could not believe his eyes. Well, bro, you could have anticipated this after the big disaster in your city. Standing behind the huge crowd, Bai Xiaoan tells Chao Gubai that her gut feeling is right. Not long after, a huge armed truck charges quickly in their direction. Bai Xiaoan then tells Chao Gubai to be careful. Nonetheless, as being unlucky with the situation chases her down, Chao Gubai gets almost hit by the armed vehicle. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoan is there as his knight in shining armor, who was always ready to save the day. When the armed vehicle went through, they were shocked, and both of them stayed in their position. Realizing that they hold hands tightly in the situation, the two of them blush, and they both feel the butterflies in their stomach. Oops, shall we make a Xiao Pai fan club? To break the awkwardness, the two quickly turn back from each other. Bai Xiaoan asks her if she's okay, which Chao Gubai immediately confirms. Soon after, Chao Gubai asks Bai Xiaoan why there are so many people already leaving the city, considering that the beast tide has just started recently. Bai Xiaoan then tells her they are mostly wealthy people who think that Bolin City is finished and want to take the opportunity to escape. He even added that because they cannot survive in the wilderness, they tend to hire an adventure group to protect themselves. Bai Xiaoan further explains that if a rich man hires an adventure group, naturally, there will be more rich people who will hire other adventure groups. Well, rich people use their money in all possible ways. Money, indeed, runs the world. After quite some time, the East Gate got finally opened. The gate monitors warned them to beware of the vicious beast attacks. They even reminded them to check the vehicles leaving the city carefully to ensure the military lanes are not obstructed. Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai listen to what they further explain. Apparently, all the personnel leaving the city are requested to unload their weapons and equipment, show their identification, and comply with the inspections. Bai Xiaoan thinks that right after the disaster and the terrible attack, his father did not close the city for the investigation, which was meant to give the community a false sense of security. Well, when you are a leader and your people panic, the first thing you need to do is calm them down. After the identification check of Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai, they are allowed to enter the tunnel that leads to the city exit. Before leaving the city, people are advised to wear their protective masks. That being said, Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai wear cool-looking masks. Sheesh, these masks resemble Kaneki's mask in Tokyo Ghoul. Behold, the hot and dry wasteland. Just merely looking at this area, I can feel the uncomfortable heat. In this area, Chao Gubai and Bai Xiaoan need to deal with the harsh environment, where there is a constant flow of strong winds and thick dust. Bai Xiaoan observes the area, and it seems that the line of defense has buried countless beasts in the area. At that moment, he thinks that they should first find the adventure group's lookout station. Meanwhile, Chao Gubai starts to feel the extreme heat in the area. Using his binocular-like gadget, he immediately finds the lookout station of the adventure group. Bai Xiaoan immediately tells Chao Gubai that he found the adventure group's lookout station and they should go there as soon as possible. A few hours before sunset, while the sky is still bright, Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai reach the lookout station. Here, they see several adventurers who are busy doing their tasks. Some are collecting chopped wood, while some are welding metals. They even pass by some seductive and thick adventurers that are gonna take you to a different kind of adventure. Soon after, they reach a huge tent with a flag on top. Bai Xiaoan believes that the group they are looking for is in that area. Seemingly, the huge tent belongs to the Red Ape Mercenary. Their flag displays an image of an ape with burning red body fur. Little did Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai know two members of the Red Ape Mercenary were observing them. Feng Lang, the muscular, blonde-haired sniper wearing a see-through top, tells his comrade Lao Duan to check out the two newcomers at their front door. He then asks what he thinks about them. Lao Duan, the extremely buff tattooed guy with orange hair, said that the two look well-crafted. Lao Duan immediately calls their attention, and just like that, they immediately approach the two newcomers. Lo Duan asks them if they are lost. Sheesh. I thought she would ask Xiao Gubai the iconic question. Are you lost, baby girl? Meanwhile, Feng Lang appears from behind while whistling. Xiao Gubai then tells Bai Xiaoan that they don't look like good people at all. Well, we should not judge a book by its cover, but I won't disagree with her gut feeling. As the two feel like being cornered, Bai Xiaoan starts thinking that after Xiao Gubai arrives at the Bai family's house, he doesn't really know what switch turned for her. He, however, is quite sure that she always attracts other people's attention. Well, poor Xiao Gubai. Just look at how scared she is. Seeing her feel extremely uncomfortable, Bai Xiaoan releases his water system, ready to attack the two. However, Lao Duvan quickly goes in between the two, saying that the area outside the city is very dangerous, so they should let him protect them. While everyone expects him to make an advanced move toward Xiao Gubai, is actually the complete opposite. He wraps his huge muscular arms around Bai Xiaoan and calls him Bud as he plays with his chin. Well, it looks like Bro attracted him very well. This, of course, shocks him, and he cannot believe the fact that he is actually talking to him. Apparently, Xiao Gubai got extremely weirded out by what she was witnessing. The facial expression says it all. Lo Duvan did not stop from that, and he even teased Bai Xiaoan, who is currently containing extreme anger. Not to mention, he calls him little baby. Oops. It looks like Bro will explode anytime soon. I can definitely feel the tension with his hand. Boom. Bai Xiaoan smacks him down the floors in a complete 360. Sheesh. That surely is painful. The way how his head hit the floor already implies a head injury. Not to mention, he even bends his hand in a way where he cannot fight back. However, it looks like Lao Duvan's head is as hard as Tanjiro's to the point that he survived that impact. Not long after, Lao Duvan calls Feng Lang for help, and from little baby, he instantly changes what he calls him into Crazy Boy. The completely pissed off Bai Xiaoan exudes extreme bloodlust and releases a strong water system aura around his body. He then gave Lao Duan a very cold stare and asked him if he wanted to give it a try. Feng Lang got stunned when he felt a heavy murderous aura from Bai Xiaoan. Soon after the confrontation, an announcement was made, which caught all their attention. Another member of the Red Ape Mercenary, named Sasha, appears and asks the deputy leader what is going on, for there is too much noise in that place. Meanwhile, the deputy squad leader, named Shiming, tells her that the arrival of the fierce beasts probably caused the noise. Moreover, Jiqing tells them that according to the thermal sensing scan that she conducted, there are probably around 200 to 300 beast monsters arriving in the area. Wow. It sounds like a disaster to me. Shiming asks Feng Lang how the situation is going. Feng Lang asks him if he is done doing his stuff and tells him that the situation is not good based on what he can see. It turns out that a herd of rampaging beast monsters is on the way to their location. Upon viewing his telescope, he finds out there are fierce beasts in the east arriving at the outpost within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Lao Duan tells Bai Xiaoan that he should let him go, for they are on the same rope at that very moment. He also tells Bai Xiaoan that he doesn't want them to fight when the fierce beasts are on their way to the location. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan just looked down on him without saying anything. After that, Bai Xiaoan lets him go and tells him to stay away from him. Meanwhile, Xiao Gubai is just there beside Bai Xiaoan, waiting for him to finish his business. As they move outside, several members of the Red Ape Mercenary move back inside the lookout station. Lao Duvan tells them to hurry up and tell their deputy squad leader that it is getting extremely chaotic outside. Trouble alert. That being said, a flaming man appears on the top of the wall telling everyone not to panic. It turns out that it is the deputy squad leader of the Red Ape Mercenary, Qiming. Is it just me? Or is he really giving the vibes of Zora IDL from Black Clover? His hair, though, might be comparable to those of the Silva. Qiming explains to everyone that it is too late for them to run back to the city at that point. He further explains that only by resisting together and waiting for the rescue do they have a chance to survive. Bai Xiaoan is quite relieved that at least there are people who understand the situation. He then announces to everyone that he is Qiming, a silver-level beast master of the Red Ape Mercenary Squad. He even tells them that he will take care of the frontal battle, but they still need a beast master to guard the other side. After that, he asks the crowd who among them is willing to join the plan. Bai Xiaoan sees that there are quite a number of beast masters from the crowd. Unfortunately, the capable ones are not willing to join any mercenary squad. When Bai Xiaoan is about to volunteer, a sudden, a voice from the crowd is heard, claiming that he is also a silver-level beast tamer. Oops, it looks like someone's spotlight got stolen. Upon seeing who volunteered, Bai Xiaoan gets shocked and starts to wonder if he's even aware of what kind of situation he is currently in. It turns out that the one who volunteered was Ming Xiao, a rich young guy wearing eyeglasses and expensive clothes. He is the young master of the Ming family. He then asks Qi Ming to give him some firepower, and he guarantees everyone that he will hold them off. It's the confidence for me, bro. Meanwhile, Qi Ming thinks that he's just a stupid rich guy and wonders if he is really up for it. That being said, he asks Lao Duan and Feng Lang to take some people from mercenary teams and go to the other side with heavy weapons, to which the two immediately complies. Well, boosting the morale of the team is one of the leader's obligations. Then when the team for both sides got assembled, Qi Ming shouted at them to stay alive, which they all shouted back together. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan asks Qiao Gubai to stay behind him and be ready to protect herself, for the man who acts as their main leader is totally incompetent. Give him a chance. Bro, maybe he can really pull it off. Besides, when no one wanted to volunteer, he bravely did it. Nonetheless, Qiao Gubai agrees with what he said. Meanwhile, the scary silence starts to linger in the lookout station. This is the part of any story where at any moment, monsters will attack or something bad will happen. That being said, Qi Ming starts summoning his beast pet. Moments later, everyone starts to work to secure their place from the herd of monsters approaching the area. Here, a mysterious man starts praying. He prays for their mighty lord to be with them all and grant them the wisdom to win and the courage to endure all the troubles that they are about to face. Is that an awakening stone? Well, it pretty much looks like one. It turns out that this man is a young priest who reads their holy scripture. In his prayer, he prays for the mighty lord's blessings to be with him and all of his brothers and sisters in the area. Moreover, he said in his prayer that they would all humbly accept their mighty lord's word. At that moment, everyone hears his prayer. He continues reading the holy scripture, saying that their mighty lord's words have the power to save them from the sin of arrogance and to gain courage and humility with their mighty lord's blessings. Then, he ended the prayer by asking their mighty God to keep them safe from discouragement, sorrow, and weakness. Well, bro's prayer definitely hits the nerve of each one of them. Not long after, Lao Duan approaches and asks Bai Xiaoan if he is also a beast master. He even tells him that judging for how skillful he handles things, he must be quite powerful. Not to mention, he tells Bai Xiaoan that he thinks he is way better than Ming Xiao. Well, you were talking to the MC, so what else do you expect, bro? Nonetheless, Bai Xiaoan being himself, tells Lao Duan immediately that he seems not only a typical muscled guy, for his brain is also filled with muscles. Sheesh. Bro is low-key proud of himself. Hearing what he said, Lao Duan tells him that his mouth is quite sharp. Moreover, he also tells him that his little girlfriend looks very scared. That being said, Qiao Gubai is indeed very scared, and he is currently shaking while holding her dagger. When Bai Xiaoan touches his shoulder and asks her if she's okay, she instantly gets shocked, and her body trembles. With a very scared look, she assures him that she is fine. She was just a little nervous. That doesn't seem a little nervous to me. Sis. Nonetheless, Bai Xiaoan tells her that when the fierce beast rushes in later, she must keep a close distance from him, and everything will be alright. Bai Xiaoan and Qiao Gubai stand behind large metal containers while waiting for the signal to fight. Not long after, Lao Duan starts shouting at everyone to be ready to fight, for the beasts are coming soon. Sheesh, that is one huge firepower. Soon, the herd of monsters rushes to the lookout station. They look like tough canine units with a purple hair-like structure in their triangular head. Definitely, not your typical beast pet. Well, they seem like mutated monsters. On the other hand, Feng Lang is on the lookout tower and tells everyone not to fire yet, for the monsters are about to enter the minefield. Then just like that, a huge explosion happened, killing several monsters in the process. Lao Duan can't help but admire the minefield created by his amazing comrade, Ji Qing. However, the number of monsters who survived the minefield can still easily outnumber them. Feng Lang looks at his scope and says that the beasts are pretty tenacious while targeting the head of the monster. Then, he shoots powerful ammo from his very long sniper rifle, blowing off the head of the monster. What a strong bullet you got there, bro. Then, he continues to shoot the head of the monsters one by one. Despite magnificently killing the monsters, he immediately calls the attention of Lao Duan as some of the monsters pass through him and start to rush to his comrade's place. Meanwhile, there are some automatic machine guns over the walls to shoot the other monsters. However, some monsters still manage to slip away from Ji Qing's automatic machine guns. This, however, infuriates Ji Qing. She then asks Lao Duan why didn't he go after the monster after seeing it. Well, Sis definitely has a point. Lao Duan, on the other hand, told her that her mechanic gun's caliber was too small, and he didn't like it, for the biggest caliber was simply the best for him. Then, Lao Duan went all out, shooting the monsters aggressively. That being said, monsters are seen falling one by one. However, the monsters are too many, to the point that some still managed to reach and climb the walls of the lookout station. Bai Xiaoan saw the beasts and alerted everyone that bronze-level beasts were coming their way. That being said, the flashy Ming Xiao says that it's finally his turn to take action from a not-so-far distance. Bai Xiaoan looks at him completely pissed off. Well, it looks like Bro is pissed off that the spotlight was stolen from him again. On the other hand, Lao Duan orders them to throw down the gasoline can before it's too late. The other members of the Red Ape Mercenary did not waste any time, and they started dropping and throwing the gasoline cans at the monsters. Feng Lang targeted one of the cans, causing it to explode. Then all of the cans exploded in the fire, burning several monsters in the process. Seeing how synchronized their move is, Bai Xiaoan can't help but praise them for being quite something as adventurers. Hearing it, Lao Duan became so proud and told Bai Xiaoan that the strength of the Red Ape Mercenary group could be counted among the best in the entire wasteland. Moments later, as the fire continues to burn the monsters, their alpha arrives. It is way stronger than the normal monsters but looks quite similar except for its size and hair-like structure, which is turquoise in color. Soon after, all the remaining monsters gather around their alpha. Lao Duan sees that the main beast is coming their way. Of course, Bai Xiaoan also notices it. He then uses his Eye of the Apocalypse to check the stats and abilities of the monster. Bai Xiaoan finds out that it comes from the race of the Alchemy Ferocious Beast with Steel System from the high-grade Silver Realm. It has the Broken Iron, C-Class, talent, and qualifies as high-grade Silver. Moreover, it has 3 signature skills, Battle Cry and Rust Covering, both in Green Grade and Iron Jaw in Blue Grade. That being said, the monster uses its skill, Battle Cry, turning its hair-like structure into red color. Not only that, Battle Cry is a skill that boosts the power of his ally. That being said, all of the remaining purple monsters turn into red color like their alpha. Sheesh. This monster instantly mega evolves all of its minions. Feng Lang looks at his scope and targets the alpha. He then informs Lao Duan that they have about 7 or 8 silver-level monsters in the area. This immediately shocks him and asks him if he is being serious. That being said, Lao Duan immediately asks the Ming Xiao to go over a certain area to hold the backline, which he immediately follows and tells Lao Duan to leave it to him. Again, Bai Xiaoan looks at him, completely annoyed. Well, this is the 3rd time that the spotlight has been stolen from him. Ming Xiao then summons his beast pet, Golden Horned Frog. Whoa, that looks poisonous. As expected, the Eye of the Apocalypse shows that the beast comes from the race of the Golden Horned Frog with Gold System from the intermediate Silver Realm. It has flexible body, B-Class, talent, and qualifies as Advanced Gold. Moreover, it has 3 signature skills, Big Tongue and Metal Body both in Blue Grade and Toad Bomb in Green Grade. Well, his monster looks pretty tough if you will compare it to the stats of the alpha of the enemies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lookout station, Qi Ming, who is currently fighting along with his beast pet, realizes that the silver level ones are giving too much boost to the surrounding monsters. That being said, they need to kill those beasts first to control the monsters. Qi Ming then commands his beast pet, Red Flame Ape, to use Fire Fist Impact against its opponent. It was a tough exchange of blows and strikes, but it was not enough to kill the enemy beast. While the 2 beasts are ready to finish each other, Qi Ming commands Red Flame Ape to use its special move. Nonetheless, the enemy beast strikes Qi Ming's beast pet and almost gets beheaded in the process. Luckily, Red Flame Ape has an impressive reflex managing to dodge that deadly attack. Pissed off by its enemy, the Red Flame Ape uses its skill called Red Lotus Blast Boxing, delivering consecutive powerful flaming punches. This is very effective as the punches blast off the flesh and organs of the enemy beast. Sheesh. Saitama trains this beast pet. While the red flame ape continues to fight, Qi Ming receives a call that the military is already on the way and they will arrive in approximately 8 minutes. He then told his comrades to hold on a little longer, for the reinforcements were on their way. As they cheer for the announcement, one of Qi Ming's comrades instantly gets beheaded by an unknown attack. It looks like the enemy beast reinforcement has also arrived. The guys beside him can only stand in so much horror upon seeing his headless comrade, Mr. Zhang, when he looks from behind. A shadow of a female humanoid monster covers him, and before he can move another step, he instantly gets beheaded. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan fights the monsters with his water system. All of a sudden, he found himself being ganged up by 3 boosted monsters. Luckily, the monsters were pulled and stopped by a mysterious web. Then, he unleashes a strong water pressure from his body, knocking the remaining enemy beasts in the process. After that, Bai Xiaoan is quite surprised to see that she is the one who helped him. He then asks her if the mutated candlelight spider has been promoted to bronze level. She then revealed to him that she bought some materials from the black market for her beast pet, and it leveled up. Thanks to her mythical talent, everything happens to her by luck. The Eye of the Apocalypse reveals that her beast pet comes from the race of the mutated candlelight spider with fire system from the primary bronze realm. It has lava body, A-class, talent, and qualifies as advanced gold. Moreover, it has 2 signature skills, Melting Cut Spider Silk in blue grade and Candle Flame Burning Cluster in green grade. Hearing that, Bai Xiaoan cannot believe the amount of luck she has. Meanwhile, the boosted monsters start destroying the automatic machine guns of Ji Qing. Lao Duvan then admits that their firepower can no longer hold the herd of monsters, so he orders the beast masters to bring out their spiritual beasts. Hearing that, Ming Xiao commands his beast pet, Golden Horned Frog, to use its skill, Big Tongue. Then, all of a sudden, his beast pet unleashed its huge slimy tongue, pushing the enemies down the wall. Sheesh. The tongue is way bigger than his beast pet's body. Seeing everyone doing a great job, Bai Xiaoan feels very motivated to do great things too. That being said, he summons the mutated red-winged crow, which has evidently grown so much. Whoa, it is just me. Or its appearance truly resembles that of the Pidgeotto. This is the first time that Bai Xiaoan summons the mutated red-winged crow to fight. Then, just like that, his beast pet immediately showers the enemy with fire bullets, despite the fact that Bai Xiaoan calls it back not to mess around. The mutated red-winged crow does things as it wants. The attacks are so effective and powerful that they pierce through enemies' tough bodies. Pissed off, Bai Xiaoan lashes out as he has not given his command just yet. As expected from the mutated red-winged crow, it tells Bai Xiaoan that it is the embodiment of the sun. Why would it need his commands? Annoyed, Bai Xiaoan punches its head, giving it a head bump. Seeing him hit his own beast pet, Chavagubai, and her mutated candlelight spider, got extremely shocked. Well, these two have the friend-enemy type of bond. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lookout station, the area has no signs of beasts or humans. It turns out that they are hiding from a new monster that is way stronger than the previous ones. Qi Ming analyzes the monster and realizes that this humanoid monster is incredibly fast. He knows that he has no match for it at all. That being said, he figures out that the best thing for him to do is to hold on until reinforcement arrives. Out of nowhere, one of his allies loses his control and moves out of their hiding spot. This shocks Qi Ming, but is too late for him to stop his ally. He then moves out and showers the humanoid beast with bullets. And just like that, he instantly became beheaded. As the female humanoid monster stands still, her one hand holds the head of the guy. Now this is what you call big trouble. But can we all agree on how thick this monster is? The humanoid monster then senses its surroundings, and it throws the head of the guy he just killed. Qi Ming is holding his breath as he is just a few steps from his impending doom. He then receives a call informing him that the defense line to the east has been breached, and the herd of ferocious beasts is rushing toward the camp. This pisses him off as their misfortune that day never stops. That being said, he calls Feng Lang to do him a favor at 6 o'clock direction, to which Feng Lang immediately responds. As Feng Lang sights the beast with his scope, he tells their deputy squad commander that he owes him dinner that time and shoots the enemy with his sniper rifle. He then hits the head of the humanoid monster, and it flinches a little. At that moment, Qi Ming took the opportunity to attack it with its beast pet. The red flame ape uses his skill, Flame Blast, so it removes its eye patch and unleashes a strong beam of flame toward the humanoid beast. Well, I did not see that coming at all. The humanoid beast, however, easily dodges it. Then a huge explosion from the other side caught the attention of Bai Xiaoan, Feng Lang, and Lao Duan. That being said, Bai Xiaoan commands his beast pet to support the ones in need of help on the other side. Meanwhile, Qi Ming used his shield to protect himself and his beast pet from the rampaging humanoid monster. He then commands the red flame ape to go back to the royal beast space first. Not long after, the shield completely shattered, and the humanoid monster caught him. The monster then strangles his neck, ready to end his life. However, the mutated red-winged crow attacks the humanoid monster's arm, releasing Qi Ming in the process. Well, we should call it the save by the bird moment. Luckily, Lao Duan is there to catch Qi Ming. Lao Duan immediately asks his deputy squad leader if he is just okay. He then confirms that he is completely fine. However, Qi Ming also tells Lao Duan that if they cannot handle the humanoid beast, which is currently fighting against the mutated red-winged crow, they will surely going to die. That being said, Qi Ming is relieved that someone has to hold it down for them to get a chance. Feng Lang, on the other hand, decided to use the alchemical bullets made by Ji Qing to shut down the humanoid beast. He then calls his deputy squad leader to inform him that he owes him 2 meals, so he better not skip the bills again. As Feng Lang uses the alchemical bullet, his presence is very heavy. He then starts to worry that it might destroy his precious sniper rifle in the process. Then, just as he thought, it destroyed his sniper rifle with a single shot. The shot was so strong, and it blasted directly into the head of the humanoid monster. Feng Lang then calls his deputy squad leader to tell him that his sniper broke, and only the scope is left, so he has to compensate him. This guy's life is all about money and compensation. Quite annoying. Qi Ming then told him that he should call Ji Qing, for that is her field of expertise. He even commands him to find her. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan, along with the mutated red-winged crow, Qi Ming, and Lao Duan, are waiting to see what happened to the humanoid beast. Lao Duan says that it is probably impossible for the humanoid monster to stand up after that strong blast. However, Qi Ming disagrees and asks them to look properly, just as the dust and smoke subside. The thick humanoid monster is there standing still, ready to deliver its next attack. Using his scope, Feng Lang looks at the unscathed humanoid monster. He then saw it punches the ground, and it suddenly went missing. To his surprise, the monster is already right in front of him, ready to end his life. Then just like that, a huge explosion happened from the lookout tower where he stays. Bai Xiaoan stands in horror as he witnesses the humanoid beast's speed and agility as a gold level. When the humanoid monster comes out, it is holding the amputated mechanical arm of Feng Lang. I wonder if he survived that attack. From that location, the monster senses the spiritual power of the people below. That being said, the monster instantly appears behind Bai Xiaoan. Fortunately, he manages to activate the shield before it even touches him. Bai Xiaoan is in great fear and awe at the same time as the humanoid monster's speed is very difficult for the human eye to capture. The humanoid monster is very persistent in breaking the shield. That being said, Bai Xiaoan knows that the shield is about to collapse. Then just like that, the humanoid monster breaks through his barrier and is ready to behead Bai Xiaoan. All of a sudden, a sticky web pulls out Bai Xiaoan just right on time. And yes, it is none other than our spider girl, Qiao Gubei. Well, Sis manages to save Bai Xiaoan's life with her spider silk better than how Spider-Man failed to save Gwen with his spider silk. Apparently, when Qiao Gubei catches Bai Xiaoan, his head lands on her soft and bouncy melons, which makes the two blush in awkwardness. Bai Xiaoan then thanked her but said sorry at the same time. Qiao Gubei, on the other hand, told him that he was welcome and that what happened was just okay. Qiao Gubei did not waste any time and commanded her beast pet to use its skill called lava spray. Then, her beast pet shatters the ground and purple lava begins to come out. As the lava bursts on the location of the humanoid monster, it easily dodges them all. Noticing that the humanoid monster can easily dodge attacks, Bai Xiaoan realizes something. Even though its speed was fast enough, it could not dodge the gunfire attacks. On the contrary, it easily dodges all the spiritual power attacks from spirit beasts. In other words, it's highly likely that it can only sense fluctuations in spiritual power and not physical optical information. As soon as he figures it out, he informs the mercenary group that has thought of a way how to deal with the humanoid monster. Thus, he would need their help to do it, It looks like Bro figures out the enemy's weakness faster than how Sherlock Holmes unlocks mysteries. Meanwhile, Lo Duan and Qi Ming are seen running away from the battlefield. Bai Xiaoan then calls them out for their actions. Sheesh, coward alert. With only two of them left, Bai Xiaoan tells Xiao Gubai that they can only rely on each other from that moment, and he asks her to wait for the perfect moment to escape. All of a sudden, Ming Xiao appears with his golden horned frog. He then tells the two not to forget that they have his silver-level Beastmaster on their side. Without further introduction, he uses his talent called Possess to become one with the golden horned frog. That being said, the golden horned frog swallows his master alive. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoan and Xiao Gubai get shocked and weirded out by what they are witnessing. They cannot believe their eyes with what just happened. However, the golden horned frog starts to glow and shrinks into a humanoid size. After completing the possession process, Ming Xiao projects the iconic Spider-Man pose. Not gonna lie, he looks extremely gross. Meanwhile, the Eye of Apocalypse revealed that Possess is an A-level talent that allows a contracted spirit pet to be possessed. It further explains that once the mind and the soul are transformed into a state of physical and mental unity, the various attributes will greatly improve the new skills that can be used. Qiao Gubai feels so disgusted with the appearance of the Ming Xiao. However, Bai Xiaoan thinks of this differently. While it is ugly to Ming Xiao, his talent is a pretty useful skill to have. He prepares to attack the humanoid monster and starts releasing mucus all over its body. Feeling its enemy's spiritual power, the humanoid monster easily senses Ming Xiao and also prepares to attack. Ming Xiao uses Swamp Impact to instantly reach the humanoid monster. However, as expected from the humanoid monster, it easily dodges Ming Xiao's advances, and just like that, Ming Xiao was torn into pieces along with his beast pet. Bro literally jumps to its death. His death was not in vain, though, as Bai Xiaoan confirms that he was indeed right. The humanoid monster can only detect targets with spiritual power, and it seems to rely on spiritual power for its judgment. Bai Xiaoan then tells Qiao Gubai that their plan could be useful. On the other hand, Qiao Gubai doubts if she herself and tells Bai Xiaoan that she is afraid she cannot do it. Bai Xiaoan then holds her hand, looks at her with so much sincerity, and tells her that there is no problem. He reiterates that he believes in her, and she has to believe herself. Hearing it, Qiao Gubai starts blushing. Moreover, Bai Xiaoan tells her that she just did it earlier, so there is no reason for her not to be able to do it again. Soon after, the two, along with their beast pets, proceed with their plan. Bai Xiaoan moves to the specified location along with a mutated red-winged crow, while Qiao Gubai is left behind along with a mutated candlelight spider to do their separate plan. While walking, Bai Xiaoan assures her that he has 100% certainty that his plan will work. There you have it. Bro, it's always the unshakable confidence for me. He then approaches the humanoid monster that he calls Hammerhead Shark. Soon after, he releases his spiritual power to attract it. And as expected, she delivers a sneak attack from behind. Bai Xiaoan then instantly removes his spiritual power, confusing the humanoid monster in the process. Bai Xiaoan also figures out that while it moves fast, it actually hesitates every time it attacks. He notices the repetitive pattern of the humanoid monster's actions, so he unleashes a very huge water system power, huge enough to confuse the enemy beast where to attack. Then he succeeded, for the beast indeed stopped attacking out of confusion. Bai Xiaoan knows that in the eyes of the humanoid monster, there's only a dazzling radiance like flames. That being said, he orders his beast pet, mutated red-winged crow, to attack the enemy. From that huge water system presence, the flaming charge of the mutated red-winged crow appears and directly hits the humanoid monster. The attack manages to push the humanoid monster to the specified location. In this area, it is noticeable that webs and spider silks are all over the place. Well, we can only assume that it was Qiao Gubai's work. Right after pushing it, Bai Xiaoan commands the mutated red-winged crow to restrict its movement with the use of Flame Tornado. Just before the humanoid monster is able to come out from the open area of the Flame Tornado, Qiao Gubai asks the mutated candlelight spider to retract the web towards the Flame Tornado. Then, Bai Xiaoan commands the mutated red-winged crow to deliver its finishing blow, Nuclear Beam. Then just like that, a massive nuclear explosion happened in the lookout station. The explosion is very strong that was seen from a far distance. such as the Bolin City border checkpoint city wall. That being said, the explosion is so strong that the whole lookup station got blown up. Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai appear again after they come out from the mythical royal beast space of Bai Xiaoan. So, that's how they survive the explosion. They basically hide from a different dimension. What a wise thinker you are, bro. Bai Xiaoan asks Chao Gubai if she was alright, to which she immediately confirms. Just as they thought the fight was over, the humanoid monster's hand ascended from the ground. Chao Gubai points it out and tells Bai Xiaoan that it is not dead yet. Bai Xiaoan could not believe his eyes that after all his efforts, the monster was still alive. Apparently, its body already disintegrates, and its bones and flesh are already exposed, yet it can still move. That being said, Bai Xiaoan summons his giant-scaled fish to devour it. When his beast pet successfully swallows the humanoid monster, a huge strong force comes out from the giant-scaled fish's mouth. This action, however, has a side effect as red electricity starts to appear all over the beast pet's body. Oh, did bro endanger his own beast pet? Not long after, Bai Xiaoan also feels the exact same pain felt by the giant-scaled fish as red electricity appears from all over his body. That being said, Bai Xiaoan asks his beast pet to go back to the mythical royal beast space. Not long after, a secret tunnel underground opened, and it was none other than Lao Duan. He told everyone who hid in the underground tunnel that the battle should be done by that time. When they all come out, Qi Ming asks him to check the area to see if there's anyone who is still alive. The first thing Lao Duan saw was the chopped arm of Ming Xiao, who was killed by the humanoid monster. Imagine dying in a disgusting frog form, and your body got chopped and got burned by a nuclear explosion. Bro has just suffered the most miserable death in manhwa history. Poor Ming Xiao. May you not be reincarnated as a frog in your second life. Lao Duan tells them that the surroundings have been obliterated completely. There should not be anyone alive. On the other hand, Qi Ming still asks him to look at the other part to confirm his speculations. Not long after, Qi Ming saw Bai Xiaoan and Chao Gubai. Bai Xiaoan's vision starts to turn black. He saw the remaining member of the Red Ape mercenary. Moreover, he heard Lao Duan telling everyone that the rich man Ming Xiao did not survive. As his vision starts to turn even darker, Qi Ming approaches Bai Xiaoan and calls Lao Duan to come over and help the young man. And just like that, Bai Xiaoan completely fainted. In his subconscious mind, Bai Xiaoan finds himself descending underwater. He then heard a voice calling his name. He starts wondering who is calling him, and the huge eye of the giant-scaled fish appears from below. His beast pet seems to suffer in great pain, and he completely wakes up drenched in sweat while catching his breath. What a bad nightmare to wake up from. I just hope that the giant-scaled fish is completely fine. Chao Gubai, along with the Red Ape mercenary doctor, Sasha, checks up on him the moment he wakes up. Sasha told Chao Gubai that Bai Xiaoan should be fine. It turns out that he fainted because he used too much spiritual energy. Bai Xiaoan tells Sasha that it should not be happening to him. Then he starts thinking about how did the upper limit of his spiritual energy became that low. Soon after, Lao Duan appears and informs him that their boss is looking for him. That night, Bai Xiaoan comes out of the tent with Lao Duan to talk to Qi Ming, who is currently sitting near the bonfire. Qi Ming acknowledges the fact that he is already awake and tells him honestly that he did not expect him to beat the humanoid monster and survive the huge explosion at all. Well, it looks like someone is impressed with Bro's capabilities. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, doesn't want to believe to what he says, especially after they ditched them and escaped by themselves. Lao Duan calls out for him, speaking rudely to their leader. Qi Ming, however, tells him that he can blame him as much as he wants, but as the vice leader of the Red Ape mercenary, he has the responsibility to bring his men out alive. Qi Ming further explains that if only he had known earlier that he was strong enough to explode the checkpoint, he would not do what he did. That being said, he went straight to the point and asked Bai Xiaoan if he would be interested in joining them. Bai Xiaoan then reiterated the fact he should not think he would easily believe his words and just join like that just because he wants him to join. Bai Xiaoan thinks that if Qi Ming can ditch them once, he can definitely ditch them again for the second time. That sounds like a trust issue to me, but I can't blame you, bro. Qi Ming tells Bai Xiaoan that they have lost some men and they are not as powerful as before. Therefore, they cannot ensure the success rate of their mission. Apparently, their mission is to escort their customer to Jiaolin Town. But judging from the situation they have at the moment, they are evidently short of manpower. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan starts thinking about Jiaolin Town. which is where they will go in order to reach Jumu City. That being said, he thinks that it would be very convenient for them to follow them. Qimeng also added that Bai Xiaoan should not refuse too quickly, but they will not let him join for nothing. He tells Bai Xiaoan to compensate them properly. Qimeng offers to give him 30% of the money. Hearing the good proposition, Bai Xiaoan accepted the deal. However, Bai Xiaoan reiterated that he is not following him to work for him. Qimeng happily closed the deal while telling Bai Xiaoan that he is quite a money lover. Well, Bai Xiaoan is already rich. If only Qimeng knew, he wouldn't even dare to say it. Later that night, they reach the Jiaolin Town Red Ape Mercenary Team outpost. It is like a resting area in the middle of the wilderness. The armed vehicles of the adventure group are parked inside the wooden gate. When Bai Xiaoan and Qiao Gubai reach their destination, Lao Duan tells them that the journey is very tiring, for the motor keeps on breaking down and he has to repair it repeatedly. Oops, Bro's low-key complaining. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan starts to think that Qiao Gubai's talent has taken effect. Lao Duan, who is along with Qimeng, tells the two that they will rest in that area for that night and continue to Jiaolin Town later on. Bai Xiaoan then asks them why shouldn't they just enter the town directly. Qimeng then explains to him that the banana forest is extremely dangerous at night. Even gold rankers may die inside it. Apparently, Jiaolin Town is behind the banana forest. Not long after, an unknown rich woman starts complaining about why they have not reached Jiaolin Town yet. Then, all of them look at who caused the commotion. It turns out that it was a loud, rich woman along with her loyal husband. Then, the man standing behind them is the young priest earlier, Sasha. On the other hand, tells her to shut up if she doesn't want to die, for she is attracting all the beasts in the forest. The unknown rich woman did not like what Sasha said to her. Thus, she lashes her anger out and asks if she knows who she is. She reiterated that her brother, the mayor of Jiaolin Town, is also a gold rank expert beastmaster. Himph. What an annoying lady. No wonder why she is not popular. On the other hand, her husband agrees with Sasha and tells his wife that she is correct. Even though he disagrees with his wife, we can definitely conclude, based on his appearance, that he is submissive to her. Not yet satisfied with her rants, the unknown rich woman shouted to all of the Red Ape mercenary group that she did not spend her money to suffer. Hearing this, Qimeng got highly annoyed. Bai Xiaoan then thinks that she is so foolish. To him, it is very wrong to dare to offend your bodyguards in the wilderness, for you can never tell what may happen and what they may do to you. I agree. Bro. She is a foolish lady with a loud mouth. The place where they stay has cool-looking tree cottages or rooms with glass and wooden walls. Not to mention they look so comfortable because the leaves of the trees almost engulf them. Not long after, Qimeng tells Bai Xiaoan and Qiao Gubai that they will stay in that place for a night and will depart tomorrow morning. Something smells fishy with their action. Bai Xiaoan, Qiao Gubai, and the wealthy couple are put in one room with a bonfire and a liquid-like chemical that is boiled under extreme heat. Bai Xiaoan thinks it is very rudimentary and feels terrible about it. As the liquid chemical evaporates, the smell gives Bai Xiaoan a strange feeling. Then he figures out that there is something wrong with it. Meanwhile, Qiao Gubai starts to feel dizzy after inhaling the vapor from the liquid chemical. It seems like the Red Ape mercenary turns its back on them. Indeed, it's hard to trust people when it comes to money. Moments later, the Red Ape mercenary group enters the room wearing face masks to avoid inhaling the liquid chemical vapor. Lao Duan asks Sasha, the chemical specialist of their group, if the plan turns out as expected or if the 4 people fainted already. With so much amazement in Sasha's work, Ji Qing told them to see it themselves. I knew it. They are up to something. When they entered the room, they witnessed the 4 lying on the floor, completely unconscious. Lao Duan felt amazed at how everyone fainted and praised the drug for its effectiveness. Soon after, they start taking their bodies. Lao Duan asks everyone why they are only doing that at that moment. However, at the back of his mind, he feels the rich woman is quite heavy compared to her husband. Put those muscles to work, bro. Meanwhile, Ji Qing starts poking Bai Xiaoan, just like the rest, if he completely faints. Seeing him lying unconscious on the floor, Qimeng told everyone that Bai Xiaoan had great combat power and he could replace Mad Wolf's position on the way to their destination. He also added that it is easier for them to succeed after they gain his trust. What a bunch of schemers. Later on, they put handcuffs on Bai Xiaoan. Qimeng looks closer at Bai Xiaoan, who is currently unconscious along with Qiao Gubai. Upon his observation, he thinks he is a young master from a prestigious family who is simply training in the wilderness. That said, Qi Meng told everyone to investigate his identity and ask for a hefty sum of money. He even told them that if they could earn a lot of money while Bailin City was in a mess, they could retire earlier and not have to put their lives at stake anymore. Lao Duan starts counting them all when they have successfully completed their task. It did not take too long for him to realize that one was missing among the 5. A sudden hand clap breaks in the silence and shocks the Red Ape mercenary group members. It turns out that the missing person is the priest from earlier. Wah! This character is so suspicious from the very beginning. As expected from him, he started praying the moment he revealed himself. He then told them that the Mother of Spiders or the Almighty Lord said let there be light, so there was light. He continued and told everyone that the Almighty Lord said let there be land, so the land was created. After that, he told them that the Almighty Lord's wisdom and grace may protect him, her most faithful servant. Seeing that one person did not faint, Qi Meng sarcastically asks Sasha if she can do her job properly because the priest is fine. Well, that's the sad reality. Even if you did most of the task perfectly, one mistake would invalidate all your efforts. This, however, cannot be believed by Sasha, for she knows that her drug can even put an elephant out. Lao Duan then prepares his shotgun to blow his enemy's head. He then points the gun at him and asks him who he is. Moreover, he tells him to stop giving him that pastor shit. On the other hand, the unfazed weirdo priest told everyone to calm down and talk peacefully instead. When he raises his left hand, the devil's spider cult symbol can be seen on his palm. Sheesh. Bro is the biggest irony in this story. Imagine he works and preaches as a priest of God but belongs to the devil's cult. Seeing the symbol, Qi Meng immediately recognizes it, and he asks if he is from the spider demon sect. We can say that the priest is fearless because 2 armed people are pointing guns at him, but he stays calm like nothing is wrong. While everyone is busy, it is revealed that Bai Xiaoan is actually conscious. Good acting skills. Bro, you deserve the Oscars. Bai Xiaoan did not expect the priest to come from the devil's spider cult. He then said that what happened to them was an unexpected gain. Moments earlier, when he felt something strange about their situation, he had been informed about the drug, for the Eye of Apocalypse warned him about the paralyzing drug effect in the boiling liquid. Bai Xiaoan pretended to bite the bait and put his mask on. Wise choice? Bro. Bai Xiaoan thought that they were just ordinary kidnappers. He did not expect to believe the devil's spider cult would be involved. With all the revelations, he decided to wait and see how things would turn out. As fearless as he is, Qi Meng asked the weird priest what business the devil's spider cult have with them. The creepy priest then told them that he was the direct agent of the devil's spider cult. Moreover, he is known by his codename, Alpha, and his job is to recruit geniuses in their cult. He immediately clarified that he did not intend to mess with them. He only wants the 2 Beastmasters, Bai Xiaoan and Qiao Gubai. It looks like Bro is claiming items without any proof of purchase, as if you can get them as quickly as that. He further explains that the cult is looking for talented individuals like them who can defeat a gold-ranked beast that is much stronger than them. On the other hand, Qi Meng tells him it is a remarkable coincidence, for they are his goods, and he can sell them to him if he wants to buy them both. He even told him that they could negotiate the price. The weird priest, however, told him that he misunderstood what he said, for the devil's spider cult never does business with anyone. Qi Meng then asks him if that means he wants to freeload on them. Suddenly, 2 female devil's spider cult members appear behind him. After noticing it, Lao Duan was shocked and wondered how the 2 people seemed out of nowhere on Earth. Meanwhile, the Eye of Apocalypse reveals to Bai Xiaoan that they are holograms. Then he saw beside him a hologram projector, which is also indicated by the Eye of Apocalypse. Little did they know while conversing with the weird priest, a sniper was already targeting the priest. Then, a standard sniper rifle filled with strong masking tapes shoots a bullet. It looks like Feng Lang, the sniper bro, managed to survive. And just like that, the bullet blows off the priest's left arm. As expected, Qi Meng and the other team members wonder who shot him. Then, from a radiophone reception, Feng Lang reveals that he is alive and does it. Knowing he is alive, Qi Meng and the others feel so happy. Soon after, Feng Lang mentioned how many meals Qi Meng owed him. On the other hand, Qi Meng tells him to cut the nonsense, for the weird priest is not dead, which means he missed his shot. Feng Lang tells him over the phone that his gun is broken. So, Qi Meng should be thankful that he hit him. Not long after, Lao Duan discovers the hologram projectors on the wooden floor and tells Qi Meng that he is just using holograms. Still, in reality, he is alone by himself. Knowing this, the whole gang gets ready to punish him severely. Meng asks him why he dares to play tricks on them if he is only that strong. The priest, already in great pain after losing his left arm, felt extremely scared. He then threatens them that the priest is already on the way to the location. Thus, if they dare to touch him, they will die horribly. The Red Ape mercenary group does not care what he says. As they start kicking him, Meng calls him a scumbag after threatening them to die a horrible death. Lao Duan tells him that he will sell him as a prostitute. On the other hand, Sasha said she would fetch one of his kidneys. Wah! Mercenary group turns wild. In the middle of the night, the moon majestically shines with the stars above the dark sky. The other members of the Devil's Spider cult, who ride what seem like dragon-bird beasts, enter the area of the banana forest. One of the masked men tells the Almighty Priest that they have already arrived at the banana forest. The Almighty Priest then asks them to prepare for their landing. He also hopes that Alpha is right that time. That being said, they rush to the House Tree May village. As the flying beast cries, Meng hears them and asks Lao Duan what that sound is. Alpha instantly switches to his evil mode and tells them they are done. For the Almighty Priest has arrived. And just like that, a vast impact destroys the treehouse. Witnessing the massive explosion, Bai Xiaoan starts wondering what is happening. Then, the Almighty Priest appears before Alpha while riding a colossal dragon bird-like beast. As expected, Alpha felt so relieved that his ally finally came. Meanwhile, the Eye of Apocalypse revealed that the beast comes from the race of the corpse beast that has reached the Pinnacle Gold realm. It has the Eye of Fear talent and qualifies as Pinnacle Gold. Moreover, it has 3 signature skills: Enigmatic Flames, Illusion of Fear, and Shadow Rush, all in purple grade. When the man steps down from the back of the monster, a strong presence emanates from him. He immediately asks Alpha where he is. Alpha told him that he was behind him, referring to the 2 youngsters who were unconscious. Basically, the Almighty Priest is looking for Bai Xiaoan and Qiao Gubai. With the help of the Eye of Apocalypse, it is revealed that the name of the masked leader is Arthur, and he has a talent called Spirit Domain Black Gate. Moreover, he belongs to the Golden Peak realm and possesses 4 beasts. Sheesh, this is a strong opponent, for sure. When he looked at Bai Xiaoan, he felt the intimidating aura of the Almighty Priest. As expected, the Red Ape mercenary group stops him. Lao Duan asks him what he wants to do. The Almighty Priest, however, politely asks them to move away. Then the solid purple aura starts oozing from his body. Meng curses him, but he immediately stops after realizing he cannot move his body. It turns out that the Almighty Priest just passes through them, and his power envelops them all over their body, restricting them from doing anything. I could definitely smell massive trouble with this masked guy. When the Almighty Priest is just a few inches away from Bai Xiaoan, he starts praying and says, "Oh, Mother of all spiders, save these 2 lost children." Bai Xiaoan starts to feel the danger the man can bring him, so he alerts himself. Suddenly, the Almighty Priest removes what seems like an eggplant-shaped flask containing a mysterious chemical and a needle. The Eye of Apocalypse revealed that the weird chemical is the Spider Venom Ascension Elixir. It is a spiritual medicine concocted by combining the essence of the illusion demon spider with various medicinal herbs. When injected into a human being, it allows and enhances the control of the injective's realm of existence. Bro made it sound so complicated. If you get injected with that, the cult can control you. As the Almighty Priest continued to pray, he told Bai Xiaoan that his spirit may guide them out of the mist and towards the promised land. Then, he starts his first attempt to inject Bai Xiaoan with the Spider Venom Ascension Elixir. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, realizes that he is trying to control them using the elixir. Bai Xiaoan uses his power to break free from the handcuffs. Then, he stops the hand of the Almighty Priest from injecting him with the elixir. Bai Xiaoan apologizes and tells him he doesn't like evil men's services. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever, bro." Bai Xiaoan unleashes his strong power that shatters the elixir and forces the Almighty Priest to cast a shield. Seeing this, he realizes that Bai Xiaoan loves doing trivial tricks. He repeatedly tries to wake Qiao Gubai up, but she is too affected by the paralyzing drug effect. In that dangerous situation, Bai Xiaoan thinks they must escape the place first. Thus, he uses another evaporating wave to separate him from the Almighty Priest. This attack, however, is immediately retaliated by the Almighty Priest. However, Bai Xiaoan did not really intend to use that to attack him, but to escape from him. Clever and tricky. Well, that's definitely Bai Xiaoan. Realizing what happened, the Almighty Priest got too pissed off, and he asked his minions to chase them down. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan hides behind a big tree, and he repeatedly tries to wake her up. He even asks him if she feels better, but she is still unresponsive. This made him realize that the paralyzing drug effect of the liquid sedative she inhaled was too strong. Poor girl. In that moment of uncertainty, Bai Xiaoan asks the Eye of Apocalypse to scan the surrounding environment. As expected from our favorite massive googly eye entity, he never fails Bai Xiaoan. Instantly, it examines the whole area. That being said, the Eye of Apocalypse revealed a robust primordial beast nearby. This weird-looking banana turns out to be a strong spirit beast. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, it belongs to the race of the banana hunter with the wood system from the advanced silver realm. It has the fragrance of banana, B-classed, talent, and qualifies as intermediate gold. Moreover, it has 3 signature skills: the fragrance of bananas in the blue grade, hunting banana vines, and biming of banana vines, both in the green grade. That being said, Bai Xiaoan starts to wonder if the banana forest beast is the one that's blocking the way out. Since Bai is still under the effect of the sedatives, their movements are limited, and there are still pursuers in the sky. Bai Xiaoan starts wondering what he should do next. Bro was highly stressed out. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan decided to use his royal beast space again to hide Bai. He suddenly remembers how they survived the nuclear explosion using the same method, so somehow he gets convinced that he is on the right track. After solving the problem with Bai, he starts thinking about how to handle the pursuers. There is also a huge banana forest beast that can impose danger at any time. However, Bai Xiaoan suddenly thought of using the darkness of the night and the banana forest beast to his advantage at that time. Meanwhile, the Red Ape mercenary group still cannot move a muscle due to the power of the Almighty Priest. Well, they have the taste of their own medicine when they use the paralyzing drug effect on Bai Xiaoan and Bai. On the other hand, Alpha starts calling the Almighty Priest. He begs him for help, but the Almighty Priest does not care about him. Soon after, he tells him that the mother of the spiders may guide his soul into the promised land. This, of course, shocks Alpha. Suddenly, the Almighty Priest uses his power to take the soul of Alpha. Then his body begins to disintegrate. Witnessing his cruel action, Lao Duan wonders how to kill his man. Meanwhile, Qi Meng calls Feng Lang to ask about the situation. Feng Lang informs him that his sniper rifle is wholly broken. Thus, he cannot help them at that very crucial time. Upon hearing that, frustration enters the mind of Qi Meng, and he starts thinking if that is the moment when he will meet his end. Not long after, one of the minions of the Almighty Priest came back to inform him that they had found Bai Xiaoan, but the girl was missing. As the body of Alpha continues to disintegrate, he tells his minion to bring Bai Xiaoan to him first. Bai Xiaoan intentionally appears in the sight of the enemies. He wants them to chase him and reach a distance from the banana forest beast. Luckily, Bai Xiaoan's plan works, for the enemy takes his bait. The moment the enemies moved closer to him, Bai Xiaoan activated his water system shield to avoid getting caught. Sensing Bai Xiaoan's enormous power, the banana forest beast gets triggered. All of a sudden, its large vines get wild, restricting and binding the corpse beast to move any further. That said, even the enemies riding the corpse beasts get caught by the tree's vines. One of them discovers that the beast is a wooden spiritual beast. This spirit beast shares the cell of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and just like that, the enemies were instantly defeated. Witnessing that everything goes according to his plans, Bai Xiaoan felt very happy. Apparently, he anticipated everything that happened with his enemies. Bai Xiaoan learns from the Eye of Apocalypse that the banana forest beast only attacks creatures that invade its territory. Since the enemy's corpse beasts' bodies are too big, they can reach the banana forest beast's territory when they move closer to him. Hence, he is safe as long as he stands at the edge of the beast's territory. That being said, the banana forest beast will perceive those who enter as invaders and will attack them violently. On top of everything, when the banana forest beast detected an enemy, it will transform into its battle form, which looks like a rotting corpse of a dead woman. When its territory invaders are successfully caught, it will punish them with the most threatening gesture. Is it just me, or does the complete form of this banana forest beast resemble the giant humanoid monsters in Attack on Titans? Let's call it the Tree Titan. The anger of the banana forest beast is seen as it squeezes the enemies. Not to mention, the mysterious pink glowing flowers appear from the compressed bodies of the enemies. Soon after, the banana forest beast, also known as Banana Hunter, will suck away their powers. After that process, the only things remaining from the enemies are their clothes, skeleton as the flesh disintegrates, and the sucking of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, From the bottom of the banana forest beast are shiny banana fruits. The Eye of Apocalypse reveals to Bai Xiaoan that the banana fruit from this beast is a silver-grade material rich in vibrant life energy. This specific form of energy can heal various injuries and ailments. Wow, this one should be called the miraculous banana fruit. After learning it from the Eye of Apocalypse, Bai Xiaoan thinks that its life energy can substitute some materials used in life essence potions. Therefore, he cast a sharp water splash to cut the stalk that holds the bunch of bananas. After catching it, Bai Xiaoan realizes how great its smell it is. In fact, he thinks that the smell of the bananas is so addictive. However, he returned to his senses and realized that he had already entered the territory of the banana forest beast. When he looks at the banana forest beast, it is too busy absorbing the spiritual energy of the enemies. Then he sneaks out with the stolen banana fruit, thinking he will be fine. Unfortunately, when Bai Xiaoan moves out of the banana forest beast's territory, he accidentally steps on a resting frog. That being said, the frog produced a strong sound. Bai Xiaoan then kicks the frog as quickly as possible. However, another frog jumps into the stolen banana fruits when he hides under the bush. This made Bai Xiaoan wonder if he was cursed to attract frogs. Maybe they want a kiss from you, bro, for them to turn into a beautiful princess. When the frog jumps away from him, the banana forest beast instantly notices it. Oh, bro is in trouble. When he checks what is behind him, Bai Xiaoan sees the banana forest beast ready to grab him. Then, a loud shout from Bai Xiaoan reverberates in the forest. Moments later, when the almighty priest tried to reach out to his minions to ask about the situation, the call dies before they can even say more details. Soon after, the almighty priest prays to their almighty lord that they need extra hands. The almighty priest then told Team Alpha their spirit would become part of the Great Spider Queen. Suddenly, the almighty priest casts a spell from the soul of Alpha, and 4 bizarre-looking spider-like creatures appear on his hand. Seeing that, Qimeng freaks out but cannot do anything about it, for he cannot move. Then, the almighty priest commands the bizarre-looking spider-like creature to go to every Red Ape mercenary group member. The bizarre-looking spider-like creature starts climbing their bodies, which freaks them out. However, since they are put under a petrifying spell, they cannot do anything about it. Soon after, the almighty priest tells them that they must obey his orders from then on. It turned out that the bizarre-looking spider-like creatures attached themselves to the nape of the Red Ape mercenary group members. The almighty priest revealed to them that the explosive spiders on their necks would detonate if they would not follow, which pissed off Qimeng. Meanwhile, the banana forest beast continues to chase down Bai Xiaoan. As he runs for his life while holding the bunch of banana fruit, Bai Xiaoan wonders if that will end his journey. Chill. Bro, you have the plot armor, so you will not die quickly. Luckily, Bai Xiaoan managed to jump high enough to save himself from the attack of the banana forest beast. He runs and jumps that night to save himself from the rampaging beast. Soon, Bai Xiaoan manages to hide in a thicker bush. Bai Xiaoan, with his bombastic side eyes, thinks that he is fortunate he just flew out from the territory of the banana forest beast. Afterward, Bai Xiaoan hid the bananas inside his mythical royal beast space. He even thinks that the abilities of the plant-type spirit beasts are so powerful. He even added that he doesn't know if he can make a contract with one of them. From his location, Bai Xiaoan felt that someone out there was coming on his way. He then quickly hides behind a big tree upon realizing that the Devil's Spider Cult people are chasing after them. Meanwhile, Lao Duan is seen with the Red Ape mercenary group members searching for them. Lao Duan starts wondering how the fudge they will be able to find in that forest in the middle of the night. Not long after, the almighty priest starts praying to their mother of spiders, their almighty lord, to show her servant the way. Then, a powerful purple aura was released around the area. As expected, this will be detected by the Eye of Apocalypse. It warns Bai Xiaoan of the imminent danger, which shocks Bai Xiaoan. A cluster of tiny purple lights coming from the wand of the almighty priest reveals Bai Xiaoan's location. Hoops! Bro is in trouble again. When he saw Bai Xiaoan, the almighty priest alerted the Red Ape mercenary group to go over his hiding place. Bai Xiaoan starts wondering how the Red Ape mercenary group members join forces with the Devil's Spider Cult. All of a sudden, Ji Xing appears from the bush and points a gun at Bai Xiaoan. She even tells him to not move because he has been surrounded already. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoan raises his arms like he is under arrest by a police officer and wonders what the heck is going on because his luck has been so bad. Not wanting to give up easily, Bai Xiaoan can only rely on his old trick to get away with his pursuers. Then, he wonders how many times he has used that spell that day. That being said, he manages to escape them once again. Soon after, Lao Duan asks Bohemia if she's okay. By the way, Ji Qing's name has been changed to Bohemia, but let's use Ji Qing as her name for consistency. Ji Qing told her he was fine, but Bai Xiaoan managed to escape. After that, the almighty priest asks them why they just stand there when they should hurry up and chase Bai Xiaoan. Qi Meng angrily approaches and tells him that except for him and his team, no one else in that area is a beast master, for the abilities of the beast master are beyond the reach of ordinary people. On the other hand, the almighty priest asks him if he wants to remind him that there's a bomb on their necks. Hearing that, the Red Ape mercenary group members all suddenly become quiet as they realize what kind of situation they are in. Pissed off, the almighty priest asks Qi Meng what qualifications he has to negotiate terms with him. It looks like this almighty priest has too much high regard for himself. Qi Meng starts thinking if the almighty priest is looking down on him for not being qualified. Suddenly, Feng Lang calls Qi Meng to ask if they are okay. Qi Meng then informs him that they have bombs on their necks. Upon learning about the bombs, Feng Lang tells him that he is currently near their location and he can assist them. Qi Meng, however, stops him from taking any further steps. He told him to wait a moment, for the mechanism of the bomb was still unclear. He even added that only if they figured it out would they endure it in the meantime, which Feng Lang agreed with. At a not-so-far distance, a hiding Bai Xiaoan behind the trees starts feeling pain after the red electricity-like structure emerges from his hand. After feeling the same pain from earlier, Bai Xiaoan can't help but worry. The Eye of Apocalypse warns him that the source inside his body is damaged and the recovery of spiritual power weakened. Thus, the upper limit of spiritual power is halved. That one sounds like real trouble. Bro needs help, and he needs it as soon as possible. Bai Xiaoan tells himself that he used too much physical power that day and has no idea how long the pain will last. Soon after, the Eye of Apocalypse alerted him of an imminent danger. Qi Meng, his beast pet, and comrades command Bai Xiaoan to come out. The Eye of Apocalypse revealed that Qi Meng has a talent called Power Enhancement C-Class and belongs to the Intermediate Silver Realm. Qi Meng has 3 pets, Red Flame Monkey, Magma Chameleon, and Ground Beetle. As he looks at them, Bai Xiaoan cannot understand what could be the reason why the Red Ape mercenary group joined the Devil's Spider cult. Not long after, he notices something attached to their necks, revealed by the Eye of Apocalypse as explosive spiders. Realizing the situation, Bai Xiaoan discovers they are coerced by the enemies. Bai Xiaoan then summons the mutated red-winged crow to do something about the situation. However, he reiterates that it should not kill them as he needs to talk to them. The mutated red-winged crow slaps Bai Xiaoan with his left wing and tells him everything is already understood. His beast pet even asks Bai Xiaoan if he has thought of a plan to protect himself. After saying that, the mutated red-winged crow flies quickly, while the wholly pissed off Bai Xiaoan tells it not to make the same mistake as last time. The mutated red-winged crow, on the other hand, tells him that he talks too much. Well, his beast pet is the only one who can satisfyingly bash him. Soon after, the mutated red-winged crow flies around the Red Ape mercenary group. Sasha, the first one who notices it, asks everyone what is the thing that she sees in the sky. As it continues to fly higher, Sasha asks everyone if it is a shooting star, which Lao Duan disagrees with. Realizing what it is, Lao Duan gets shocked. Then, a massive explosion happened where they stood. Qi Meng saw that it was the beast pet of Bai Xiaoan, so he immediately commands his beast pet to attack it. The red flame monkey delivers a sneak attack, which is immediately noticed by the mutated red-winged crow. When the red flame monkey tries to punch the mutated red-winged crow with its flaming fist, the mutated red-winged crow dodges it faster than the speed of light. Sheesh. The flash is shaking. Soon after, the mutated red-winged crow accumulates massive firepower and delivers his skill, Blazing Sun Fire. This skill created rings of fire that targeted the red flame monkey. Qi Meng cannot deny that Bai Xiaoan's beast pet is strong. From where he stands, Qi Meng notices the almighty priest not planning to make any move. Meanwhile, the red flame monkey removes its eye patch and blasts a flame toward the mutated red-winged crow. Lao Duan also launches some of his giant ammo to attack Bai Xiaoan's pet. However, he cannot hit the bird spirit beast no matter how hard he tries. Thus, he admitted that he could not even shoot it with the giant shotgun. That said, the mutated red-winged crow flies in mid-air and prepares to attack Lao Duan. At an incredible speed, Bai Xiaoan's beast pet tackles the abdomen of Lao Duan and quickly moves away. He accidentally hits his head on a rock when he falls, making him unconscious. That undoubtedly hurts a lot, bro. Suddenly, the red flame monkey appears, ready to crush Bai Xiaoan with his flaming fist. Bai Xiaoan tries to stop Qi Meng and tells him they can discuss it. However, Qi Meng has no plan to stop his beast pet, so Bai Xiaoan has no choice but to use his shield. The attack is strong enough to push Bai Xiaoan backward with his shield. With his fire system, Qi Meng told him they had nothing to discuss, but for some reason, he does have a request, so he must take Bai Xiaoan away. Bai Xiaoan, with his water system, on the other hand, asks him if he thinks he will cooperate with the Red Ape mercenary group. After hearing what he says, Qi Meng and Bai Xiaoan tell each other that there's bound to be a fierce battle between them. This match should be called Silver-Haired Beast Tamers, Water versus Fire. Quickly, Qi Meng flew midair and blasted off an intense fire attack. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan uses a massive water shield to block the charge of Qi Meng. Meanwhile, the red flame ape continues to use the laser beam flames while the mutated red-winged crow keeps dodging the flame attacks. Qi Meng continues to attack Bai Xiaoan. Unfortunately, the electric-like structures emerge again from his body, which worries Bai Xiaoan. Qi Meng calls the attention of Bai Xiaoan, a bronze-level beast master, and asks him why he can use a shield. He further asks if it is some kind of technology for rich people. As the fire attack of Qi Meng continues to crush his shield, Bai Xiaoan knows that his spiritual power cannot hold up anymore. That being said, Bai Xiaoan thinks he should just push his shield out. This is an excellent yet desperate move at the same time. Seeing what he did, Qi Meng can't help but praise him for being so imaginative. He then tells Bai Xiaoan that he cannot believe he pushed the shield over. However, Qi Meng tells him that their fight is not the same as his school battle practice, and he stands with his flaming aura and his body positioned like a crucifix. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan keeps enduring the pain caused by the red-like electric-like structure in his body. Qi Meng explains that real-life Beastmaster battles have no rules or restrictions. Then, he uses his talent, Strength Enhancement, as revealed by the Eye of Apocalypse. Seeing that he is coming at him, Bai Xiaoan freaks out and thinks if that is his end time. In no time, Qi Meng reaches Bai Xiaoan and takes him down with enhanced strength. He even told Bai Xiaoan that he grew up in the streets. When they crash to the ground, Bai Xiaoan feels extreme pain and almost loses consciousness. Qi Meng did not stop from that as he punched Bai Xiaoan. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan clocks his punch and tells him that the Devil's Spider Cult is the public enemy of the Federation. That said, Bai Xiaoan asks if they help them catch him, will the enemy leave them alive? This frustrates Qi Meng as he knows Bai Xiaoan is spitting facts. Then Qi Meng asks him what does a guy like him know. Out of nowhere, Bai Xiaoan holds his head and gives him a strong headbutt. Oops. Bro uses Tanjiro's infamous skill. The impact was so strong that it almost left Qi Meng unconscious. As the table turns, Bai Xiaoan, holding him down to the ground, tells Qi Meng that he knows they are being threatened. Furthermore, Bai Xiaoan reveals he has a method to help them solve their problem with the spider bomb on their necks. Qi Meng asks him if he has a solution and why he should trust him. Then, Bai Xiaoan reveals that he knows their friend with a severed arm is hiding behind the bushes at their back. Soon after, Feng Lang receives a signal to shoot him. However, Feng Lang threw a smoke screen instead. As the smoke spreads, Feng Lang approaches their location and tells Bai Xiaoan not to move, for a gun is ready to blow his head off. Qi Meng smirks and informs Bai Xiaoan that they are prepared to solve the problem soon. As the thick smoke subsides, the Almighty Priest can see people coming out of it. Qi Meng calls his attention and brings to him the unconscious Bai Xiaoan. After that, Qi Meng asks him to let them go. However, the Almighty Priest tells them to get Qiao Gubai too. Well, bro loves the concept of abuse of power. This pisses Qi Meng off, and he approaches the priest angrily. He tells him what he wants differs from what they agreed upon initially. The Almighty Priest then reminded them about the bomb spiders around their necks. Qi Meng, however, tells him to forget about it, for the bomb spiders will be a thing of the past soon anyway. Out of nowhere, Feng Lang shoots the Almighty Priest. As expected, the Almighty Priest will detect it and instantly block the gunshot. Little did the Almighty Priest know the gunshot was just a signal for the rest of the gang to attack him. This shocks the Almighty Priest, for he did not expect them to have the audacity to turn their backs on him. Well, sir, learn to expect the unexpected. To make the story clear, A few minutes ago, Bai Xiaoan, who is held captive, advises Qi Meng to think about his proposal. Qi Meng then signals him to keep quiet. Feng Lang whispers to Bai Xiaoan that he is still determining if the bomb spider has an eavesdropping function, so he must keep his low voice if he has to say something. This made Bai Xiaoan realize the true purpose of setting off the smoke bombs. It turns out that the smoke bombs are used to prevent the almighty priest from seeing them. After learning that, Bai Xiaoan grins and proudly tells them in his normal voice that they don't have to worry, for he has already investigated the bomb spiders. Bai Xiaoan ensures they don't have eavesdropping functions. They are just ordinary mutant spirit beasts. When Feng Lang signals to lower his voice, Bai Xiaoan looks at him with his bombastic side eyes and asks why else wouldn't he be speaking loudly. As arrogant as usual. All thanks to his Eye of Apocalypse. He can pretend to be the most brilliant lad in the world. That said, Qi Meng tells him to reveal his plan. At the present time, they went all out to execute the said plan. Following Bai Xiaoan's procedure, first, Lao Duan should lock him. The bomb spiders around their necks have low intelligence, so the almighty priest can only give them orders for the cane he is holding with his hand. The plan A is to block his movements and not let him use his mysterious staff. At that point, all they need to do is to destroy his cane to release control of the bomb spiders. Sasha will then execute her participation to destroy the cane on the first attempt. However, the almighty priest is a gold-level beastmaster, which means he may more likely be able to resist. Bai Xiaoan then tells everyone to be ready for the backup plan. As the almighty priest lashes out his anger, he can retaliate and attack Sasha, so he will help Sasha to survive. After he gets out of their control, Bai Xiaoan reveals to them that the almighty priest will detonate the bomb right after. Bai Xiaoan reveals that this is the most dangerous part. However, the bomb spiders have a long detonation fuse and do not explode immediately. This is the time when he is most defenseless, so agile people like Ji Qing can deliver sneak attacks. However, it might still be useless if the almighty priest can detect her movements. Bai Xiaoan further explains to them that although his shield is powerful, it will be useless if one is too close to him. That said, Ji Qing can be the most significant key in destroying the cane by throwing a dagger at its living spirit beast. Worono Ozuro's sister is vital for the plan to succeed. After successfully destroying the cane, they are all happy that the plan works. Soon after, the spider bombs on their backs start dying. Lao Duan cannot control himself from expressing relief that he finally got rid of the spider bomb. Upon freeing themselves from the control of the almighty priest, Qi Meng angrily tells him to go to hell. Hearing that, the almighty priest throws Ji Qing to Qi Meng. Poor girl. Luckily, Lao Duan is there to save the day. Right after the four reunited, Qi Meng tells the rest of the Red Ape mercenary group members to run while they still can. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, had already anticipated this would happen. Unfortunately, the almighty priest has already activated his spirit domain Black Gate talent. Then, a solid purple aura emerges from his body, and a vast demonic gate appears above him. When the gate opens, it releases purple slimy materials filled with devilish eyes. Ew, totally gross. That said, they are all restricted to escape the domain. Before the spirit domain Black Gate completely closes the field, Qi Meng informs Feng Lang to quickly call the captain of the Red Ape mercenary group, which he immediately follows. Feng Lang tries to call their true captain but cannot reach him. That said, Feng Lang can only use the most extended phone antennae in the world. With his strong antennae, he manages to call their captain's phone and requests the secretary to hurry up and hand over the phone to the captain. The secretary of the Red 8 mercenary group's captain informs her that Feng Lang is over the phone and has something urgent to report. The red-haired captain answers the phone and immediately asks Feng Lang about the matter, for she is in a meeting. Suddenly, her eyes widened after learning from the freaking out Feng Lang that the Red Ape mercenary group members were trapped in the banana forest by the Devil's Spider cult. Qi Meng and the others are calling for help. After receiving all the information, the captain stands up with her big melons and asks the man he is transacting what's the matter with his Devil's Spider sect. She even asks him why they are fighting with her people. The Devil's Spider sect member tells her there must be some misunderstanding in the current situation, which the captain questions. She then tells him that the last guy who dared to touch her Red Ape mercenary group has 20 stubbles on his grave. Meanwhile, after successfully casting his spell, the almighty priest praises the mother of spiders or their great almighty lord. He even summons his 3 beasts all at the same time. The Eye of Apocalypse reveals the stats of the 3 beast pets of the almighty priest. The first beast belongs to the parasitic bat race from the intermediate gold realm. It has the magic voice infused ears talent. Moreover, It has 3 signature skills: the magic voice, infused ears in the purple grade, gliding wings, and sonic shock, both in the blue grade. The second beast belongs to the 3-headed corpse spirit beast race from the intermediate gold realm. It has the Bone Crusher B-class talent. Moreover, it has 3 signature skills: the corpse peck in the green grade, phase slam, and burst, both in the blue grade. The third beast belongs to the Neverwinter spider race from the advanced gold realm. It has the light and shadow B-class talent. Moreover, it has 3 signature skills: the horrifying light in the purple grade, dark walk, and poison sting, both in the blue grade. Bai Xiaoan can't help but feel intimidated by the 3 spirit beasts, for they all look pretty chic. I totally agree with you, bro. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, looks at the mutated red-winged crow and tells it that it is time to use them up. The mutated red-winged crow asks Bai Xiaoan what he wants the embodiment of the sun to do. Bai Xiaoan did not waste time and used his borrowed skills called Possess. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan became utterly naked, and flame enveloped his body. Flames start coming out of his left eye, and his right arm completely transforms, followed by his hand and his head. When the process completes, Bai Xiaoan fused with the mutated red-winged crow. That said, Bai Xiaoan can freely use all of the powerful skills of the mutated red-winged crow. Bro literally became a Power Ranger. In Chapter 18, Bai Xiaoan awakens an SSS rank talent called Chain of Heavens. Anyone linked with this golden chain will share their talent with the user. Back to the present, Bai Xiaoan can't help but be amazed by this talent because his water system even changes into a fire system. That way, he would not be affected even if his origin is damaged. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan feels wrong about Ming Xiao because he does not know how to properly use his talent, even if he had such a miraculous talent, so he decides to take advantage of it on his behalf. As expected, the Almighty Priest notices his rare talent. However, he also tells Bai Xiaoan that he is still too inexperienced to use his talent's total capacity. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoan gets pissed off. Out of nowhere, the Neverwinter spider, which the Almighty Priest called Dino Spider, appears beside Bai Xiaoan. Then, he commands it to use a horror beam. This made Bai Xiaoan get constrained all over his body. That said, Bai Xiaoan has been totally confined. No matter how hard he tries, purple electricity appears all over his body, restraining him from moving a muscle. Seeing this, the Eye of Apocalypse pops up on top of Bai Xiaoan. The Eye of Apocalypse even intended to show before the Almighty Priest. Witnessing a colossal eye appearance with his naked eyes, the Almighty Priest gets stunned in fear. The extreme fear made the Almighty Priest lift the constraint, which was immediately noticed by Bai Xiaoan. This makes Bai Xiaoan think that the feeling of fear is really uncomfortable. As he looks at the Almighty Priest and his beast pets, Bai Xiaoan feels like they seem to be afraid of something. Little did Bai Xiaoan know the Eye of Apocalypse was scaring them with its cold stare. The actual goat of this manhwa is definitely the Eye of Apocalypse. You better watch out. The Almighty Priest orders his corpse beast to use Shadow Impact. However, Bai Xiaoan already took the opportunity to retaliate. Thus, he used Gunsmoke Impact to intercept the attack. Bai Xiaoan tells the Almighty Priest that he has just gotten used to his body and warns him to be careful from then on. The Almighty Priest calls his attention and tells him not to be too arrogant. After that, the two exchange consecutive attacks, strikes, and blows in a swift manner that is almost invisible to the naked eye. Qi Meng and his group cannot believe what he is witnessing. He even told everyone that when the gods fight, the mortals suffer. However, deep inside, he thinks that since they cannot escape the domain, they just have to enjoy the fight. Suddenly, slimy purple saliva drops on the shoulder of Lao Duan. He asks everyone what is behind them, only to find out the 3-headed corpse spirit beast is behind them, ready to devour them at any time. It was at that moment they knew they were in big trouble. When they frantically run, the parasitic bat, 3-headed corpse spirit beast, and Neverwinter spider chase them down. Lao Duan tells Qi Meng to let his red flame monkey block the beasts for them. Qi Meng tells him that there are too many of them. On the other hand, Sasha tells them to concentrate on escaping. They should rename their group as the Escape Runners Mercenary Group. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan and the Almighty Priest continue to clash. Explosion after explosion, strike after strike. Bai Xiaoan, while charging a strong flaming punch, asks the Almighty Priest if he is not being held back anymore, for he can fight to his heart's content. After that, he accelerates his turbocharge and tells the Almighty Priest to be ready to receive his punch. That said, Bai Xiaoan released the overpowered attack called Turbocharge Explosive Trigger. At the same time, the Almighty Priest ordered the Corpse Beast to intercept the skill using the very destructive Profound Flames. Bai Xiaoan increases the spiritual energy output to support his attack, while the Corpse Beast releases more power too. The collision of two strong and powerful energies creates a massive explosion. After the explosion, Bai Xiaoan notices that the Crimson Crow's spiritual energy is overloading his body. Meanwhile, the indestructible mask of the Almighty Priest gets intensive cracks. He wonders how he did not penetrate his attack. Then, his face cover shattered and fell off. At that moment, the Almighty Priest realizes that Bai Xiaoan has too many secrets. That said, the Almighty Priest starts to get more interested in him. Seeing him unmasked, Bai Xiaoan tells him he finally showed his true face. On the other hand, the Almighty Priest tells Bai Xiaoan that he is qualified to witness his true power. Once again, the demonic gate opens on top of him, and more purple slimy things with devilish eyes pour from it, enveloping his body. He then prays to their almighty Lord, the omnipotent Master, to let them all become one. That said, the slimy purple thing envelopes the body of his three beast pets: three-headed corpse spirit beast, Neverwinter spider, and parasitic bat. This made the red ape mercenary group free from their pursuers. However, what they witness behind them makes them fear even more. All of the beasts of the Almighty Priest turned into a giant purple liquid placenta ball of demonic power. Seeing what happened, Bai Xiaoan wonders what the heck that big liquid placenta-like ball is. Then a monstrous claw rips the placenta-like structure, and a monstrous being starts to emerge from it. A gruesome monstrosity emerges as anticipated, and the colossal monster immediately demands round 2. Instantly, the colossal monster manages to grasp Bai Xiaoan, which shocks him so much. The colossal monster reiterated to Bai Xiaoan again that he was too inexperienced. Sheesh. Bro turned into a colossal monster. With all this might, the colossal monster smashes Bai Xiaoan on the ground with his palm like a mosquito. That gave Bai Xiaoan extreme pain. The colossal monster then asks him how he likes that and emphasizes their power difference. Bai Xiaoan tries to stand his ground, but he can't, and the colossal monster provokes him to attack, which pisses Bai Xiaoan off. Out of nowhere, a flame attack was cast on the head of the colossal monster, but it seemed like the attack was nothing at all. When the colossal monster is about to finish Bai Xiaoan, he is quickly saved by a winged dragon beast pet. The colossal monster noticed that Bai Xiaoan instantly went missing and wondered where he possibly escaped. It turned out that the magma chameleon already managed to put Bai Xiaoan behind him. This is also where the rest of the red ape mercenary stays. That said, Qimeng asks Sasha to quickly go and help Bai Xiaoan. Hence, Qimeng will block off the colossal monster in the meantime. Immediately, Sasha commands Ji Qing to run a checkup on Bai Xiaoan. He then asks them what they are helping him with his fight. Qimeng explains that he doesn't want to owe him anything. Come on, you are helping him because you know he is your only hope of survival. Qimeng summons his beast pet, Ground Beetle, and prepares to fight the enemy he hates. Hearing him say those things, the colossal monster stomps on the ground beetle. Although smaller than the colossal monster, the ground beetle can stop the enemy's strength. Meanwhile, the magma chameleon uses invisibility to deliver a sneak attack and slash the eye of the colossal monster. On the other hand, Ji Qing is shocked to see how weird Bai Xiaoan's body is. After hearing that, Sasha asks Ji Qing to show her the result. Ji Qing hypothesized that it should be due to his talent, which allows him to combine with his beast pet, but it's not the complete form yet. Sasha then concluded that, in simpler words, the processing of his skill with the system of his body is obstructed. Ji Qing asks Sasha if she means Bai Xiaoan is injured because his spiritual energy is obstructed. Sasha tells her she needs to find a way to smoothen out his spiritual power. She even added that it would be the best way for him to complete the form. Then, Sasha tells Ji Qing they should start the operation immediately. She prepares her long, needle-like nails, which weirded out Ji Qing. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan cannot believe that he's about to receive an operation in that place. Sasha moves closer to Bai Xiaoan and grins, telling him not to worry because it won't hurt. She's giving me the pain lover vibes. Suddenly, Sasha injects her nails into the spine of Bai Xiaoan, and green liquid starts flowing out from the tubes attached to her nails. In the internal structure of Bai Xiaoan, Sasha gradually fixes out the flow of his spiritual energy. This, however, is an excruciating process. The cracks on Bai Xiaoan's possessed body slowly start healing, and he feels way better. The right part of his body also starts undergoing the possession process. Upon seeing the outcome, Bai Xiaoan wonders if that is the complete form of the possessed body, and he feels weirdly good about it. Not to mention, he also starts producing blue flames. The Eye of the Apocalypse gently reminded him that he could use Phoenix Blaze. Apparently, Phoenix Blaze is Feng Qianyu's skill that he borrows after using the Chains of Heaven on her. Bai Xiaoan did not expect the Eye of Apocalypse to remind him of that detail. Hence, the Eye of Apocalypse even tells him he is welcome, which somehow weirds out Bai Xiaoan as he sees it only as a system. Bro, the mere fact that it has a big eye and it has a hand could already mean something else. On the other hand, the colossal monster starts releasing a powerful laser beam against the ground beetle. Seeing the attack's impact, Qimeng worries about his beast pet and tells it to hold on. Luckily, the ground beetle has a formidable defense to survive fatal blows. Qimeng tells the colossal monster that Bai Xiaoan belongs to them, and they still have debts to settle. The ground beetle shoots intense lava flames after Qimeng orders it to beat up the colossal monster with all its might. All the attacks delivered by Qimeng do not affect the colossal monster. Lao Duan tells his boss that his ace card is too weak to defeat the enemy. Qimeng tells Lao Duan that the ground beetle is his first ever beast pet, so he is reluctant to release the contract. Moreover, Qimeng reveals that he has one more ace card. While the ground beetle continues to deliver its attack, Bai Xiaoan is seen behind the colossal monster. The magma chameleon uses his invisibility and helps Bai Xiaoan to proceed with his plan. This is getting exciting. Meanwhile, the colossal monster wonders where did the ground beetle come from. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan, in his possessed form, tells Qimeng to let him handle it. Without even hearing Qimeng's answer, Bai Xiaoan commands him to go and find a safe place to hide, which shocks and annoys him simultaneously. Bai Xiaoan even tells Qimeng that he will make him regret coming to that place. Qimeng lets him do what he wants but still considers Bai Xiaoan arrogant. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan starts charging his possessed fire power. He also uses Phoenix Blaze, giving him flaming wings that allow him to fly. According to the Eye of the Apocalypse, the Phoenix Blaze is the talent he has activated. That said, he can enter the state of bathing in the fire of sacrifice. The Eye of Apocalypse further explains that when he enters the fire of sacrifice, each time he uses a fire skill, a sacrifice gauge is accumulated based on the amount of spiritual energy consumed. Moreover, different effects are activated depending on the accumulation stage, and there are 3 stages in total. It sounds complicated yet very cool. Stage 1 is Solar Blaze. It enhances all fire-based skills. Stage 2 is the Nirvana. It can nullify one fatal attack. Bai Xiaoan gets amazed by the multiple effects of Feng Qianyu's talent. He also thinks that talent really deserves the S-rank classification. He then remembers that there are 3 stages, so he starts to wonder what effect the 3rd stage has. Bai Xiaoan tries to ask the Eye of the Apocalypse. However, it only gives him garbled details. What could be the mystery behind it? Well, it is something to look forward to. The colossal monster asks Bai Xiaoan if he can do it again. Then, the colossal monster stomps his feet, making the blade-like structures emerge from the ground. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, easily dodges all the blades using the mutated red-winged crow skill, Flame Charge. As he uses fire-powered skills, his fire of sacrifice level starts getting higher and higher. Then, Bai Xiaoan tackled the head of the colossal monster. The attack made the fire of sacrifice reach 73%. Moreover, it made the colossal monster spit purple blood. Bai Xiaoan is not yet satisfied, so he charges another powerful flame attack called Flame Radiation and unleashes it toward the colossal monster. The Eye of Apocalypse reveals that the fire of sacrifice reaches 100% and automatically activates Stage 1, called Solar Blaze. Bai Xiaoan instantly notices that his fire skills have been enhanced. Even the name of the skill has changed. The Eye of Apocalypse also revealed the new name of the acquired skills. Solar Blaze is now Frost Strike. Limited Food is Multiple. Fire Blaze is now Strong Iron. And the Southern is Quilt Knot. Later on, the colossal monster starts acting in great pain. He then told Bai Xiaoan that he underestimated him. It turns out that the half-colossal monster's face has been burned severely. The colossal monster prepares to launch another destructive attack. Before the colossal monster can launch his attack, Bai Xiaoan shuts him up by kicking his jaw, locking and exploding the energy ball inside his mouth. The colossal monster wants to grasp Bai Xiaoan again. However, Bai Xiaoan has no plan to run away. He tells the enemy that his evil deeds will end in that place as he accumulates a scarlet flame ball. Oh, it feels like bro will create a nuclear explosion again. Bai Xiaoan releases his combined attack of solar blaze and flame radiation, directly hitting the colossal monster. The explosion is so intense that it pierces the spirit domain black gate from quite a distance. An approaching helicopter is seen near the explosion area, where the fire is from the towering phoenix flame. The Red Ape mercenary group captain notices the explosion and says a new powerful individual has arrived at Jiaolin town. She also states that the destructive power appears to be at diamond level. That said, she wonders how Qimeng got involved in that battle. When the helicopter lands, Feng Lang acknowledges their captain and her secretary. The captain asks him what the matter is and where Qimeng is. Feng Lang reveals that too many things have happened. They encounter a maniac from the Devil's Spider cult, and their deputy leader is trapped in the woods. The captain also wonders that with all the noise in the area, the Lord of the Rainforest, or the Banana Forest Beast should have been alerted. Meanwhile, the explosion obliterated the spirit domain black gate completely. Qimeng never thought that he would see an actual view of an obliterated area twice a day. As the smoke subsides, Qimeng sees Bai Xiaoan. Qimeng then asks him if he is just alright. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, starts shaking. The Eye of Apocalypse revealed that the side effects of the Fire of Sacrifice include bleeding due to high blood pressure, dizziness, and weakness of the limbs. Bai Xiaoan, who endures a lot, asks Sasha why she did not tell him earlier about the side effects of the skill she used. Sasha apologizes to him for not mentioning it before, for they don't have the time to talk about it back then. Not long after, the vines of the Banana Forest Beast appear around them, which immediately freaks them out. Realizing their situation, the Red Ape mercenary group members alerted themselves to fight. Trouble has never been this tiring in this area. Knowing Banana Forest Beast will chase them down, Qimeng tells Lao Duan to take care of Bai Xiaoan, and they will all leave that area. Qimeng starts freaking out as whenever one wave subsides, another one rises. With their unfortunate situation, Qimeng asks Bai Xiaoan if he is a harbinger of disaster. Well, not him, but Qiao Gubai's talent. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, asks Qimeng if he is really blaming him for their current situation, as he can proudly say that he saves them all from their impending doom. Shidi Qing suggests to everyone that if all their plans fail, they will just leave Bai Xiaoan in that area. As they continue to move, they are gathered together in one place. Bai Xiaoan tells everyone to stop talking, for they must stay in that area whether or not they like it. It turns out that they are trapped under the roots of the Banana Forest Beast. From the outside world, the Banana Forest Beast keeps on growing. Then, the complete form of the Banana Forest Beast, which is, according to the Eye of Apocalypse, also known as the Jungle Lord of the Wild Bananas. Pissed off by their situation, Qimeng tells everyone that they appear trapped in the body of Jungle Lord. Soon after, Qimeng asks Ji Qing how their signal is in the area. Unfortunately, Ji Qing can only accumulate 3% of the signal strength in the area, and she still cannot contact Feng Lang. Moreover, Ji Qing explains that the place is too confined, so that the oxygen inside may only last 30 minutes. This sounds too frustrating to me. Frustrated, Qimeng punches the vines, tells himself he is useless, and always leads his teammates to dead ends. Seeing him lose hope, Bai Xiaoan explains that he should save his energy. The more excited he gets, the faster the oxygen will be consumed. When Qimeng asks Bai Xiaoan what a playboy like him understands in their hopeless situation, he simply reminds him that he is their leader, so he should consider the feelings of those who trust him. Moreover, Bai Xiaoan tells him the more critical the situation is, the more he needs to stay calm. He even added that he should trust those who believe in him. Not long after, the Red Ape mercenary group's captain and her remaining teammates arrive near the Rainforest Lord's location. When Feng Lang asks their captain if she is really going to fight the formidable monster, the captain asks him if he doesn't believe in her abilities. Upon reaching the location of the Rainforest Lord, Qimeng manages to let them know that they are inside the Rainforest Lord. The captain did not waste any time, and she immediately prepared to dig the Rainforest Lord and rescue the trapped Red Ape mercenary group. She also summons her beast pet, whom she calls Crimson Demon Ape, to do the most incredible skill ever, possession. After that, she jumps from the helicopter head first, aiming to land on the Rainforest Lord. She maneuvers her body to move quickly against the dangerous vines of the monster. Suddenly, her bat unleashes a huge aura that resembles her beast pet. Then, she gets the Rainforest Lord so hard that there's no tomorrow. The impact of the attack slices through the body of the Rainforest Lord, creating a whole passage where the trapped people are. Qimeng immediately recognizes who caused the red lightning. And just like that, their captain appears before them. The Apocalypse Eye reveals that she is known as Red Monkey or Scarlet Twilight. She owns a Crimson Demon Ape, and she belongs to the Golden Peak realm. She also possesses the talent called Lord of Sinister Thunder, which is a high damage attack that requires a lot of mana. All of a sudden, Qiming activates his crybaby mode and runs toward his big sister. This, however, pisses off his sister, and before he can hug her, she gives her a strong head punch. While her little brother is lying on the floor unconscious, she calls him out on his childish, embarrassing behavior and tells him that he lacks manners. Witnessing that, Bai Xiaoan asks Lao Duan if he is always like that, which he confirms. Soon after, the captain tells them to quickly get on the rope ladder before the Rainforest Lord completely respawns. After they all hang on the rope ladder, Feng Long pulls it up. And just like that, they all manage to get on the helicopter except for their captain, who is still hanging on the rope ladder. Unfortunately, before they get out of that place, the Rainforest Lord has completely respawned, which shocks their captain because the monster has recovered faster than expected. That said, the Rainforest Lord blasts off the rope ladder, causing their captain to fall back into the dangerous situation. Seeing that, Qiming freaks out. Luckily, the captain is skilled enough to maneuver her body and dodge the wild vines of the Rainforest Lord. She even uses the monster's vines as a slide. Then, when the falling momentum stops, she uses her evil thunder skill to jump back into the helicopter, leaving the enemy paralyzed with her red thunder. And just like that, she did her epic comeback pose, making everyone admire her skills. She even bid goodbye to the Rainforest Lord, which she calls ugly. Soon after, they quickly left the area. The captain talks to Bai Xiaoan, and she introduces her name as Qi Xiao Xia, also known as Scarlet. Bai Xiaoan also introduces himself to her. At the back of his mind, he wonders if they are related to the chief family of the Red Wing City. In the same way, the captain asks him if he is from the Bai family of the Bailin City, which Bai Xiaoan confirms. The captain is shocked after hearing that, and she instantly jumps on top of Bai Xiaoan. Scarlet wants to develop plot with him at that very moment, but she holds back because his brother is around, and she is not ready to get into some Alabama moments. She tells him that her job as a mercenary allows her to meet many city lords, and Bai Xiaoan's grandpa is her regular customer. She also tells him that several imposters had tried to deceive them, but none of them succeeded because they fed them to the ferocious beasts. Hearing that, Bai Xiaoan trembles in fear. As Scarlet looks at him closer, he can't do anything but close his eyes and let fear run all over his body. Suddenly, Scarlet moves away and tells him that he seems to be telling the truth. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan is weirded out by her uncanny behavior. Witnessing all that, Qiming freaks out and tells his sister to be careful with Bai Xiaoan. Not long after, Qiming asks Bai Xiaoan where Qiao Gubai is. Reality sinks into Bai Xiaoan, and he immediately opens a portal to his royal beast space. Upon entering, he notices a purple web-like crystal stuff and is shocked to see Qiao Gubai at the center. Soon after, Bai Xiaoan comes out with unconscious Qiao Gubai, filled with purple crystal all over her body, shocking the two siblings as what he did is not normal. Bai Xiaoan begs the two siblings to help him save Qiao Gubai. The two siblings call out his action as it is very dangerous to put someone else in a royal beast space. Sasha tells them that the crystal on Qiao Gubai's body is similar to a spirit stone. After Sasha's initial checkup, she tells Scarlet that their current equipment won't be good enough to help her. And just like that, Scarlet commands them to go back to the nearest town because the night is about to arrive, and they need to save a life. Elsewhere, at a purple, mysterious place of the spider cult, their leaders gather to have a meeting. They are led by their highest priest, named Solaris. Apparently, she wants to hear their opinion on the recent incident involving Arthur's death. Lilith, the second high priest, cannot believe it, considering Arthur is the sixth high priest. Baro, the third high priest, wonders if it is the work of a city lord, which is considered by Solaris, as she suspects it to be the work of the giant wood city lord. On the other hand, Mephisto, the fourth high priest, suggests that it could be done by the people from the Moon Veil sect, considering Banana Forest is their territory. While Asmodin, the fifth high priest, remains quiet, Solaris declares that whoever they are going to make them pay. Solaris orders Asmodin to deal with the matter, to which she immediately agrees. Then, Solaris opens up the second agenda in their meeting, which is the future of their people. Solaris burns herself to open a portal where they can see the Queen Spider, who seems to be entering the dormancy state or what they call Moon Veil state. Lilith claims that after the massacre of Kalmarka, the Queen Spider has entered the Radiant Sun state, so she cannot believe why it is suddenly happening. Solaris agrees with her because even she herself wonders about it. However, she reveals that there are some clues as to why it is happening. She tells the other high priests that it could be related to the celestial phenomena, or it could relate it to the Queen Spider's evolution. Apparently, she is not 100% sure, so she tells them that they cannot afford to be careless. Barrow, on the other hand, suggests sending someone to monitor the Moon Veil sect because they are more likely to search the Queen Spider, which Solaris agrees with. Barrow even added that without the blessing of the Queen Spider, the Moon Veil sect would not be powerful enough to be feared. When the meeting concluded, they do the ending shit like shouting "Long live the Queen" or the overused one for all for one. Moments later, Barrow asks Asmoden if she is available for some plot development, but she tells her that she is not interested in an ugly, disgusting loner like him. Asmoden then asks his headless familiar to leave him alone. Barrow begs to give her a one-night stand, but she tells him that her floodgate won't be satisfied with his small Excalibur. When Barrow asks why she would not give him a chance, she tells him that it is because of his face mask that smells like anime convention. Barrow asks her if she will give him a chance after washing his face mask, but Asmoden tells him that she will think about it. Barrow tells her that he will come back tomorrow, but Asmoden tells him that the mission is her top priority. That said, Barrow left broken-hearted, but Asmoden was only interested in the dagger coon in front of her. As the dawn breaks, the helicopter lands on the nearest town, and Chio Gubai is rushed into the infirmary. She is then put inside a CT scan machine to check her internal organs. Sasha admits to Bai Xiaoan that she is not really sure if her condition is something she can handle. Scarlet, on the other hand, tells him not to lose hope because she knows someone who can help her. Bai Xiaoan looks directly into Scarlet's eyes and asks her to let him meet the person. That said, the two go to the location of the person, but Scarlet reminds him to calm down. Suddenly, the dark aura from Bai Xiaoan's hand starts manifesting, which causes him to hear a voice that urges him to kill. Scarlet asks Bai Xiaoan if he is listening, and Bai Xiaoan tells her that he is. Then, the two reach the location of the person that Scarlet calls Hussein. A symbol of the spider cult is printed behind the cloak of the person, which means the ally she is talking about belongs to the enemies. Upon seeing that symbol, the dark aura inside Bai Xiaoan consumes him completely. Hussein, however, tells Scarlet that she cannot bother him yet because he is eating his favorite ramen. Scarlet explains to Hussein that the friend of the young man he comes with needs help. All of a sudden, the dark aura inside Bai Xiaoan starts controlling his mind. Seeing him in that state, Hussein tells Scarlet that Bai Xiaoan is the one who really needs help. And just like that, the Apocalypse Eye appears in its evil form and urges Bai Xiaoan to kill Hussein. A sudden explosion from the mansion broke the silence of the place. Hussein uses his parkour skills to avoid getting hurt. Despite that huge backflip that he did, his cup noodles was still good to go. A monster whale appears from the explosion, revealing that Bai Xiaoan's beast pet has also been corrupted. Luckily, the beast pet is trapped in the passage of the royal beast's space, causing Hussein to ease off a little. Suddenly, he activated his green aura and uttered his prayer. When the green aura envelops Hussein's body, he begins to whip his sword in a circular motion. Suddenly, a cute humanoid plant-type beast familiar falls on top of his head. Meanwhile, the corrupted beast familiar is trying to come out. That said, Hussein activates his power, and his sword gets enveloped by the same green aura. The corrupted beast pet accumulates a huge amount of water inside its body and unleashes it to cause a huge flood. Luckily, Hussein managed to leap and avoid that water attack. While in midair, Hussein uses his skill Sundown Wind Thunder Fall against the corrupted beast pet. He creates a rotating motion to move closer to the beast pet. Then, with a calm mind, Hussein flicks the horn of the corrupted beast pet with his finger. All of a sudden, a rotating gust of wind pushes the corrupted beast familiar back to its royal beast space. When Hussein goes back to the destroyed room, he sees Bai Xiaoan lying unconscious. Scarlet asks him if he did not overdo it, which he confirms. Bai Xiaoan ends up like dead meat, so Scarlet and Hussein take him somewhere where he can heal from his injuries. Moments later, green liquid is poured down the rectangular casket-like basin where Bai Xiaoan lies unconscious. Soon after, he gains consciousness and sees two human-like beings with frog-like eyes. The young boy named Josh tried to poke the nostrils of Bai Xiaoan, which gave him a hard time breathing. Feeling very uncomfortable, Bai Xiaoan rises up like a boy who wakes up from a nightmare. Bai Xiaoan feels strange about the green liquid. According to the Apocalypse Eye, the liquid is called nature essence, which can restore both physical and spiritual energy. Bai Xiaoan wonders what the two beings are talking about because they speak an unknown language. Suddenly, Hussein appears behind him while eating his favorite cup noodles. Bai Xiaoan suddenly freaks out and he immediately stands, exposing his huge Excalibur in front of Hussein. Upon seeing it, the female creature gave Bai Xiaoan a cloth to cover his body. The girl blushed while Bai Xiaoan felt very embarrassed. After wearing the cloth, Bai Xiaoan appears like an Egyptian prince back in ancient times. Hussein leaps like a frog in midair, and the boy throws a stone at Bai Xiaoan's head to call his attention. The girl opens the door, and Bai Xiaoan's jaw drops after seeing what's inside. It turns out that the place is an underground tunnel with an epic architectural design. The girl pulls him and points to him that he should go to the temple. Bai Xiaoan couldn't understand them, so he just followed what their body language was telling him. That said, Bai Xiaoan figures out that she wants him to go to the temple. The girl gave Bai Xiaoan a tiny beast familiar that is called Green Crystal Spider. The girl shows Bai Xiaoan how he can put it in his hand, which he manages to follow properly. Suddenly, the boy uses the Green Crystal Spider and begins doing some spider web stunts. Bai Xiaoan figured out its function, and he tried using it himself. Unfortunately, it did not work. The girl explains to her that he needs to pet the beast pet first to gain its trust before he can use its ability. Suddenly, the girl's body is enveloped in a green aura. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan is still completely clueless about using it. Luckily, the Apocalypse Eye has revealed to him how to make the tiny beast pet work. Bai Xiaoan did not waste any time, and he tried to connect with the tiny beast pet. When the green aura appears, Bai Xiaoan finds himself glowing in the blue aura while he talks to the spirit of the spider. Bai Xiaoan makes it clear that he doesn't mean any harm, and he only wants to be friends with the beast pet. Then, the Apocalypse Eye notifies him of a new skill acquired called Sympathetic Resonance. Soon after, Bai Xiaoan excitedly uses it and his Spider-Man wannabe moves. When he landed at the temple, his facial expression was like that of a child brought to an amusement park for the very first time. The girl reminds him that the temple is sacred and only those who are invited can go inside. That said, Bai Xiaoan proceeded to go inside the temple all by himself. Bai Xiaoan can't help but think how he is suddenly inside the temple of their enemies. Upon reaching the heart of the temple, he sees the same man standing in front of him. The man formally introduces himself as Albrai Van Hussein, the highest priest of the Moonveil sect. Apparently, he knows what Bai Xiaoan is thinking. Hussein snaps his finger and tells him the tale of their people, which starts with him explaining the home planet of the Aborigines, which humans call the world of the spider's nest. A long time ago, humans arrived in the world of the spider's nest, and they began colonizing. The Aborigines maintained a friendly relationship with humans, and they taught them how to tame beast pets. They even took the humans to their queen spider, whom they call their mother goddess. Not long after, humans' violent and greedy nature was unveiled, and they turned against the mother goddess. However, the mother goddess was a being close to divinity, and taming it was impossible. Due to the intense resistance, the mother goddess was injured and downgraded to amethyst level. The veins of the entire planet were affected, causing great spiritual instability of spiritual energy. Then, the war between the two forces lasted for hundreds of years. Humans almost destroyed everything that belonged to the Aborigines. That said, the remaining survivors tried their best to survive amidst the great disaster brought by humans. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan interrupts him because he has not answered his question yet. Hussein moves closer to him and asks him if he wants to be his lover. Bai Xiaoan unleashes his magic, and he tells Hussein that he is not interested in playing with some Shek hunters because he already has enough money. Hussein warns him that if he resorts to violence, the dark aura inside his body will turn his beast familiars into ferocious beasts. That said, Bai Xiaoan calms down and lets Hussein continue his story. Hussein tells him that back then, when he arrived at the holy land of the Mother Goddess, he saw a young man with his injured beast pet. The man kept apologizing to its beast familiar. That was the first time Hussein saw a man who truly cared about a beast pet, so he helped the man and his beast familiar to recover. Later on, the man managed to live harmoniously with the Aborigines, and he introduced himself as Bai Jingcheng, who is Bai Xiaoan's grandpa and the lord of Bailin City. That said, Bai Xiaoan understood why Hussein helped him. However, Bai Xiaoan is still suspicious of him because he seems way younger than his grandpa. Hussein explains to Bai Xiaoan that aborigines age very slowly, and he takes him to Qiu Gubai's location. As they walk together, Hussein tells him that Qiu Gubai is lucky enough to survive. Not long after, they reach a place where she lies down on a coffin-like bed filled with Muzin's dream, the blue spider lily. Unfortunately, Hussein reveals to him that Qiu Gubai may no longer wake up. After knowing that, Bai Xiaoan starts worrying about her even more. Hussein tells Bai Xiaoan that there might be a way to help her, but only if he is willing to give it a try. Bai Xiaoan asks him what method it would be, which Hussein explains. Apparently, Bai Xiaoan has to obtain the magical liquid that the mother goddess secreted when she was in her Mu's shadow form. However, entering the tomb where it is kept can pose a great danger to anyone who wants to obtain it. He explains that several traps are planted in the tomb, not to mention there are also zombies lurking inside. After hearing all that stuff, Bai Xiaoan can't help but freak out. However, his desire to help Qiu Gubai made him decide to go for it. Hussein is happy because Bai Jingcheng's grandson is quite responsible. Moments later, the two proceed to the tomb where the magical liquid is kept. Upon reaching the entrance, they met two men with spears guarding the tomb. The guard immediately greeted the highest priest, and Hussein ordered them to open the door. When Bai Xiaoan successfully enters the door, Hussein reveals to him that what he said about the tomb was a lie, making Bai Xiaoan feel betrayed. Suddenly, the door closes, leaving him trapped inside. With no other options, Bai Xiaoan decided to obtain the magical liquid. Bai Xiaoan immediately grabs the magical liquid without even scanning it with his apocalypse eye. Out of nowhere, thick smoke appears, and Bai Xiaoan can't see anything at all. Surprisingly, he finds himself in his previous life when he was still a human soldier. In this place, he saw the dead bodies of those he killed. After remembering everything, Bai Xiaoan followed where his previous self went. He saw how he killed his enemies until he reached the last room he entered, where he met his doom. Bai Xiaoan can still feel the exact same feelings upon opening the door. When he opened it, he saw his decayed body and began to feel something weird. Suddenly, a voice inside his head starts talking to him, only to find out that the one talking is his decayed body that stays inside his evil subconscious mind. His decayed body starts attacking him, and the zombie vomits the dark aura that controls Bai Xiaoan's mind. His zombie version wants him dead, too, so he tries reaching for the gun. The zombie starts attacking him, and Bai Xiaoan can barely evade his attack. After trying so hard, he managed to reach for the gun. Then, he pointed it to the zombie's mouth and gathered up his courage to pull the trigger. All of a sudden, everything was engulfed by a bright green light. Bai Xiaoan finally lets go of his past life, and he completely embraces his present life. After that, everything went back to normal, and Bai Xiaoan realized that everything was just an illusion. The good thing is that he got the artifact that contains the magical water. When he comes out, Hussein is quite impressed with him. Bai Xiaoan confronts him for tricking him. However, Hussein tells him that it would not be exciting if he could let him know that he had to in the first place. When Hussein asks Bai Xiaoan about his demon, he remains quiet. He doesn't want him to know that he was a victim of work-kun, and that he only got isekai in that world. Bai Xiaoan asks Hussein about Qiu Gubai's condition. Hussein told him that the magical liquid could wake her up and fix his source essence erosion, but it could only be used once. Bai Xiaoan starts contemplating. Out of anger, he suddenly grabs Hussein by the neck and asks him what else he is not telling him. Hussein tells him that he has already told him everything, and he asks him who he will choose. Bai Xiaoan sets aside his personal needs and chooses Qiu Gubai instead. Hussein tells Bai Xiaoan that he needs to penetrate Qiu Gubai's defenses using his artifact and unleash the white liquid inside. Hussein smirks upon seeing Bai Xiaoan's body shake. He points the needle at Qiu Gubai's defenses, but his mind is telling him to pop her big balloons first. All of a sudden, Qiu Gubai laughs because Bai Xiaoan's fingers tickle her. Hussein can't help but laugh at Bai Xiaoan's reaction. Bai Xiaoan gets so mad at Hussein, but Hussein tells him that he was just joking around and it was all Qiu Gubai's idea after all. That said, Qiu Gubai felt very embarrassed when the truth was revealed. Despite being caught in a very awkward situation, Qiu Gubai admitted that it was really her idea. After hearing that, Bai Xiaoan did not dare to argue anymore. Hussein butts in to break the awkwardness between the two and explains that the artifact is actually for Bai Xiaoan. He further explains that by using the magical liquid inside it, he can regulate his dark aura. Although Bai Xiaoan feels unsure, he decides to do it anyway, so he stabs himself with a needle. Suddenly, marks appear on his body, and his eyes turn blue-green. The Apocalypse Eye reveals that the treatment module starts loading in his system, and the powerful blue aura starts surging from his body. Just like that, Bai Xiaoan managed to decrease the erosion rate until it reached a tolerable amount. After that, he opens his royal beast space and starts looking for his giant blue whale. Unfortunately, his beast familiar does not appear before him. When Bai Xiaoan asks Apocalypse Eye to help him search the vicinity, a prompt for a new update appears before him. Figuring this out, Bai Xiaoan allowed the update, and suddenly, multiple screens appeared before him, just like when you start updating a new patch in your favorite game. When the update was completed, Bai Xiaoan was surprised that the interface changed. All of a sudden, he felt something behind him, and it was no other than his giant blue whale. His beast familiar is too big, so the water overflowed, and Bai Xiaoan gets washed away by the sea. Upon observing his beast pet, Bai Xiaoan wonders why its form hasn't changed yet. That said, his beast familiar almost crushed him when it parks itself like a boat in a port. The giant blue whale talks to him and starts licking his master's face as if it were a dog under training. Bai Xiaoan is disgusted by its giant tongue, so he immediately asks the Apocalypse Eye to show its diagnostic report. All of a sudden, a bunch of information appeared before his eyes like it was a hacking system from the FBI. After that, Bai Xiaoan figured out that the artifact had dramatically increased Apocalypse Eye's ability. When Bai Xiaoan asks for his own data, the Apocalypse Eye shows him a very detailed report about his level, skills, and talents. However, not everything is good news, for there is a mysterious bar line that appears with his system that acts as a source erosion monitoring scale. When Bai Xiaoan resorts to using his corrupted dark aura, the scale will start loading within a limited time. If he cannot regulate the amount of erosion in his body, he cannot go back to normal anymore. To regulate this, he has to activate the artifact again, and everything will go back to a tolerable state. That said, Bai Xiaoan figures out that the artifact can act as a switch regulator. Nonetheless, Bai Xiaoan is still happy about it because the ability of his Apocalypse Eye has become more useful. While contemplating everything that happened, his ugly, disgusting familiar continues to lick his face as if it were a cute little shih tzu. Elsewhere, Asmodee starts with her research. She finds a crystal-like formation inside Arthur's corpse and decides to take a portion of it to be tested. After that, she puts it in a canister with blue liquid. Inside her lab, you can see that the head of her headless companion, whom she calls Xing Tian, is preserved in a large canister. Asmodee finds the study very interesting, so she tries to dive deeper into it. After that, she asks his headless familiar to bring her the other samples. Asmodee goes to a strange room where there is a huge canister containing what seems like a humanoid beast. Here, she figures out that the one who killed is someone who has the origin of talent. To confirm it, she uses the samples and puts them in another canister. She can find something that belongs to Arthur's killer. After researching all the data she needs, she figures out that the killer possesses the pure yang spiritual power. Asmodee cannot believe what she has found out. All of a sudden, she grins and gets very excited to find the killer. She then moves closer to a canister and tells it that it will wake up very soon. That said, Asmodee commands her headless familiar to look for more clues because she is very much interested in the identity of the murderer. Elsewhere, Scarlet waits for her companions under the sunny sky. Not long after, she notices that they finally arrive. Along the way, Bai Xiaoan and Hussein continue their senseless arguments. Bai Xiaoan insists that Hussein has never been kind to him, and Qiao Gubai seems very tired of their petty talks. Meanwhile, Hussein tells him not to be so harsh because he even calls a ride-hailing service for him. However, Bai Xiaoan knows that he did it only because he wants to have a free ride with them. Qiao Gubai felt irritated with their endless argument, so she decided to cut the crap out of them, leaving the two men shocked. After realizing what she had just said, Qiao Gubai felt very shy, and she apologized for her actions. Scarlet tells them both to get in the car, and the two stop arguing. Scarlet then asks for Qiao Gubai's name, and she tells her that the way she scolded the two immature guys is very cool. When they all ride the car, Scarlet asks why they want to go to the giant wood city. After knowing their answer, she drove the car very fast. Along the way, Bai Xiaoan tells them that he wants to go to the giant wood city to find items to help his grandpa. However, Scarlet tells him that it is not the right time to do it because of the gangs in that city. Then, she drove the car like he was part of the Fast and the Furious movie. Soon after, she tells them the gossip about the lurking zombies around the city. After hearing that, Xiao Gubai suddenly acts strangely, so Bai Xiaoan tries to console her. To his surprise, she was actually very interested to see actual zombies. Bai Xiaoan can't help himself but get weirded out by Xiao Gubai's abrupt change. Not long after, Scarlet tells them that they have arrived at their destination. Bai Xiaoan's eyes grew bigger after seeing the beauty of the place because the giant wood city has literally a giant wood in the middle of the city. Hussein gets out of the car, and the petty talk of these immature guys continues. Scarlet tells the two that they can argue all they want after paying her first. And just like that, Bai Xiaoan is the one who paid for the three of them, which irritates him so much. After that, Scarlet bids them goodbye because she has some commission to look into. Bai Xiaoan noticed that Xiao Gubai wanted to tag along with Scarlet, so he made some hand gestures to let Scarlet know. Luckily, Scarlet was smart enough to understand what he meant. Therefore, she asked Xiao Gubai to tag along with her, which she happily agrees with. Bai Xiaoan ended up being with Hussein, who claims that they are having boys' time. As expected, the two can't stop arguing with each other. Before long, the two have reached Blood's Shadow Bar. Upon entering, the two saw a lady named Xiao Nuan at the bar counter. She has very cute eyes, but her face mask tells us how much of a catfish she is. Upon seeing Hussein, Xiao Nuan immediately asks the bunny girl to bring her the receipt for his unpaid bills. However, Hussein tells her that he brought a new guest with him. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, thinks that they are just wasting their time in that place. Suddenly, someone calls Xiao Nuan. Hussein asks her if he knows the caller. Xiao Nuan then tells him that he's just another ugly, disgusting loser that she added on Facebook, who works at Krusty Krab and loves to show his square pants. All of a sudden, all of them heard a loud voice from a guy. This turns out to be the ugly, disgusting loser that Xiao Nuan added on Facebook. He asks Xiao Nuan if she wants him to be her master, and he touches her chin. Xiao Nuan, on the other hand, is unfazed by his actions. Bai Xiaoan did not like the man's behavior, so he decided to help Xiao Nuan. However, Hussein stops him and explains that the girls in that area are not damsels in distress that need to be saved. Suddenly, Xiao Nuan starts spitting personal information about the guy, which shocks him so much. After that, her aura became fierce, and she injected the guy with some sort of liquid solution. The solution is so strong that it instantly affects the guy. Xiao Nuan then reveals to her that what she injected is a liquid that cripples his spiritual veins. After witnessing all that, Bai Xiaoan is extremely shocked, while Hussein is like a father who is very proud of her daughter. Out of nowhere, another voice from a man named Zhen Tian is heard inside the bar, who looks like a serial killer in some American movie. Hussein happily greeted him while the nurse and bunny girl were dragging him out of the bar. Zhen Tian tells him that he is not the one who needs information from him, but the grandson of Bailin City Lord. As Zhen Tian continues to tell information about him, Bai Xiaoan can't help but wonder how on earth he knew that much about him when it was the first time they met. He then revealed that he was the boss of that bar and invited them to take a seat. The bar is known as the Nine States Federation Intelligence Exchange Center. When they continue their talk, Zhen Tian also reveals that he knows he participated in the auction to obtain rare and exotic materials, making Bai Xiaoan wonder again how he knows a lot. After a few minutes of flexing his Google abilities, Zhen Tian finally asks him what information he is looking for. Then, Bai Xiaoan reveals that he seeks the material called spirit-infused heavenly water. All of a sudden, Zhen Tian tells him that he might need that material for the injured Bailin City Lord. Once again, Bai Xiaoan is completely dumbfounded by the amount of knowledge he knows. Zhen Tian tells Bai Xiaoan that no walls can keep secrets by deducing the official information provided. He further tells him about the deduction method that can lead to more specific information. After that, he tells Bai Xiaoan that there are unknown people inquiring about Bailin City. Despite being amazed, Bai Xiaoan thinks that he went to that place for the information he needed. Luckily, Hussein butts in and asks where they can find the item. Zhen Tian then tells them that they can find it in the Wind Hell Mountains. However, he also revealed the danger that the place entails. Upon hearing that, Bai Xiaoan asks the Apocalypse Eye about the Wind Hell Mountains. Zhen Tian tells Bai Xiaoan that he doesn't suggest that he venture into that place because it's a very complex terrain. and it is very easy to get lost inside it. Bai Xiaoan thanks him for the information and tells him that he has to go for personal reasons. After paying for everything, the two take their leave, but Zhen Tian warns them about lurking zombies. Zhen Tian confirms to them that it's all true, making Bai Xiaoan think if those legends are true. Then, they exit the bar, ready to move to their real destination. Meanwhile, on the busy night of the giant wood city, Scarlet and Qiu Gubai enter a dark alley. Qiu Gubai and Scarlet discuss the mercenaries' relationship with the police officers. Not long after, the two reach the exact location where they saw the police officers investigating a recent incident. A female police officer named Lao Chen tells Scarlet that she is late for the agreed time. When she tells her that she brought a new face, Scarlet tells her that Qiming drank too much, so she takes the newcomer instead. Out of nowhere, Scarlet points out how Lao Chen's brows and hers are like bean-shaped, giving Qiu Gubai a silly reaction. On the other hand, Lao Chen tells her to get serious. Apparently, there is a corpse of a man who recently died, but the body looks like it was dead for a week. The two were shocked when Qiu Gubai fearlessly went near the corpse. When Lao Chen orders her team to take the body, Qiu Gubai stops her. She takes a tweezer from her arm pouch and plucks something from the corpse. Qiu Gubai tells them that it is a human tooth. When Lao Chen asks her if she is sure, Qiu Gubai tells her that she is absolutely certain. Moreover, Qiu Gubai also tells her that the tooth is severely damaged with some spiritual energy residue. That said, Qiu Gubai confirms to them that the perpetrator is a living corpse like Frankenstein. Elsewhere, a zombie unknowingly stands behind Hussein and Bai Xiaoan. Not long after, the two notice the presence behind them. Suddenly, the zombie drew its sword and attacked the two. To their surprise, there is another zombie who stands on the other side, getting them cornered. Hussein unsheaths his sword and retaliates from the attacking zombie. Meanwhile, the swordless zombie attacks Bai Xiaoan. Thanks to his fast reflex, he managed to dodge the attack. Hussein steps in and cuts the head of the zombie. After that, Hussein commands Bai Xiaoan to quickly exit through the back path, which angers him because he feels like Hussein is looking down on him. Meanwhile, the beheaded zombie attached his head with the use of some sort of magical aura. Seeing their great regenerating ability, Bai Xiaoan starts getting worried. Hussein orders Bai Xiaoan to look for reinforcement, which he agrees to do. Then he told Hussein to meet him at the bar. On the other hand, the two zombies have completely recovered, and they are ready to attack again. That said, Hussein gets serious and starts unleashing his true power. In a not-so-far distance, Bai Xiaoan quickly exits the dark alley, but only to cross paths with another undead creature. Surprisingly, his undead creature has its own version of scan mode, just like Bai Xiaoan, which shocks him a lot. As the enemy scans through Bai Xiaoan's body, it matches what it is programmed to capture. That said, the zombie opens its mouth like it is a cast of the anime parasite and unleashes its sonic waves. The attack is so strong that Bai Xiaoan can barely move. As the enemy continues unleashing its sonic waves, Bai Xiaoan falls to his knees and slowly loses consciousness. In the middle of the night, Lao Chen drives her police patrol car along with Scarlet and Qiu Gubai. All of a sudden, Scarlet notices a flying object toward their location. Bada bing bada boom, the falling object crushes on the car. Then, Car-kun finds it as a great opportunity to isekai them all by moving like there was no driver at all. Unfortunately, Car-kun failed because all of them survived the car crash. The two ask Hussein to come down, but Hussein informs them that he cannot do that or the zombie will run away. Hussein knows that the zombie is the key to locating the enemy, so he orders Lao Chen to bring out her tracking device. After attacking the cord to the zombie's nape, Hussein orders Lao Chen to start collecting data about the enemy's hideout. As Qiu Gubai marvels at the actual zombie, Scarlet asks Hussein where Bai Xiaoan is, but he remains quiet. Soon after, Lao Chen managed to locate the enemy's hideout in the Windhowl Mountains. Only then does Hussein inform the two that Bai Xiaoan has been captured, which shocks the two. Somewhere unknown, Bai Xiaoan is unconsciously handcuffed to a wall. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing, which wakes him up. Then he starts wondering where on earth he is and who is calling his phone. When he looks at the handcuffs, the Apocalypse Eye informs him that those are anti-spiritual handcuffs that he cannot break. After knowing that, Bai Xiaoan thought of using brute force to break it instead. That said, he asked the Apocalypse Eye to release his restraint to the soul erosion. With the fully loaded erosion, the dark aura inside his body manifested, and he managed to break the handcuffs with his enhanced brute force. He literally makes lemonade out of the lemon that life threw at him, but he uses the disadvantage to his advantage. Afterward, he decided to call Chio goodbye so she would not worry too much. Unfortunately, his phone got destroyed after releasing the soul erosion, making Gubai freak out even more since she could no longer contact Bai Xiaoan. Not to mention, he almost forgot to regulate his frenzy status. Luckily, the Apocalypse Eye is there to remind him. That said, he activates the suppression function, and he returns to his normal state. After that, Bai Xiaoan realizes that he is inside a mine. Since the place is a mine, he figures out that he can make a hole in the rock walls by detonating the stone veins with his spiritual power. When he was about to make his first attempt, he was surprised that the wall in front of him started cracking. Suddenly, it exploded right in front of him. When the dust subsided, he saw a familiar girl wearing a pink outfit. Meanwhile, the girl also finds Bai Xiaoan very familiar. It turns out that this girl is Qi Yanni, and she tells him it's been a long time since they saw each other. Bai Xiaoan is very surprised to see her in that area. All of a sudden, Qi Yanni moves closer to him and asks Bai Xiaoan if he is happy to see her, to which he reluctantly agrees. Qi Yanni then senses the arrival of the zombies, so she stops with her chit-chat. 3 zombies appear behind them, but Qi Yanni grins and tells Bai Xiaoan to watch her. Qi Yanni summons her beast familiar, and it starts attacking the enemies. After that, Qi Yanni gets ready to show off her new skills to Bai Xiaoan. She unleashes a pink energy force from her fists, and she leaps in midair to attack the enemies. Bai Xiaoan tries to warn her about the zombie's resilience, but she tells her that she is aware of it. She punches the zombie and leaves some sort of sealing magic on its head. However, the second one manages to sneak behind her, almost killing her. Fortunately, Qi Yanni's reflexes are strong enough to avoid the attack. She then attacks the zombie by giving it a headlock, and she slams its head on the floor, crushing its head with the sealing magic. That leaves her with the last enemy, which happens to be charging in front of her. Qi Yanni fearlessly faces the zombie and crushes its wooden weapon. She then gave it a backward kick and put a mark on its chest. After that, Qi Yanni leaps high in mid-air and moves to the location of Bai Xiaoan. With an impish grin, Qi Yanni tells Bai Xiaoan to keep an eye out for what is coming up next, so Bai Xiaoan puts his attention to her. Qi Yanni then commands her Crimson Wing Crow to do its part. Thus, the Crimson Wing Crow activates its full speed and crushes the zombies by piercing through the marks in their bodies. After that, the zombies started burning, and their regeneration stopped, making Bai Xiaoan wonder what kind of move he had just witnessed. As the zombies start disintegrating in flames, the Apocalypse Eye reveals that the move is called Fire's Departure, which is an elemental decree that can destroy spiritual veins from within. When Bai Xiaoan learns that, she tells Qi Yanni what he just did, shocking her so much because it took her 3 months of researching just to know that. When Bai Xiaoan asks her if she really has been in that place for 3 months, Qi Yanni starts telling her how she ended up in that place. Upon hearing her story, Bai Xiaoan asks her what he ate during those times. Qi Yanni then reveals that she is bringing some energy bars with her, which are good enough for her to last for half a year. Bai Xiaoan asks her if she knows a way to get out of that place, which she denies because the place is like a maze. Qi Yanni revealed that after piercing through the wall, he coincidentally saw him. Soon after, she tells Bai Xiaoan to follow her, to which he agrees. While walking through the hole that Qi Yanni created, the two felt a strong earthquake. Suddenly, a wall appears in front of them, blocking their way out. After that, Bai Xiaoan commands the Apocalypse Eye to scan the area. The place is like a Rubik's Cube wherein the parts can shift position from time to time. Therefore, exiting the area is near to a hopeless situation. Qi Yanni, on the other hand, doesn't care about the wall in front of her. She suddenly unleashes her spiritual power in the form of a drill and starts drilling the walls like a mad woman. Bai Xiaoan is left speechless and thinks that being reckless sometimes works. Suddenly, a wall explodes, which means Qi Yanni and Bai Xiaoan have made it through. However, the place in that area is completely different, for it looks like a laboratory. As they pass through a glass window, Bai Xiaoan sees a huge army of zombies under hibernation. Upon realizing that, his eyes widened in fear. When the two reached a strange door, they decided to go inside it. Here, they saw a strange being inside a huge canister. Bai Xiaoan is horrified after realizing that it is a spirit pet encased inside a ferocious beast. What is more terrifying about this monster is that it has 5 talents. All of a sudden, the two heard a clapping sound, so they alerted themselves. Then, Asmodee welcomes the two that she calls materials. Asmodee is impressed that they managed to reach her place, so the only thing that is left to do is to figure out who possesses the pure yang between the two of them. That said, Asmodee releases the undefined beast to fight the two. Suddenly, the huge canister exploded, and it instantly attacked Bai Xiaoan with incredible speed. Bai Xiaoan summons his beast familiar to tackle the monster. However, the monster has very quick reflexes, so it easily dodges the attack. Bai Xiaoan notices the strange movement of the monster, and he figures out that it is in great pain. He took the opportunity to attack the monster with the help of his beast pet's nether water erosion. The impact created a huge explosion, so Bai Xiaoan thought the fight was over. When the smoke subsides, he is surprised to see that the monster has generated a strong shield. Witnessing its impressive talent, Bai Xiaoan can't help but be impressed by the monster. Meanwhile, the monster uses another talent, which transforms its body into slimy flesh. It attacks Qi Yanni, but as expected, she retaliates the attack. The impact is so strong that a strong force emanates from their fists. Bai Xiaoan tries to warn Qi Yanni, but is too late because the slimy flesh from the monster has started wrapping around her hand. Seeing this, she immediately gets horrified. In just a few seconds, Qi Yanni's whole body is wrapped around the slimy flesh. Bai Xiaoan did not waste any time, and he quickly commanded his beast pet to cut the slimy flesh. Bai Xiaoan helps Qi Yanni remove the slimy flesh around her body. To their surprise, the slimy flesh is still alive even after getting detached from the monster's arm. All of a sudden, the flesh starts moving away from them, making Bai Xiaoan think that recklessness will result in their doom. Meanwhile, the flesh comes back to the monster's arm. With no other options left, Bai Xiaoan decided to resort to using sympathetic resonance and talk to the beast pet inside the monster's body. He told Qi Yanni and his beast familiar not to intervene no matter what happens. Instead, when the monster attacks him, he releases his erosion restraint to activate his rampage mode. But he only uses the force from this state to strengthen his precise block, making Asmodee feel very disappointed because she wants to witness more action. Asmodee then realizes that Bai Xiaoan doesn't possess the pure yang because he has a water system instead of fire. Moreover, she also figures out that Qi Yanni doesn't possess the pure yang either. The monster attacks again, and Bai Xiaoan prepares to block the attack again. When he finds the perfect opportunity, Bai Xiaoan grabs the head of the monster and performs sympathetic resonance. The spirit of Bai Xiaoan enters the consciousness of the monster, and he sees the spirit of the beast pet called Rubber Monkey. Bai Xiaoan goes near the beast pet and tells it that he means no harm. He tells the beast pet that he wants to share its pain by making a pact with him, to which the beast pet willingly agrees. When Bai Xiaoan removed his rampage mode, the monster did not attack him, which surprised Asmodee. After that, he unleashes his spiritual energy, and a magic circle is formed to complete their contract. Upon the completion of the contract, the spirit of the rubber monkey is released from the restraints. The beast pet felt finally free, and Bai Xiaoan extended his hand to his newly obtained beast familiar. That said, the rubber monkey started breaking the spell of Asmodee, and the three reacted differently to what was about to happen next. A powerful aura unleashes when the rubber monkey completely breaks free. Then, all of them put their guards on so they wouldn't be taken by the strong gust of wind. Seeing her plan not working in her favor, Asmodee decided to destroy the rubber monkey instead. Bai Xiaoan tells her that he won't allow that to happen. However, the headless monster of Asmodee already proceeds to attack the rubber monkey. The beast pet does not falter and prepares to intercept the monster's attack. When Bai Xiaoan commands Giant Blue Whale to help, the rubber monkey stops him from doing so. The beast familiar tells its beast master to let it fight alone. Apparently, Asmodee kills his whole clan just to complete her experiments. That said, the rubber monkey wanted to seek revenge. All of a sudden, the beast pet transforms its arms into slimy flesh, and it alters the property of the flesh into hard, sharp bones that pierce through the body of the headless giant. Then, it uses its strength to throw the giant on the wall of the facility, causing it to destroy the wall completely. Afterward, the beast pet unleashes all its magical power and prepares to attack Asmodee. Asmodee, on the other hand, is not fazed at all because she is the honorable fifth priest of the spider sect. Suddenly, Qi Yanni saw an approaching army of undead ready to end their lives. In an instant, Bai Xiaoan and Qi Yanni are surrounded by the zombies. Nonetheless, the rubber monkey doesn't seem to care at all because she clears the zombies that come in its way. Bai Xiaoan and Qi Yanni struggle to fight the zombie armies. Qi Yanni is unable to use her special skill due to the high number of enemies. That said, Bai Xiaoan is left with no other option but to do it himself. He unleashes his rampage mode and uses the dark aura inside its body at maximum level to perform the evil deed, Spirit Speed. Giant blue whale became like a missile at full speed while making the enemies with the sealing mark. After sealing them all, Bai Xiaoan unleashes the final blow called Evil Deed, Incantation. Asmodee could not believe her eyes to see that her undead army was wiped out instantly. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, is happy with the outcome of his risky action. The rubber monkey took the opportunity to penetrate Asmodee's defenses from behind. However, the headless giant appears just in time to block the attack, shocking the rubber monkey. With his arm stuck inside Xing Tian's body, the rubber monkey cannot move away. That said, the beast pet cannot avoid the strong punch from the headless giant. To avoid further damage, Bai Xiaoan asks its giant blue whale to catch the rubber monkey. Asmodee admires her creation's ability, but since it is not useful for her, she wants to destroy it no matter what. When Asmodee activates her real destruction program, the whole terrain changes. Meanwhile, Scarlet and the others arrive at the location, witnessing how the terrain shifts drastically. Bai Xiaoan destroyed the ceiling of the laboratory and saw the real exit. Then, they all successfully come out and reach the outermost surface. Soon after, Scarlet's car arrives, and they see Bai Xiaoan. Qiao Gubai felt very happy when she saw her young master safe and sound. Seeing her cry, Bai Xiaoan felt bad. Right away, Qiao Gubai hugs him, and the two blush together. Bai Xiaoan and Qiao Gubai immediately go back to their awkward moments after a few seconds. Meanwhile, Qi Yanning and Scarlet start throwing shade at each other. They both belong to the bloodline of the Qi family, but they are members of different family branches. Hussein tells the two ladies to set aside their family conflicts because they are in the face of bigger trouble. Suddenly, they saw an army of upgraded monsters, and they were ready to devour them. They have no other choice but to fight their enemies. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaoan lacks the spiritual power to perform another evil deed, Incantation. The good news is that these types of zombies don't have regeneration abilities, so normal physical means can work against them. All of a sudden, Lao Duan arrives with his big machine gun and starts showering the enemies with his enhanced bullets. The zombies fall one by one before their eyes, but Scarlet tells them that their delivery is a bit slow, so she gives them a bad review. Qi Ming tells his sister that their delivery comes with a free ride, so he should give them a 5-star review. As the helicopter prepares to drop the rope ladder, Asmodee arrives. She then orders her gigantic Xing Tian to destroy the helicopter. Seeing the huge hand approaching them, Qi Ming pees on his pants. Xing Tian managed to destroy the tail of the helicopter, and they had to do an emergency landing. Witnessing that, Scarlet becomes worried for her younger brother and wonders what is going on. Asmodee appears right before them, riding the giant Xing Tian, and orders Xing Tian to begin the execution. Apparently, Xing Tian is at its peak level, so its size has become even more enormous. Witnessing another giant enemy, Bai Xiaoan tells Asmodee that she really loves big things like his big stick. Meanwhile, Qi Ming and his team survive the crash landing and join them. Bai Xiaoan tells Scarlet to check on Qi Ming and leave the giant to him because he is well experienced in handling giants. However, Hussein tells him to wait because he cannot face Asmodee alone. Seeing Hussein get so serious for the first time, Bai Xiaoan realizes that they are facing a real deal. Hussein explains to him that Asmodee is already at diamond level. It turns out that Selena Asmodee is one of the infamous Asmodee siblings among the Aborigines. Hussein further explains that Xing Tian is actually Asmodee's brother. When his brother gets beheaded and dies in the battle, Asmodee uses a forbidden technique to refine the corpse of his brother. Seeing Xing Tian attacking them, Hussein uses his divine shield to protect them from getting crushed. After witnessing that power, Asmodee figures out that Hussein is with her enemies. Hussein uses his skill called Manifestation, which creates a spiritual hand that goes against Xing Tian. Unfortunately, the enemy manages to avoid it. Bai Xiaoan wonders what he just witnessed, so he asks the Apocalypse Eye what skill Hussein used. It turns out that it is called Manifestation, which can materialize parts of the spirit beasts. Bai Xiaoan further learned that the skill is a golden level exclusive skill. Meanwhile, Asmodee knows that she cannot slack off, so she decides to go all out. That said, Asmodee orders Xing Tian to use weaponization. Xing Tian suddenly pierces its own stomach, and it unleashes an axe-like spiritual weapon. Qi Ming is grossed out from what he just witnessed and wonders what it is. Xing Tian strikes its weapon against Hussein, but Hussein blocks it with his manifestation. Xing Tian is strong, but Hussein is on par with its strength. Hussein also gives his all, and uses more manifestations techniques, which shocks Asmodee. After Hussein manages to lift Xing Tian, he commands Bai Xiaoan to attack it with the help of his beast pets. The two beast pets perform an attack called Lunar Celestial Reversion. Launching their attacks together, they manage to amputate both arms of Xing Tian. Then, Hussein uses his wood spirit Wind Bind to leap high in midair. Hussein launches himself like a missile using his skills, Sweeping Gale and Thunderquake, piercing through the body of the giant monster. Qiao Gubai and Qi Yanni are both left dumbfounded by the immense power they have witnessed. Afterward, Xing Tian's body starts disintegrating. Hussein stands in front of Xing Tian's body and wishes it to rest in peace. It is then revealed that Xing Tian's real name is Layer Asmodee. Bai Xiaoan wonders if the fight is already over, but Asmodee is not ready to raise her white flag yet. Suddenly, Hussein's sword appears in front of her. Hussein commands her to stop because he doesn't want to harm his own people. After hearing that, Asmodee laughs and questions his statement. It is then revealed that Hussein is the one who cuts off his brother's head, so she considers him a traitor. A strong protective blue aura appears around Asmodee, pushing Hussein backward. Asmodee insists to him that the moment he joined the Moon's Shadow tribe, he already betrayed his own people. After that, her magic completely revives Xing Tian. Bai Xiaoan knows that reviving Xing Tian means great trouble, so he asks the Apocalypse Eye what has just happened. It turns out that Asmodee has a talent called Undead Space, which can kill and reborn living creatures, turning them into undead. Bai Xiaoan then figures out that she used that talent to recreate Xing Tian. That said, he needs to find a way so they can all survive. The rest of the team continues to fight the undead armies by all means. Qi Ming figures out that they are all connected to Asmodee, so he orders Feng Long to shoot her, which he follows. With a very accurate calibration, Feng Long shoots Asmodee. Unfortunately, she easily blocks the bullet like an egg that is blocked by an umbrella. Asmodee wonders why her armies haven't obliterated the small insects yet. Nonetheless, she commands Xing Tian to erase the existence of Qi Ming first, making him pee on his pants for the second time. A concentrated blast of undead energy is launched against Qi Ming. However, an unknown person blocks it just in time. The person asks Qi Ming if he is alright, making Qi Ming wonder who he is. Immediately, Qi Ming recognizes his voice, and it is no other than Bai Xiaoan with his possession skill with Giant Blue Whale. Asmodee doesn't like his presence, so she orders Xing Tian to crush Bai Xiaoan with its gigantic foot. However, Bai Xiaoan is completely unfazed. Before getting stomped on, Bai Xiaoan leaps from mid-air at very fast speed, leaving everyone in awe. Hussein then realizes that he merges with his beast familiar. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan is very much ready to crush Asmodee, but when he is about to land his attack, Asmodee uses manifestation to stop him. Hands appear, and they put Bai Xiaoan into a defenseless position. Asmodee praises his possession talent. He starts touching Bai Xiaoan while grinning like she wants something else. Soon after, Asmodee materializes an axe and she strikes it directly to Bai Xiaoan's head. The impact is so strong that Bai Xiaoan crushes down like an energy blast. Luckily, his head has become really hard after possessing the giant blue whale. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan heard his beast familiar talking to him. After the giant blue whale offers him some help, Bai Xiaoan gets very surprised as he thinks that the erosion has made his beast familiar and ugly, disgusting moron. Apparently, the giant blue whale can regain its sanity under possession. That said, his beast familiar made him realize that he has a latent ability to overpower those who are way stronger than him. Bai Xiaoan rose up and decided to be the greatest Giga Chad in the world of the spider's nest. He then uses his spiritual energy to materialize his sword, and it works. Hussein is very shocked to see how Bai Xiaoan did all that, considering his actual level. It turns out that Bai Xiaoan can perform the skills that only Beastmasters at Diamond level can do. Bai Xiaoan asked the Apocalypse Eye to check his status, and to his surprise, he is at the Diamond Peak level. It is also revealed that he can use some epic skills using the materialized sword. That said, Bai Xiaoan prepares his battle stance, activates his spiritual speed, and infuses it with torrents. Then, he performs Spiritual Speed Torrent, which allows him to leap high in midair. Asmodee immediately commands Xing Tian to kill him, but Bai Xiaoan delivers a nether water erosion new flow that Xing Tian endures so much. Asmodee laughs because she knows that Xing Tian's body has become way tougher than before. However, Xing Tian starts growling in pain. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan appears behind Asmodee, but she notices it, and she manifests undead souls to attack Bai Xiaoan. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoan managed to destroy them using his spiritual sword. Asmodee manifested a strong undead soul with sharp claws and attacked him. Bai Xiaoan tells her to move on from her past, but she refuses to listen and continues the attack. Bai Xiaoan tells him to stop acting like a lonely, ugly, disgusting loser because achieving her goals will only cost her more pain. Asmodee cannot take what he is saying anymore, so he jumps over him, ready to cut his throat. However, Bai Xiaoan cannot afford to lose either, so he retaliates the attack. Asmodee's anger is getting out of hand, and she puts the blame on Hussein's tribe. She went berserk and attacked Bai Xiaoan mercilessly, causing him to lose balance. Xing Tian prepares a strong energy blast, and just like that, the headless giant delivers Sundowner Cloud Cannon Blast. Asmodee tells Bai Xiaoan that she will enjoy studying his corpse. However, Bai Xiaoan managed to leap in mid-air just in time using his Spiritual Speed Torrent. After that, he backflips and successfully escapes his doom, which irritates Asmodee so much. Bai Xiaoan tells her that he already died once, so she cannot kill him because no one can kill the dead. Bai Xiaoan uses his Moonlight Return Falling Moon against Asmodee, which is very effective, however. Bai Xiaoan is not done yet because he followed his attack with another powerful blade strike. The impact causes an explosion, and Bai Xiaoan delivers his finishing blow like an energy blast towards the ground. When Bai Xiaoan landed on the ground, Xing Tian struck him with the spiritual axe. Bai Xiaoan is completely unfazed, and he prepares to deliver the Mirror Stops water defense. Then, Bai Xiaoan whips his sword like he is performing a breathing style. That said, he simultaneously performs Mirror Stops water and Moon in the Lake techniques. When Bai Xiaoan turns his back to Xing Tian, the body of the headless giant is cut into two. Asmodee feels so mad at Bai Xiaoan for making her feel like a loser after many years. That said, she tells him that it is not over yet. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan points the sword at her, ready to isekai her if she acts recklessly. Asmodee brings out Dagger Kum to hit Bai Xiaoan's sword, and she charges forward to stab him. However, his beast pet takes control, and it maneuvers her hands at the last second to stab herself instead. Soon after, the yellow thingy comes out of her body. Then, a huge yellow bump on her grows bigger, like a baby is about to pop out. Suddenly, the yellow bump explodes and an unknown man emerges from her back bump, making Asmodee's body completely disappear. As the yellow sticky liquid drips on the man's body, he expresses his disappointment against Asmodee losing. Then, black iron-like plates appear from his body, creating a face mask and a whole body armor. After the mysterious man fixes his hair, he introduces himself as no other than Diego Barro, the third high priest of the demon spider sect. GB Gavalue, whom he calls Whale Boy, immediately informs Bai Xiaoan about the danger that Barro can pose to them. However, he is extremely surprised to sense Barro behind him in an instant. Barro locks Bai Xiaoan's body with his arms and flies in midair along with him. After reaching enough height, Barro backflips, ready to crash Bai Xiaoan to the ground head first. Upon seeing Barro's plan, Hussein quickly informs the others to get out of the area as fast as possible. With high speed, Barro launches himself downward along with Bai Xiaoan to end his opponent's life. The impact is so strong that it shatters the ground of the whole area. Unfortunately, Qiao Gubai fell along with the ruins and completely descended into the depths of the mine. Barro stands before the unconscious body of Bai Xiaoan, acting almighty. However, Bai Xiaoan's dark aura manifests and takes over his body, making his possession form turn red. Bai Xiaoan instantly stands up and leaps backward to gain some distance. Barro mocks him for being desperate to get away from him. However, Bai Xiaoan suddenly attacks Barro faster than the speed of light, beheading him using his bare hands. After that, Bai Xiaoan's dark aura starts disappearing. When he regains his consciousness, Bai Xiaoan wonders what exactly just happened. Meanwhile, the body of Baro continues to disintegrate. When he wears off his possession form, he quickly asks for Chiyo Gubai's whereabouts. Unfortunately, none of them manages to help her, which extremely shocks Bai Xiaoan. His shout reverberates in the depths of the mine, but Chiyo Gubai does not respond to his call. Meanwhile, a small wasp grows bigger and transforms into Baro. Then, a perspective from a nearly unconscious person appears to be seen Baro. Moments later, the highest priestess, Solaris, received the news about Asmoden's death from Baro. Moreover, Baro also exposes Hussein's connection with Bai Xiaoan. Lilith then speculates that Hussein is teaming up with outsiders to go against them. Mephisto believes that what is happening is troublesome. That said, Solaris plans to send someone to control Bai Lin City, so no joining forces of their considered enemies will happen. 6 months later, Bai Xiaoan still looks for Chiyo Gubai. 6 months have passed, and Bai Xiaoan's physical appearance has changed dramatically. His hair grows longer, and his body becomes more defined. As expected, irrelevant enemies from the mines never bother him anyway. He simply summons his sunbird beast familiar, which he calls Reven, to handle the undead enemies. Reven launches flames of sunshine that burn the undead enemies down to their core. Reven tells Bai Xiaoan that it cannot understand him being obsessed with finding someone for almost half a year. However, Bai Xiaoan explains himself to be more rational than before. Moreover, Bai Xiaoan reiterated the fact that Chiyo Gubai is extremely important to him. It turns out that by his efforts alone, he reaches silver level. After that, Reven returns to the royal beast space and tells Bai Xiaoan to find the Chiyo Gubai, who it calls Tool Lady. Bai Xiaoan was saddened by the term used because, for him, Chiyo Gubai is not a tool. Bai Xiaoan realizes that Twilight has arrived and he has to take a rest. Suddenly, he heard the arrival of someone whom he thought to be Hussein. The unknown man asked Bai Xiaoan, and to his surprise is not Hussein. That said, Bai Xiaoan asks the unknown man who he is. When the man faces him, he is astonished to see that it is his grandpa, who is in his younger appearance for some unknown reason. Bai Xiaoan cannot believe his eyes for what he is witnessing at that moment. His grandpa explains that because of the spiritual heavenly water and the banana tree forest fruit, he mysteriously restores his health and his youth. However, the massive changes in his grandpa also have a massive impact on him. It turns out that he cannot use his spiritual power for some unknown reasons, so he needs time to cultivate again. That said, his grandpa reveals that when left the city to heal, someone from the Demon Spider sect or some other organization took control of it. Moreover, the true intentions of these people are still unknown. His grandpa expresses his worries about the people in Bai Lin City. Upon hearing that, Bai Xiaoan smashes the ground with a shovel. Lord Bai tells him that he understands that finding Chiyo Gubai is very important to him. However, before he can even finish what he is saying, Bai Xiaoan butts in and tells him that he knows what he needs to do. With conviction, he tells his grandpa that he will go back to Bai Lin City to investigate. He also tells Lord Ba to stop treating him like an immature child. His grandpa is shocked by his maturity, and with a sigh of relief and a smile, Lord Bai shows how proud he is of his grandson. Before leaving, Lord Bai reminds him that things are no longer the same, for they no longer have money or connections. Moreover, he tells him to be careful and not to get in trouble. Lastly, his grandpa tells him that the future of the Bai family and the Bai Lin City depends on him. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan pushes the metallic door and enters a dark, dirty sewage in Bai Lin City. As he looks around, Bai Xiaoan can no longer recognize the appearance of Bai Lin City. Suddenly, a commoner saw him, and the homeless tramp ran as fast as he could upon realizing who he was. It's completely weirded out by the reaction of the tramp who saw him. Soon after, he enters another passage through the sewage and successfully infiltrates the city. Then he cannot believe his eyes to see that Bai Lin City is no longer elegant like before. It's like a gangster city filled with illegal businesses. Bai Xiaoan even notices the few number of people on the streets. Not long after, he saw his wanted poster that was scattered all around the city. When Bai Xiaoan read it, he learned that he was accused of being a Demon Spider sect accomplice, and any information about his whereabouts is paid with a hefty amount of money. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan figures out why the tramp reacted the way he did when he saw him. Suddenly, police officers appear around the area and decides to hide first, not to create any form of commotion. Upon entering a dark alley, Bai Xiaoan passed by a bar called Hot Girls. He quickly notices the lively atmosphere inside as compared to the outside world. Upon ordering, Bai Xiaoan hears a lady complaining about some sort of abusive customer. Bai Xiaoan finds the voice very familiar, and when he looks at her, he sees that she has long red hair. While Bai Xiaoan wonders if she is the girl he knows, the perverted guy flies to the bar counter and slams his back from the impact. The red-hot habanero, on the other hand, is still shaking from so much anger. She tells the perverted man that not all girls are easy to get. Then, Bai Xiaoan talks to her colleague. Upon realizing who he is, Feng Qianyu covers his mouth, which shocks him. Feng Qianyu hushes him and tells him not to say her name. When the bar manager starts getting suspicious of her actions, she immediately excuses herself and drags Bai Xiaoan with her. Feng Qianyu did a quick briefing with Bai Xiaoan about the current situation and status in Bailin City. Soon after, they enter a hidden room in the basement of the bar. In that place, a fat man like Snorlax is munching all the snacks as if someone is taking them away from him. Despite his unhealthy eating habits, the man is quite skilled in coding and hacking skills. Bada boom bada bing, the man is no other than Yan Po Tian. Both Bai Xiaoan and Yan Po Tian are surprised to see each other again. As expected, the crybaby comes running towards his brother, which Bai Xiaoan obviously doesn't like. Before he even reaches him, Bai Xiaoan stops him with his one hand. Out of nowhere, Feng Qianyu tells Bai Xiaoan that he has become stronger than before. When Bai Xiaoan asks her why she is telling such stuff, she simply tells him that she feels it. After hearing that, she remembers a lot of details about him. Bai Xiaoan wonders if she cares about him that much. Moments later, Yan Po Tian starts his data analysis. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyu starts talking about nameless mercenaries that have been moving around the town. Soon enough, Yan Po Tian completed the analysis of the data. Feng Qianyu suddenly expresses her anger after revealing that her family, including Yan Po Tian's, were captured by the unknown mercenaries. It is then revealed that they have been working so hard to rescue their family and prove their innocence. With Yuan's hacking abilities, they managed to figure out what they need to do next. According to Yan Po Tian's finding, the unknown mercenaries, along with their leader, are about to meet someone. The person they will meet is a female with red hair and a facial scar. After getting a grasp of the situation, Bai Xiaoan suggests that they let him meet the commander of the unknown mercenaries. Feng Qianyu asked Bai Xiaoan if he will not join them in their mission. However, he told them that he would be part of their hidden plan, but in private. He even mentioned his past grudges with Feng Qianyu, who happens to have fulfilled their previous promises by wearing the seductive bunny costume. Right after making Feng Qianyu blush in awkwardness, Bai Xiaoan immediately leaves to do the mission on his own, making Feng Qianyu extremely angry. Moments later, at Xiezi district, Bai Xiaoan arrives at the construction site to witness the expected meetup from the unknown mercenaries. Suddenly, a mysterious red-haired woman with a scar on her face calls his attention. She asks Bai Xiaoan if he is waiting for someone. She tells Bai Xiaoan that she is waiting for someone else as well. Bai Xiaoan realizes that the woman is the one in the photo that Yan Po Tian presented to him. The mysterious woman starts a conversation with her to know about the lower realm, which she claims to be not familiar with. Bai Xiaoan gets on guard for anything that might happen in their encounter. The mysterious woman notices it, and she tells him to chill out. The Eye of Apocalypse reveals that she is known to be the red smoke flame that belongs to the diamond level. Soon after, she asks Bai Xiaoan to play with her since he is a Beastmaster. Bai Xiaoan refuses to engage with her and tells him that she is a bully. Hearing that, the red smoke flame decided to demote his status to silver level so she and Bai Xiaoan would be on the same page. Bai Xiaoan accepted her challenge, and he asked her to promise 3 things if he would win. Red smoke flame doesn't want to engage in too much talk, so she lunges toward Bai Xiaoan immediately. Bai Xiaoan is shocked, and he barely manages to dodge the high kick of his enemy. The attack swiftly changes into a downward slash, but luckily, Bai Xiaoan still manages to block it. Realizing that Bai Xiaoan is not her typical punching bag, Red Smoke Flame decided to summon her beast familiar, which is called Spirit of Lava. That said, Bai Xiaoan also summons his beast familiar. Red Smoke Flame is impressed with Bai Xiaoan's beast pet. However, she does not falter at all because she thinks that the Whale Boy is too slow for her. Whale Boy attacks the Spirit of Lava, causing it to fall down. Then, the attack is followed by a nether water erosion. Spirit of Lava retaliates and the impact sends them away from each other. Whale Boy reminds Bai Xiaoan not to underestimate the enemy. Soon after, the Spirit of Lava launches several missile rocks toward the Whale Boy. To block the barrage of attacks, Bai Xiaoan activates a water sphere that serves as their shield. Red Smoke Flame is delighted to see how Bai Xiaoan protects his beast pet. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan asks his beast familiar if it is okay after blocking the dangerous attack. Red Smoke Flame is impressed at Bai Xiaoan because no one will take the initiative to protect their own beast familiar. She then informs Bai Xiaoan that in their realm, no one dares to accept her challenge. She commends Bai Xiaoan for being able to fight with her skillfully. Bai Xiaoan knows the extent of danger that he is facing, so he decides to use his full strength. Meanwhile, Red Smoke Flame commands her beast pet to fight to the fullest. That said, Bai Xiaoan tells him to use the trick that they have been practicing. At full speed, the whale boy uses its spiritual speed torn and moves around the spirit of lava while attacking it at the same time. His opponent can't help but be amazed at all the tricks that he has. Whale boy leaps in midair and prepares to attack the enemy. Red Smoke Flame recognizes that the attack is the Moonlight Return, a high-level Kong Shui's move. Red Smoke Flame unleashes the power of her spiritual weapon to intercept the attack. That said, an explosion happened after the impact of the colliding forces. Bai Xiaoan is clueless about what happened to Red Smoke Flame, but he sees his beast familiar, which is in a state of great exhaustion. Suddenly, his opponent emerges from the smoke, declaring her victory. Despite the result of the fight, Red Smoke Flame tells him that he is the first person who forces her to break her oath. She then asks for his name, but Bai Xiaoan thinks that it is way better not to do so. Suddenly, another mysterious character appears. He is a young man, along with his younger sister, who resembles the appearance of the Bai clan. Bai Xiaoan is shocked to know that the two mysterious characters know his true identity. That said, Bai Xiaoan asks them who they are. They reveal their true identity, and they happen to be members of the main branch of the Bai clan. The guy's name is Bai Zihao, while the girl's name is Bai Zining. Red Smoke Flame joins the conversation, and she asks the two if they are the ones she is to meet that time. Then, it is revealed that her real name is Qi Yanyan, who is the infamous Demon Flame. Soon after, the soldiers arrive, and they bring with them the captured Feng Qian Yu and Yen Po Tian. Feng Qian Yu is so mad at the soldiers, but she cannot do anything about her situation. Bai Xiaoan realizes that they are in trouble, so he feels extremely worried. Bai Zihao slaps Feng Qian Yu for making a noise. Seeing that Bai Xiaoan gets mad, and he decides to summon Riven. Riven unleashes some aerial flaming missiles of the enemy, and it causes a huge impact again. When the smoke subsides, his enemies, along with their armies, are left unscathed. Bai Zihao then asks Bai Xiaoan if Feng Qian Yu is worthy of his enmity against them. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, the soldiers are wearing anti-spiritual shields. While their shields piss off Bai Xiaoan, the soldiers prepare to deliver an onslaught attack against him. However, they are stopped by Bai Zihao because he wants to give Bai Xiaoan a chance. Bai Xiaoan can't help but wonder what their motives are in occupying the Bailin city. Bai Zihao tells him that he did not occupy it because it is his territory in the first place. Bai Zining further tells him that the higher-ups send them to do what they need to do. Then, Bai Zihao informs Bai Xiaoan that their world is already merging with another world. After that, Bai Zining tells Bai Xiaoan that they are to investigate the portals in their world that lead to the merging world. They also aim to find new powerful species in the merging world. Bai Zihao informs Bai Xiaoan that the spiritual energy in the area is stable. Then, he summons his beast pet to get rid of the captives. With the help of the Eye of Apocalypse, Bai Xiaoan figures out that Bai Zihao belongs to the gold level. Bai Zihao prepares to end the life of Feng Qian Yu. That said, his spirit pet, Poison Ivy Blue Electric Eel, supercharges a strong attack against Feng Qian Yu. She cannot do anything but close her eyes and accept her impending doom. However, Bai Xiaoan moves like the Flash as he activates his dark aura. And just like that, he manages to save Feng Qian Yu and Yen Po Tian. Bai Xiaoan looks at Feng Qian Yu with a genuinely worried face, making her blush like a ripe tomato, as expected from her. Instead of saying thank you, she kicks Bai Xiaoan in the face. Bai Zihao is clueless about what just happened. That said, he commands Poison Ivy Blue Electric Eel to burn down his enemies. Poison Ivy Blue Electric Eel unleashes a devastating purple spiritual force that causes a huge explosion. Bai Zihao tells him that he should blame his grandpa for his incompetence, impressing Bai Zining. However, when the smoke from the explosion subsided, they saw the enhanced rubber monkey that seemed to have successfully blocked the attack. The two siblings are confused about the new beast pet. The enhanced rubber monkey asks his master if he's okay, to which he confirms. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyu is acting mad and wants Bai Xiaoan to let go of her as if she doesn't like being in his arms. At that moment, Bai Zihao realizes that Bai Xiaoan is no ordinary. So, he commands his poison ivy blue electric eel to finish the fight quickly, using its spiritual speed. Enhanced rubber monkey does not show any fear against a formidable enemy, and it starts accumulating spiritual energy to retaliate against the upcoming attack. And just like that, it unleashes its cloud piercer. However, the poison ivy blue electric eel dodges the attack at a very fast speed. Soon enough, the poison ivy blue electric eel is already messing around with the enhanced rubber monkey. Poison ivy blue electric eel delivers its cyanide fangs against the enhanced rubber monkey. However, before it can even hurt the enhanced rubber monkey, it grabs the poison ivy blue electric eel by its head. Then, it smashes the beast pet like a stuffed toy on the ground, causing it to lose consciousness. Feng Qianyu and Yan Po Tian are shocked, while Bai Xiaoan receives a warning about his spiritual instability. One of the soldiers informs Bai Zihao about spiritual fluctuations, signaling that a portal is about to open. And just like that, a green portal appears around the area. Bai Xiaoan and his allies wonder why a portal appears all of a sudden. Then, Bai Xiaoan figures out that it is part of the world fusion. Bai Zihao commands all of his soldiers to prepare to jump into the portal. However, Bai Zining stops him because there are strange tentacles that come out from it. In an instant, they find themselves being wrapped by the strange tentacles. Bai Xiaoan is confused about the strange tentacles, but he can't free himself from its strong wrap. Apparently, even the two siblings were captured by the strange tentacles, causing them both to freak out. Then the strange tentacles pull them all inside the portal. As the portal is continuously sucking them up, they can't do anything but worry for the safety of each other. Suddenly, a portal opens in an unknown world. Moments later, Bai Xiaoan felt a heavy thing on his chest, giving him a hard time breathing. When he opens his eyes, he realizes that Feng Qianyu's massive balloons are pressed on his chest. Feng Qianyu blushes after being embarrassed about what happened, but the awkwardness stops when Yan Po Tian complains about how heavy they are. Before long, the three start to wonder where exactly they are. After that, they notice what seems like a humongous dead body of a spider or a crab near them. Not long after, they heard a mysterious sound from a staff that seemed to be made up of ocean materials. Bai Xiaoan and the rest of the gang wonder what it is. Apparently, the sound comes from the staff of a mysterious octopus man. Elsewhere, Bai Zihao and Bai Zining, along with their soldiers, are investigating the new environment in the merging world. Bai Zihao asks him if the base station that they found had no supplies anymore. The soldiers tell him that there are no found supplies in the station at all. Bai Zihao then starts wondering if he wouldn't be stuck in that world. One of his soldiers tells him that there is a piece of information found in the base station about a nearby activity. That said, Bai Zihao tells them with an evil grin to prepare and go to the nearby colony to get some supplies. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan and his comrades wonder if the octopus man will attack them. Bai Xiaoan notices that the creature is scared, so he asks the Apocalypse Eye to give him some details about it. Suddenly, the scared octopus man uses his tentacles towards Bai Xiaoan, which shocks him. The tentacles touch Bai Xiaoan's head, and for some unexplainable reasons, Bai Xiaoan's eyes glow like he is possessed or something. He recognizes it as the skill called synchronization. Through this skill, the octopus man manages to talk to Bai Xiaoan. The octopus man revealed that his name is Blue and comes from Lele City. Judging by their appearance, the octopus man knows that they are not from their world. Bai Xiaoan also introduces himself, and he figures out that the octopus man is an intelligent species. Yan Po Tian and Feng Qianyu wonder how on earth Bai Xiaoan and the octopus man can communicate. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan explains to him how they accidentally arrived in their world. Soon after, the three follow Blue. Along the way, Bai Xiaoan discovers some soul crystals that are formed by the crystallization of spiritual energy. Out of curiosity, Bai Xiaoan decided to touch the crystal. However, when he's about to touch them, Blue stops him from doing so. Blue starts telling a story to Bai Xiaoan about them as the residents of Lele City. According to her story, they used to be servants of the abyssal lady, Kusuna. However, 300 years ago, Kusuna became cruel due to a plague. That said, they are forced to seal her in her throne. Moreover, the plague transforms the servants into creatures called soulless, and the souls that were left from the transformed bodies turn into crystals. Blue even revealed that his parents died due to the plague. The souls of his parents are within the crystals, so technically, the crystals became their tombs. Blue became sad after recalling the fate that they had to face. Seeing him like that, Bai Xiaoan tries his best to comfort her, which shocks Blue. All of a sudden, an earthquake just occurs. However, Blue explains to Bai Xiaoan that what happened was not an earthquake, but rather the arrival of the soulless. The swarm of soulless suddenly surrounds them, and Blue tells them not to move and stay close to her. Blue chants a spell, and his staff glows. Then, a blue spiritual energy comes out from the staff, making a vortex of soulless. Bai Xiaoan wonders if he is guiding the soulless. Blue commands the soulless to seek their lost souls. She then explains to Bai Xiaoan that as long as there is a ferryman to guide them, they can safely pass through their territory. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan realizes that they are really a peace-loving race. Bai Xiaoan asks her if their territory was once an ocean, which Blue confirms. Blue explains that after the plague brought corruption to their territory, the once pure ocean was gone. That said, Husuna granted them the strong adaptability to survive in an environment without water. Unfortunately, Kusuna herself wasn't able to escape the fate of corruption brought by the plague. Blue tells them that they are near the settlement area and warns them not to touch the slime molds. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, the fungi in that palace can cause otherworldly corruption. Out of nowhere, Blue suddenly stops and she starts shaking. She looks horrified to see the settlement area is being attacked. It turns out that two siblings, along with their soldiers, are terrorizing the native creatures in the area, and they want to hang them to death. Bai Zining commands her beast pet, Xiao Bai Bai, to attack the octopus men, and just like that, a strong water energy blast was released by Xiao Bai Bai to hit several octopus men. Bai Zihao tells his younger sister not to blow them all up because he wants to hang them up for display. When the smoke subsides, it is revealed that Bai Xiaoan arrives on time to save the remaining creatures. Bai Xiaoan's action pisses off Bai Ziha, and he asks him why he wants to protect the lowly creatures. Bai Xiaoan tells him straight to the face that life has no distinction, and they are the natives of that world. Sadly, several octopus men were hanged to death under Bai Zihao's commands. Then, he questions if the octopus man deserves to be the master of that place. Bai Zihao tells him that his saintly attitude is far from their strong determination to conquer everything. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, points out that he is just being a bully, preying on those weaker than him. He even tells Bai Zihao that his attitude will eventually lead to his own demise. However, Bai Zihao doesn't care about what Bai Xiaoan is talking about because he only cares about being stronger by all means. Bai Xiaoan strongly disagrees with his ideology, believing that it would only result in slaughter and evil desires. That said, Bai Xiaoan summons his beast pet, Giant Blue Whale. Bai Zihao is irritated by his continuous preaching, so he commands his beast pet to use its frenzied blood hunt fang to devour him. But as expected, Whale Boy will not let it happen. Bai Zihao's beast pet tells Whale Boy that it is very ugly, like Bai Xiaoan. On the other hand, Whale Boy tells the white shark that its mouth is as foul as his master's and even tells it to brush his teeth. Then, the two beast familiars hit each other using their tails as if they were wielding swords. After that, Bai Xiaoan and Bai Zihao both command their beast pets to use spirit speed. With so much strength and speed, the two beast familiars try to knock down each other. Upon realizing they can use the same skills, Bai Zihao thinks that he can break through with his final move. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan thought of another trick to win against the enemy. He commands Whale Boy to transform into its original size. Bai Zihao took the chance to catch them off guard and commanded his beast pet to blast the enemy. However, Whale Boy has successfully transformed and easily deflected the attack. White Shark is intimidated by the size of Whale Boy. It even emphasizes its opponent, who is the big fish and the small fish. Bai Zihao becomes worried after seeing Whale Boy's original size. On the other hand, Bai Zining is simply amazed after seeing a huge fish. When Whale Boy opens its mouth, White Shark quickly moves away from it to escape its impending doom. However, White Shark got trapped inside Whale Boy's mouth, freaking out Bai Ziha. Whale Boy acts mighty after swallowing White Shark whole and alive in front of its beastmaster. Then, Bai Xiaoan made him realize how it feels to be eaten by bigger fish. However, Whale Boy spits White Shark and tells it that it stinks as hell. Wei aimed to spit it at Bai Zihao, which he successfully did. Soon after, Bai Xiaoan made him understand how corrupt their values are in the upper realm. Bai Zihao cannot accept the reality that he was defeated, and he starts shouting that he is not weak. That said, the soldiers threw some types of explosives at Bai Xiaoan to protect their master. One of the explosives went very near him, and Bai Xiaoan was caught off guard, realizing it was a flashbang. All of a sudden, the place was engulfed by a bright, blinding light and could not do anything about it. Apparently, even in his previous life, he hates being blasted by a flashbang. As expected, when the light was gone, the enemies had successfully escaped already. Feng Qianyu wonders if they should chase them to resolve the issue in Bailin City. Bai Xiaoan explains to Feng Qianyu that they are trapped, and they need to find a way out first. Elsewhere, Bai Zihao felt devastated by his defeat. He hits the crystals out of frustration while his little sister enjoys the scene. Before long, one of their soldiers reported that they had new findings in the merging world. A soldier tells Bai Zihao that based on the data left behind and their recent investigation, the crystals are actually spiritual stone. These crystals can strengthen and enhance both mental and spiritual power. Seeing it as an opportunity to level up quickly, Bai Zihao becomes happy. Elsewhere, Feng Qianyu asks Yan Potian if Bai Xiaoan would be the leader of the Bailin City if all the mess did not happen. Yan Potian simply tells her that he would support him if that would happen. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan comforts the traumatized octopus men. Seeing him showing kindness, Feng Qianyu can't help but praise him for it, which makes Yan Potian think that she is interested in Bai Xiaoan. Soon, Bai Xiaoan comes back with both good and bad news. Bai Xiaoan immediately notices the blushing face of Feng Qianyu, but she tells him to reveal the good news already. Apparently, there is a teleportation portal in the ancient city of Lely. As for the bad news, they are actually in an ocean trench. That said, they have to find the ancient lift to reach the surface. With the help of Blue, the soulless will not be their problem. Unfortunately, Blue is the last ferryman, so she must stay to protect the settlement area. That said, the trio can only rely on themselves to find a way to reach the surface. Moments later, they keep going higher and higher towards the surface. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan opens a mysterious door. Suddenly, his eyes widen for what had witnessed inside. They saw a soulless being killed using a spiritual weapon. The killer is no other than Qi Yanyan, who makes use of his spiritual weapon to kill several soulless. Qi Yanyan gets excited upon seeing Bai Xiaoan again. Soon after, two soldiers appear from behind the trio, and they force them to surrender. However, Qi Yanyan doesn't like it, so she stops them from capturing them. Qi Yanyan tells the two soldiers that they are all stuck in that world, so capturing them doesn't make any sense. Bai Xiaoan is relieved to know that Qi Yanyan doesn't think the same way as the two siblings. Nonetheless, Qi Yanyan tells him that she doesn't want to get involved with family troubles. Bai Xiaoan looks at her straight in her eyes while Qi Yanyan tells him that he's the first beast master that she's interested in. Seeing her pressing her huge cannonballs in Bai Xiaoan's face makes Feng Qianyu feel mad. Suddenly, they heard loud footsteps coming closer to them. Bada bing bada boom, a giant monster that appears before them. Without any hesitation, Qi Yanyan tells Bai Xiaoan to step back, and she prepares to attack the monster right away. The monster looks like a four-legged animal with a massive starfish head. Despite that, Qi Yanyan is fearless and ready to take it down. Bai Xiaoan can't help but feel intimidated in the presence of a great monstrosity. On the other hand, Qi Yanyan leaps in midair, wields her weapons, and is ready to launch her attack. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, this is called the Star Beast that belongs to the Diamond level. That said, the beast easily intercepts Qi Yanyan's attack. The retaliation causes Qi Yanyan to fall back. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers unleashes his yellow aura, shocking his fellow soldier. The soldier removes his armor and starts transforming. Qi Yanyan is clueless about who the mysterious man is. Apparently, it is no other than Baro, the third high priest of the demon spider sect. He reveals himself after getting interested in the Star Beast. He then quickly throws Dagger Kun to impale the Star Beast, which he does successfully. Dagger Kun unleashes its controlling power, and in an instant, the Star Beast turns yellow in color. The Eye of Apocalypse revealed that Dagger Kun is called Bee Venom or Domination, which mandatory controls a beast familiar. Recognizing him, Bai Xiaoan gets bothered by Baro's presence. After learning that Baro belongs to the spider cult, Qi Yanyan attacks him immediately. However, Baro manages to lead in midair and goes on top of the Star Beast. Baro asks why Qi Yanyan seems to have a personal grudge against him. Qi Yanyan gets mad and tells him to stop pretending. All of a sudden, Baro recognizes her as the demon Flame. Meanwhile, Whaleboy casts a strong spiritual water beam towards Baro. Unfortunately, the Star Beast, under Baro's control, completely blocks the attack. Baro recognizes Bai Xiaoan and gets pissed off to see him alive. Bai Xiaoan angrily confronts Baro. At that point, Bai Xiaoan realizes that Qi Yanyan also has a deep grudge against the high priest of the demon spider cult. On the other hand, Baro supercharges the Star Beast's attack to eliminate the two quickly. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan and Qi Yanyan decided to join forces to go against their common enemy. The Star Monster delivers a devastating attack against the two, which amazes Baro. He celebrated obtaining a diamond-level beast familiar. However, before the smoke even subsides, a strong beam of powerful spiritual energy is launched toward Baro. Unfortunately, Baro manages to dodge it easily. It is then revealed that the attack comes from Qi Yanyan. On the other hand, Baro expresses his disappointment against her. Suddenly, a soldier emerges from the smoke. While Baro thinks that the man is Bai Xiaoan in disguise, he is really an ordinary soldier. Bai Xiaoan recognizes the strength of the ant spiritual shield and decides to put it to the test using the soldier. From that moment, Baro realizes that Bai Xiaoan is a tactical guy. With the Eye of Apocalypse, Bai Xiaoan manages to see through his hidden ability. Unfortunately, his second ability is hidden that even the Eye of Apocalypse cannot reveal. Bai Xiaoan then decided to use the Chain of Heaven's skill to copy the hidden talent of Baro. However, Bai Xiaoan only manages Baro's spiritual armor skill because it cannot copy hidden skills. Soon after, the Eye of Apocalypse shows a prompt at Bai Xiaoan to free space because the Chain of Heavens can only copy 3 skills. That said, Bai Xiaoan chooses to replace the Body of Fire Spirit's skill. And just like that, spiritual armor replaced the existing skill. Meanwhile, Baro felt bothered by the feeling that something had entered his body, not knowing that it was because of the Chain of Heavens. Baro then asked Bai Xiaoan what he did to him, which shocks Bai Xiaoan because it is the first time that someone has sensed his Chain of Heavens. Enraged, Baro commands Star Beast to go all out and use the Call of Heaven. Then, the molds from the ground come to life, shocking them all. The molds start to envelop their bodies and kill the soldier with a shield first. After that, the molds start attacking Bai Xiaoan from behind, shocking him in the process. Luckily, a strong beam of fire and spiritual energy protects him from getting caught. It is then revealed that Feng Qian, you was the one who cast the spell. With an innocent smile, Bai Xiaoan thanks her, which pisses her off. On the other hand, Yen Po Tien summons his beast familiar armored ape to protect him from the molds. Bai Xiaoan quickly thinks of a way to get out of the mold trap, and he figures out that they need to use fire. That said, he asks for Feng Qian use help, which shocks her. Although scared, Yen Po Tien also offers to help with whatever Bai Xiaoan plans to do. He even asks for the help of Qi Yanyan, to which she immediately agrees. As expected, as the shield is gone, Baro supercharges another devastating beam of spiritual energy from the Star Beast. The attack is twice stronger than the first one. Bai Xiaoan, however, sees it coming. So when the time is perfect, he commands everyone to do their parts. Yen Po Tien uses his 5 types of lightning energy armor to block the attack. The armored ape manages to block the attack and absorbs its spiritual energy, which surprises Baro. After absorbing too much power, the armored ape went berserk, and he used his thunder charge release to attack the Star Beast. Then, Bai Xiaoan and Feng Qian combine the firepower of their beast pet. While a barrage of fire missiles attacks the enemy, Qi Yanyan summons her beast pet. It is a cool, strong-looking, and familiar. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, the beast pet is called Night Patrol Demon Owl, and it belongs to the diamond level. Realizing how strong it is, Bai Xiaoan is completely astonished. Without any further commands, the Night Patrol Demon Owl prepares to deliver its attack. It leaps in midair and unleashes its purple spiritual aura. Realizing what it is, Baro is completely dumbfounded. And just like that, with a single slash, the Star Beast gets severely injured. Then, the Night Patrol Demon Owl unleashes another powerful purple spiritual aura. After that, the Beast Familiar stood majestically with pride before them all. However, the start beast will not let the fight end without retaliation, so it accumulates strong spiritual energy against its enemy. The Night Patrol Demon Owl did not falter, and it also cast a beam of attack. The collision of the attack is strong, considering both are diamond level. The three cannot do anything but watch who among the two beast pets is stronger. Soon enough, the fight concluded in favor of the Night Patrol Demon Owl after completely obliterating the Star Beast. Then, with an evil look in its eye, the Night Patrol Demon Owl stood before them all confidently. Baro emerges from the smoke, and he wants to have the Night Patrol Demon Owl. However, before he can even finish what he is saying, Qi Yanyan's spear is ready to cut his throat. Qi Yanyan tells Baro that the Night Patrol Demon Owl will never follow a scum like him. Then, she commands her beast pet to return to her royal beast space. Never in Baro's wildest dream that the demon flame will defeat him. Qi Yanyan, however, cuts off his head before he can even say anything as she unleashes his powerful purple spiritual aura. Bai Xiaoan felt the overwhelming power of Qi Yanyan to the point that he said that she might be stronger than his grandpa. That said, Bai Xiaoan becomes even more motivated to become stronger. Bai Xiaoan contemplates how he can become as strong as Qi Yanyan. Suddenly, Qi Yanyan pulls his spear from the ground and joins the gang. Qi Yanyan realizes that the three of them are descendants of big families. She then identifies them all as follows: Ashes of Nirvana, Dragons of the Star Ocean, and Collapse of Mountains and Thunders. After that, Qi Yanyan formally introduced herself as the Hellflame Skyfire and the current holder of the demon flame known as the Red Smoke Flame. Qi Yanyan then decides to tell them that she doesn't want to get involved in any family feud. She also revealed that her original task was to test the power of the spear. However, since they are all stuck in the merging world, her mission is not yet accomplished. That said, Bai Xiaoan realizes that even with her great power, she cannot guarantee to return to their world. Without a second thought, Bai Xiaoan asks her to join them in their pursuit to find the portal to get out of that world. As expected, the jealous Feng Qianyu disagrees. She blames the upper realm for everything that happened with their families. However, Bai Xiaoan touches her shoulders and tells her to trust his instincts. Feng Qianyu blushes and cannot do anything but agree with Bai Xiaoan. And just like that, they all join together to reach the surface quickly. Moments later, the gang reaches the surface of the Lely City. Qi Yanyan tells them that the civilization in the merging world is quite the same in their real world. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, feels that the place is so eerie after seeing the weird statue around the area. As they continue, they reach the center of the city, but still, they cannot find the teleportation device. Feng Qianyu sarcastically tells Bai Xiaoan to use his talent to find what they are looking for. After hearing that, Bai Xiaoan thought that it was actually a great idea. That said, Bai Xiaoan uses its Eye of Apocalypse to search for the treasures within the range. Soon after, the Eye of Apocalypse detected an ancient throne instead of a portal. Bai Xiaoan is not sure about it, but he decides to take a look anyway. Behold the presence of a great ancient civilization before their eyes. Elsewhere, Bai Zihao and his soldiers reach a place that was covered by molds and soul crystals. He then asks his soldier for the development of the studies about the soul crystals. It turns out that the crystal values in that place differ from the others. That said, they can conclude that the soul crystals in the area are connected to a more powerful energy source. Despite the benefits that a soul crystal can give to a beastmaster, it also requires a more adaptable source to be absorbed. With that, Bai Zihao is not in the best condition to absorb them. On the other hand, Bai Zining tries to give a soul crystal to her beast pet, Long Long. However, she is caught by Bai Zihao. Bai Zining tells her brother that her beast familiar, Long Long, has not been upgraded for a long time. Long Long is a cute dragon beast pet that holds great power. Bai Zihao, however, tells his sister that ingesting the crystal directly may damage her beast pet. In an unexpected turn of events, Long Long took the crystal and enjoyed eating it. After eating it, Long Long's eyes glow, and Bai Zining becomes extremely worried. In the same way, Bai Zihao and the soldiers are shocked by what just happened. The spiritual energy from Long Long continues to surge to its peak. Bada bing bada boom, Long Long grows way bigger than before. Seeing that, Bai Zihao felt relieved that nothing bad had happened to his sister's beast familiar. According to their checking device, Long Long has reached the gold peak level. After realizing that Bai Zining's beast pet is just one step away from reaching diamond level, Bai Zihao cannot help but get insecure by his little sister. Meanwhile, Long Long starts licking Bai Zining's face. His defeat is something that he cannot accept, and hatred starts surging from his heart. He then decided to take a soul crystal for himself. While he starts feeling that his desire and emotions match the energy of the soul crystal, Bai Xiaoan calls his attention. It turns out that Long Long wants to take a walk, so he asks for his brother's permission to roam around. Although he does not agree, Bai Xiaoan still goes on her way with Long Long. After several hours, Bai Xiaoan reaches the throne that seals Kusuna. In the area, there's a sword-like thing that is placed in the middle of the stage. It turns out that a ferryman statue holds the sword-like thing that blocks the corruption from leaking any further. Bai Xiaoan gets curious about it because it plays an important role in their history. According to Eyes of Apocalypse, the item is an otherworldly metal that can absorb the soul. It also revealed that the sword-like metal seals the corruption. When Bai Xiaoan decides to touch it, a voice from an unknown source is heard, stopping him from doing so. All of them heard the unknown voice, so Bai Xiaoan realized that he was not hallucinating. The unknown voice asks them who they are. After that, they figured out that the voice was coming from the sword-like metal. The owner of the voice is shocked to realize that his soul is trapped inside the spiritual scepter. Soon after, the spirit begins freaking out on his body being dry and the lack of water in the area. Before long, the unknown voice figures out they fail because the seal starts to weaken. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, wonders why they can all hear him. Not long after, the mysterious voice asks Bai Xiaoan a favor. Meanwhile, the Eye of Apocalypse informs Bai Xiaoan that the essence of the area is like a telepathic force. The voice asks Bai Xiaoan to destroy the scepter. However, Bai Xiaoan tells him that the octopus man did not fail because some of its descendants survived in the trench. The unknown voice, on the other hand, tells him that the seal can no longer stop the corruption. Bai Xiaoan and the rest ignore the voice, and Qi Yanyan immediately backs off and refuses to help it. The unknown voice stops them from entering the hall and warns them about Kusuna. Bai Xiaoan is irritated by the unknown voice because it becomes more and more suspicious. Suddenly, a blue, glowing aura comes out of the scepter, and it starts evil laughing. It tells Bai Xiaoan that the seal will be lifted sooner or later, so he wants Bai Xiaoan to take him. Since Bai Xiaoan has completed his enlightenment, the soul in the scepter introduces himself as Ralph Howard Kraft. Then, a strong surge of energy comes out from the scepter. Then, the form of the scepter changes into a sword, and it accepts Bai Xiaoan as its new owner. Although confused, Bai Xiaoan felt the urge to pull the sword. When he does, the sword unleashes more spiritual energy, and it forms a contract with him. With one swing slash from the blade, the corruption that covers the door is instantly eliminated. Bai Xiaoan is amazed by the power of the sword. Suddenly, light appears below them, and the sword tries to explain why an earthquake happens in that world. Then, a pillar of pink, powerful energy beam appears before them. Bai Xiaoan is surprised to see a huge dragon in front of him. As expected, it is Long Long along with Bai Xiaoan. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, the dragon familiar is called Long Long, and it belongs to the white-scaled flying dragon. Bai Xiaoan is happy to have reached a spacious, open place. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan recognizes that the man standing below her is Bai Xiaoan. Along with his allies, Bai Xiaoan even recognizes Qi Yanyan, whom she calls the manly woman of the Qi family. Seeing him along with their enemies, Bai Xiaoan wonders why she decides to help the humans from the lower realm. Qi Yanyan clarified to her that she entered the portal to do her mission, and she did not say anything about helping them or working with them. Bai Xiaoan tells her that Lord Bai is a bad guy, so Bai Xiaoan is also a bad guy. She further tells him that those who help the bad guys are bad guys as well. Then, she decides to punish them on behalf of his brother. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, is completely lost in her logic, which Qi Yanyan suggests to ignore. Since the situation calls for action, Bai Xiaoan and Qi Yanyan fight side by side once again. Qi Yanyan summons his beast pet, Howling Tiger, to fight against Long Long. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan tells his newly acquired sword that he needs to wait before he unleashes its energy. Howling Tiger tells Bai Xiaoan that he and his Beastmaster can handle it. Bai Xiaoan tells Qi Yanyan that the battle happened because of him. However, Qi Yanyan tells him to do what he needs to do and leave the rest to her hand, and she summons her spiritual weapon. Bai Xiaoan commands her beast pet to fight Qi Yanyan. Long Long happily crushes Qi Yanyan by stomping its foot. However, Long Long's foot is simply stopped by Howling Tiger, shocking Bai Xiaoan greatly. After that, the howling tiger delivers a strong punch against Long Long. Long Long felt a serious pain that reverberated all over its body. Qi Yanyan asked Bai Xiaoan why he stayed. Seeing that Qi Yanyan can handle the situation, Bai Xiaoan tells him to be careful, for the dragon familiar is not easy to deal with. And just like that, the three proceed while Qi Yanyan is left to fight alone. Bai Xiaoan tells his sword that he doesn't have that much spiritual energy left. Then, Bai Xiaoan prepares to deliver a strong attack to blow off the sealed door. The sword manages to accumulate a strong, devastating spiritual energy along with Bai Xiaoan's soul energy. After that, Bai Xiaoan unleashes the strong force from the blade. The last layer of corruption was noticeably obliterated, and the sealed door was destroyed, giving them a way to go inside. However, the sword notices something that is coming out from the sealed door. It turns out that the overflowing corruption from the inside starts to come out, making Bai Xiaoan wonder what else is found inside. And just like that, the door is blocked again. His sword tells him that there is one more chance left and decides to give everything it can with the final blow. Hearing him say something like that, Bai Xiaoan starts teasing him like he is going to die. Then, together, they prepare to strike again. However, before unleashing their attack, Bai Xiaoan asks the Eye of Apocalypse to analyze the sword. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, the sword is called Metal Life or Legacy of Lele, which has the ability to transform and release spiritual energy. Mental and spiritual power can also drive it. After understanding what needs to be done to unleash a powerful attack, Bai Xiaoan asks his new sword to connect itself to his origin in order to create the evil karma effect. The Eye of Apocalypse activated Bai Xiaoan's dark aura to strengthen the attack even more, and just like that, the sword starts glowing in red color. Bai Xiaoan then prepares to give it all in one blow. The evil side of himself is manifesting on the other half of his face. Then, he starts dragging the sword and maneuvers it to unleash everything in one slash. Everything that the red energy passes through is completely obliterated down to its roots. Also, it manages to blast off the door tremendously. Meanwhile, Long Long and Howling Tiger's fight continues. Howling Tiger added more spiritual power to his attack. The collision of spiritual energy starts to merge, but Long Long doesn't plan on giving up either. In the end, their power extinguishes each other and vanishes in midair. Bai Zining acknowledges Qi Yanyan's strength. Then she asks him again why she is helping a criminal. Qi Yanyan tells her that she is mistaken because they have been practicing for many years, and they know one truth. The way to control beasts is also the externalization of personality. Qi Yanyan asks Bai Zining if she wants to know why she took Bai Xiaoan's side. Then she tells her right straight to her face that the criminal they are talking about never committed any evil acts. Bai Zining gets pissed off after Qi Yanyan tells her that she cannot comprehend well because she has a stupid mind. That said, she commands Long Long to cast its New Moon White Forest attack. Qi Yanyan and her beast pet know that there is a problem with Bai Zining's understanding because the Bai family's education doesn't help them think independently. Qi Yanyan then declares that on that day, they will educate the Bai family. She leaps in midair and dodges the attacks at the same time. Realizing that Qi Yanyan is aiming at her, Bai Zining can't help but freak out. With so much energy of bloodlust, Qi Yanyan prepares to strike her spiritual spear at Bai Zining. Then, a strong explosion happens at the head of Long Long. Qi Yanyan successfully knocks them both down, completely unconscious. For Qi Yanyan, Bai Zining's behavior is the epitome of being a bully. However, she's compassionate enough to think that she is just a child and just a victim of wrong nurture. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan successfully destroyed the door, and no more corruption came out of it. Yun Potion is absolutely amazed by Bai Xiaoan's destructive power. Soon after, Feng Qianyu points out something that creeps them out. Apparently, it is no other than Kusuna, the wise queen who tries to resist corruption but fails and ends up being the incarnation of corruption. Ralph Howard Kraft tells them that as a god and a queen, she doesn't deserve to have a miserable ending. Suddenly, Kusuna's eyes glow, and her mouth opens. Suddenly, it completely possessed Long Long. The dragon beast familiar immediately stands up and prepares to attack Qi Yanyan. Qi Yanyan cannot believe what is happening because Long Long and Bai Zining were completely knocked unconscious when she left them. All of a sudden, Long Long accumulates a green, dark energy, ready to cast it out to Qi Yanyan. She then figures out that it loses its control to itself. Bai Zining is still unconscious, so Qi Yanyan is convinced that she is right. And just like that, Long Long unleashes what seems like a green flame. After blasting off the howling tiger, several pieces of debris start falling all over the place. To stay safe, Bai Xiaoan activates his shield. Long Long is out of control, and it is ready to destroy anything that gets in its way. Howling Tiger can only wonder what could possibly happen to Long Long. Bai Xiaoan immediately notices the change in Long Long's eyes. Ralph Howard Craft tells them that Kusuna is controlling the beast pet. Ralph Howard Craft explains that Long Long has been possessed because it has absorbed the soul crystal of the Lely people. All of a sudden, Kusuna starts moving as she tries to break free from her restriction to her throne. She then commands Long Long to move closer to her. Realizing what Kusuna plans to do, Ralph Howard Craft reveals that Long Long will take Kusuna off her throne. And just like that, Long Long starts devouring the restrictions of Kusuna. Bai Xiaoan realizes that they are in great trouble, so he asks Shi Yanyan to wake Bai Zining immediately to return Long Long to her royal beast space. She was in a deep sleep, so Qi Yanyan gave her the slap of awakening. When she wakes up, she sees the face of Qi Yanyan and calls her manly woman for the second time. Bai Zining starts having temper tantrums, but Qi Yanyan immediately tells her that Long Long is not in a good state, stopping her from acting like a toddler who's out of control. After getting completely free, Kusuna decided to end the life of Long Long. Qi Yanyan tells Bai Zining to return Long Long to her royal beast space quickly. Luckily, she made it just in time before Long Long got isekai in another world as a disgusting, ugly, lonely loser. Seeing that, Kusuna gets pissed off by them, trying to get in her way. Kusuna unleashes corruption vines from her hands, and just like that, Kusuna activates her battle mode gear. Bai Xiaoan recognizes that the tentacles of Kusuna are the same tentacles that drag them into the portal. Seeing the most dominant creature in that world, Qi Yanyan is happy that she can execute her mission. Suddenly, she unsheaths her other spear, and an immense power emanates from it. Qi Yanyan can finally try the prototype weapon made from the demon fire crystal. Ralph Howard Craft tells her not to do any further action and just let him handle everything. However, Qi Yanyan is not someone who will simply follow orders, so she ignores it and lunges toward Kusuna. Kusuna did not falter, and she immediately summoned her sword, ready to attack Qi Yanyan. Her ability to use a sword surprises Qi Yanyan. However, before the sword can even land on Qi Yanyan, Howling Tiger stops Kusuna's attack. Seeing the opportunity, Qi Yanyan leaps in mid-air and prepares to use the ultimate weapon in her arsenal. Kusuna notices her plan, so she hardens her tentacles to block the attack of Qi Yanyan. Howling Tiger is impressed to witness that Kusuna manages to resist the demon fire. After that, Kusuna pulled back her sword from the grip of the Howling Tiger, and she prepared to use her hardened tentacles against the beast familiar. Unfortunately, Howling Tiger gets impaled by the attack. Its eyes turn blue, and a blue aura starts oozing from its body. Bai Xiaoan quickly goes to Qi Yanyan, who feels devastated by her own recklessness that even puts her beast pet in danger. Qi Yanyan quickly returns her beast familiar in her royal beast space to heal. For the second time around, Kusuna failed to take a life due to the same trick. Bai Xiaoan acknowledges Kusuna's power. Suddenly, Kusuna activates her ultimate battle form, which is known as the incarnation of corruption. As expected from a god, she belongs to the Amethyst Peak level. Ralph Howard Craft tells Bai Xiaoan that in order to kill Kusuna, he has to consume her soul, for the soul is the only one that can kill a soul. However, since Bai Xiaoan is not a soul, he can only harm Kusuna's physical attributes but not her soul. Suddenly, Qi Yanyan laughs and tells Bai Xiaoan that she will try again. Apparently, Kusuna's strength excites her even more. Qi Yanyan thinks that if she can defeat Kusuna with her spear, she can prove to the people in the upper realm that she is right. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan thinks that she is just being an idiot for not knowing when to stop. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan realizes something about fear. He realizes that Kusuna is not afraid to receive any form of attack because she can quickly recover. However, when Qi Yanyan attacks her using the spear, Kusuna desperately blocks it. At that point, Bai Xiaoan starts considering the fact that Kusuna might be afraid of the spear. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, the spear is made from the demon fire crystal and demon fire. Apparently, spears are legendary weapons that are believed to have the ability to hurt a soul. That said, Ralph Howard Craft realizes that the only thing that can defeat Kusuna is the spear of Qi Yanyan. Qi Yanyan, on the other hand, gets ready to deliver her attack against Kusuna. After hearing the analysis of Bai Xiaoan, Qi Yanyan's morale skyrocketed. However, Bai Xiaoan remembers that he is the main character of this manhwa, so he wants to take part, at least not to look like an NPC, and just like that, the two decide to fight side by side for the third time. Bai Xiaoan and Qi Yanyan power up their weapons. Then, Bai Xiaoan decides to go all out to par the energy of Qi Yanyan. Using the skill he copied from Baro, Bai Xiaoan activates his own version of spiritual armor, making him look like Kusuna's husband. According to the Eye of Apocalypse, it is called Beast-Controlling Spirit Armor. Bai Xiaoan is impressed with Baro's natural talent. Not only did it give Bai Xiaoan full-body armor, but also altered the shape of his sword. However, Ralph Howard Craft stops her from being in a daze as Kusuna is already charging towards him. Kusuna activates the power of her sword. Nonetheless, Bai Xiaoan uses Ralph Howard Craft and unleashes a strong, devastating attack in front of Kusuna, which confuses her. Bai Xiaoan takes on the spotlight and showcases what he is capable of doing. Along with Ralph Howard Craft, Bai Xiaoan easily blocks Kusuna's attack. Right after blocking her, Bai Xiaoan gave Qi Yanyan the signal to attack. Once again, Qi Yanyan leaps in mid-air and prepares to attack using her spear. Qi Yanyan activates the power of her spear, and as expected, Kusuna uses her tentacles to stop her from attacking. Unfortunately, Qi Yanyan gets wrapped by Kusuna's tentacles. She cannot do anything but feel stupid about herself after failing to deliver her blow for the second time. Bai Xiaoan realizes that they mess up. Kusuna is just one slash away from beheading Qi Yanyan. Out of desperation, Bai Xiaoan leaps backward and quickly charges his sword. Suddenly, a huge monster head aura is unleashed from Bai Xiaoan's sword, targeting directly the tentacles that constrict Qi Yanyan. Ralph Howard Craft can't help but be amazed by Bai Xiaoan's hidden tricks. Bai Xiaoan is completely surprised that he managed to use manifestation like Hussein despite the fact that his current status has not reached the gold level yet. Luckily, the Eye of Apocalypse is around to explain to him that the high affinity with metal life itself can amplify his spiritual power several times. That said, he can temporarily reach the gold level at that instance, and he would be able to use manifestation. On the other hand, Qi Yanyan is confused about how Bai Xiaoan can use the skill of the demon spider cult, and she begins to wonder if there is a connection between them. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Lady, Kusuna, felt a strong impact all over her body. That said, Ralph Howard Craft, or the Legacy of Lele, which is commonly known as the Metal Life, praises Bai Xiaoan for his little tricks. Kusuna stares at Bai Xiaoan with so much anger, so Bai Xiaoan knows from that moment that he needs to think carefully or he'll be isekai'd as a worthless, lonely, loser in a completely new world. Metal Life tries to warn him, but Bai Xiaoan, being himself, doesn't know how to hold back. With no further precautions, Bai Xiaoan attacks Kusuna with his new manifestation technique. His manifestation skill manages to bite some of the tentacles of Kusuna, which causes the Abyssal Lady great damage. Seeing his attack to be effective, Bai Xiaoan decided to show what he could really do. So, at that very moment, Bai Xiaoan summons his beast familiar, Whale Boy, in its full size to devour Kusuna. Whale Boy manages to bite Kusuna's head, making her whole body tremble in pain. Seeing that moment as a great opportunity, Bai Xiaoan activates his dark aura to incorporate the brute force along with the enhanced power of the Metal Life. Then, Bai Xiaoan charges up Metal Life to its maximum capacity, and his whole body starts to heat up. And just like that, Bai Xiaoan and Whale Boy deliver a powerful synchronous attack. Bai Xiaoan lunges towards Kusuna, and he delivers a magnificent slash, cutting Kusuna in half. At the same time, Whale Boy devours Kusuna's head, munching it like a big squid. In that vulnerable state of Kusuna, Bai Xiaoan signals Qi Yanyan to deliver a finishing blow using her demon fire crystal spear. With an evil grin, Qi Yanyan aims to hit Kusuna at its core to eliminate its very existence using her powerful spear. And just like that, Qi Yanyan launches her demon fire crystal spear toward Kusuna. Unfortunately, even in that state, Kusuna still manages to create a strong shield to stop the spear from piercing her core. Qi Yanyan felt disappointed about what happened, but Bai Xiaoan no longer plans to hold back. That said, Bai Xiaoan struck Metal Life in the ground. and he planned to use it as a catapult to throw himself in the direction of the demon fire crystal spear. He bends the metal life so much that it almost breaks apart. After accumulating enough force, he releases the holding force and lets himself fly in the direction of the spear. While in midair, Bai Xiaoan maneuvers himself and delivers a powerful kick on the spear to let it break through the barrier. Once again, the power of the demon fire crystal spear activates, and it gradually penetrates the shield of Kusuna. And just like that, the demon fire crystal spear pierces the core of Kusuna and it starts exploding like a bomb. Upon witnessing that, Shi Yanyan hopes for the best that Kusuna will meet her end with the attack from her spear. Then, Bai Xiaoan lands below on the ground while the body of Kusuna continues to burn down the purple flames. Considering Kusuna is a god, the impact of taking its life reflects on Bai Xiaoan's spiritual presence, the presence of a god slayer. Bai Xiaoan felt terrible, but he had to move on with it. Soon enough, Bai Xiaoan wears off his possession form. Shi Yanyan, on the other hand, thanks Bai Xiaoan for all of his efforts that leads them to victory. On top of that, she is thankful because she has proven her point that her demon fire crystal spear is strong enough to earn the respect of the old antiques in the upper realm. Bai Xiaoan asks her what exactly she wants to prove. Shi Yanyan tells him that if he has a chance to come to the origin star, he will surely understand her reason. Meanwhile, Metal Life interrupted their conversation because it wants to show them the opening of a portal. All of a sudden, the portal starts sucking them up. Bai Xiaoan doesn't like the timing of the portal because just like Feng Qinyu, he knows that they have to catch the culprit first. The impact of the death of the Abyssal Lady, Kusuna, is felt all over that place, and Bai Zihao is completely confused with the shaking of the whole place. Not long after, one of the soldiers called out his attention to show something to him. Apparently, their device has detected the nearby portal. Bada bing bada boom, the whole area, along with them, got sucked up by the biggest portal that they have ever seen. Bai Zihao could not believe his eyes after seeing how big and strong the portal was, to the point that it could suck up even buildings. One of his soldiers tells him that the portal is a fusion portal, which means the world they are currently in will merge into the world they came from. When the portal starts sucking up Bai Xiaoan, he holds onto the metal life, which shocks the sword spirit greatly. That said, the metal life asks Bai Xiaoan where he plans to take him. Bai Xiaoan happily tells the metal life that he will take it to his home. Not long after, the portal opens in the secret world of the spider's nest, and all that the portal has sucked up has been completely released. Upon arrival on the other side, the metal life questions Bai Xiaoan if the dry, ugly, disgusting land is his so-called home. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan wakes up and he finds himself in the presence of the giant balloons. Sorry, I meant under the presence of Feng Qinyu. Bai Xiaoan can't help himself but turn red, especially after seeing some opportunities for plot development. At that very moment, Bai Xiaoan informs Feng Qinyu that the portal did not send them back to the original coordinates where they came from. Feng Qinyu recognizes the place as the desert nearby Lin City, and she knows that based on their location, they are near the big black sand city. However, Bai Xiaoan cannot process what she is talking about because he is thinking of other big things that he just witnessed with his naked eyes. Soon enough, Yen Po Tian informs them that there is a city near their location, and he encourages them to go right straight to it. Meanwhile, the Metal Life starts questioning Bai Xiaoan again about his so-called home. Bai Xiaoan gets pissed off by its petty talks, so he tells the spirit sword to shut up because his breath stinks like a rusty metal. To not let the Metal Life ruin his mood, Bai Xiaoan throws the sword to his royal beast space, where it can talk all at once without bothering anybody. Then, the trio starts moving toward the nearby city that they have found. Elsewhere, huge debris from the other world are seen scattered around the area. Bai Zihao realizes that they have returned to the secret world of the spider's nest. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling for his help. It's none other than his bratty sis who got stuck not in a window or washing machine, but on a spear of a rock soldier statue. Moments later, Bai Zining is already smiling because she's already in a comfortable position, in what seems like an aerial ship. One of the flight attendants informs Bai Zihao that the patriarch of the Bai family in the upper realm is calling him. The patriarch asks him about the current situation, and he wants to know if he has found anything useful at all, to which he confirms. Then, as the aircraft continues to fly back to the origin star, the patriarch and Bai Zihao talk about Shi Yanyan and what they should do about their current situation. Apparently, the Patriarch is planning to use the situation to turn things in his favor. That said, Bai Xiao agrees to what the Patriarch told him to do so. When the flight attendant decides to go away, Bai Xiao stops her because she seems very suspicious of her. It turns out that they call their great elder as Lord, and the word Patriarch is something that they are not using at all. Then, Bai Xiao asks her who the heck she is, but the flight attendant just gives an evil smirk. All of a sudden, the flight attendant removes her clothes in front of Bai Xiao. It turns out that Bai Xiao is right because she is disguising herself as a flight attendant, and just like that, she revealed her true identity, wearing an overly seductive plot armor. In an instant, several guns are pointed at her, but she doesn't falter at all. The unknown lady is impressed at how fast their security response is. However, she doesn't give any signs of fear at all, and she immediately reveals her hidden knife. With no hesitation, she lunges and prepares to attack using her dagger that she bought for $10 at an off-brand Walmart. They rain a bullet on her, but villains are not called villains if they are easily killed. She seems like she is dancing with the bullets while she continues to attack. As expected, the security force is pissed off because they can't even land a single bullet. To make things worse is they are so close to shooting their own boss in the process. Suddenly, the enemy is right in front of Bai Xiao, ready to deliver a slash from her dagger. And just like that, she delivers a critical blow at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao asks her again who the heck she is, but she simply tells her that she is obviously his enemy. Bai Xiao is confused as to why he is being attacked by someone who is apparently not one of the natives in the lower realm. Bai Zining is scared of the situation, and she can only cry while holding her critically injured brother. Suddenly, the security force is taken down by the familiar flying yellow daggers. Bada bing bada boom, Baro is in the house. Sorry, I'm an aircraft. Baro expresses his dislike with the sharp tongue of Bai Xiao. He even calls Bai Xiao as an arrogant person. Baro tells him that they invade their plan and call them names that they don't deserve at all. Then, he approaches Bai Xiao with his two clones. Baro holds Bai Xiao's face with his one hand and tells him that they are all the same when it comes to death. He then spares his life and warns him that he will not give another chance if they come across each other again. Lastly, Baro asks him where the escape hatch is. After that, Baro exited the aircraft. Elsewhere, Bai Xiaoan and the gang are still walking under the scorching heat of the desert. All of them start complaining about their situation, but Bai Xiaoan reminds them that they have to endure everything and quickly go to the Black Sand City first. Out of nowhere, Bai Xiaoan heard a familiar voice. It's no other than Qi Yanyan. Qi Yanyan strongly believes that seeing them again is just a mere coincidence, and she doesn't want to talk anything about what's happened so far. Before leaving them, Qi Yanyan gave them one piece of advice. All of a sudden, an aircraft arrives in the sky behind Qi Yanyan. Qi Yanyan then tells them that the one in the upper realm has decided to prepare for the second attack at the lower realm. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan is dumbfounded at the size of the battleship. However, Qi Yanyan tells him that if the attack proceeds, the lower realm will witness not just one but several battleships. Then, Qi Yanyan tells Bai Xiaoan that she hopes he can go to the origin star and leaves. Bai Xiaoan then tells her to give them at least a ride, but the battleship flies away immediately. Soon after, Qi Yanyan's words starts bothering Bai Xiaoan. Nonetheless, they have no time to waste nor other choice but to continue their long walk to the Black Sand City. When the night arrives, Bai Xiaoan and the gang finally reach Black Sand City. Several shops are just around the corner, so the three immediately get some refreshments and a place to stay. After seeing the current date, they realize that one day in the other world is equivalent to 3 days in their world. While the three are having some petty talks, a sudden explosion ruins their wall. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan immediately prepares himself for any possibility. When the smoke subsides, they realize that there are several car crashes outside. After that, the three went outside, and they saw a suspicious lady in a black suit who was apparently kidnapping a blue-haired girl. However, the smoke that the girl has released in the area turns out to be poisonous. Bai Xiaoan then wonders who the girl is. Then he saw the symbol of the demon spider cult, and he realized that they were the ones behind the attack. In an instant, the enemy leaps in midair and parkers herself over the buildings. The poisonous smoke makes Bai Xiaoan feel dizzy, which eventually leads him to fall and lose consciousness. Before completely closing his eyes, he saw some glimpse of soldiers and a woman that came in his direction. Apparently, the woman recognizes him. Moments later, in a health and rescue facility, Bai Xiaoan wakes up. 2 security units are watching over him, and the one of them immediately calls the city lord when Bai Xiaoan wakes up. Bai Xiaoan asks them if he is in a hospital. Then, the woman enters the room where he is, and Bai Xiaoan recognizes her as the Lord of the Blue Land City. It turns out that she doesn't care about Bai Xiaoan being wanted in Bai Land City because what she only cares about is tracking down the kidnapper. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan realizes that Lan Ziqi, who she met at the auction long ago, is the one who got kidnapped. Bai Xiaoan starts to feel bothered upon realizing several things. Then, she told the city lord of the Blue Land City that the demon spider cult was responsible for the kidnapping. However, the city lord of the Blue Land City is already aware of that, and she wants an information that will give her more substance in solving the kidnapping problem. All of a sudden, one of the security units informs the city lord that the surveillance data has been restored already. Then, he asked Bai Xiaoan to come over as well, which makes Bai Xiaoan feel like he's being targeted. Not long after, they entered a room where a masked man was waiting. It is then revealed that the masked man is the city lord of the Black Sand City. Upon seeing him, Bai Xiaoan feels like he has seen him before. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls Bai Xiaoan's name. It's no other than Feng Qinyu. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan wonders why she seems so mad. All of a sudden, Feng Qinyu hugged Bai Xiaoan so tightly, making him blush. Bai Xiaoan then asks if Yan Po Tian is just okay, which irritates Feng Qinyu because he doesn't even bother to ask if she's okay or not. After witnessing a glimpse of youthful love, the masked man activates his skill, and he starts showing them the surveillance footage. The masked man then tells them that the perpetrator is just one person. Bai Xiaoan pointed out the certain surveillance footage where the culprit was. When the masked man zooms in the video, Bai Xiaoan recognizes her as no other than Qiao Gubai. Bai Xiaoan is confused as to why Qiao Gubai seems like a different person. Upon confirming who the culprit was, they alerted their secret service. Feng Qinyu notices Bai Xiaoan's reaction, and she wonders why his mood suddenly changes. Meanwhile, the city lord of the Blue Land City and the city lord of the Black Sand City plan to proceed with their next action. After that, they ask Bai Xiaoan if there is anything else he would like to tell them. Bai Xiaoan feels extremely bothered, and he wants to know himself if the lady is Qiao Gubai or not. At that moment, Feng Qinyu realized that there was a problem with Bai Xiaoan. That said, Feng Qinyu tells Bai Xiaoan that if he wants to tag along with the city lords, he can do it. She tells him that she and Yan will handle things on their own so he can do the thing that he really wants to do. Meanwhile, the two city lords don't have any complaints about Bai Xiaoan tagging along. When they leave, Bai Xiaoan looks at Feng Qinyu, and he wants to apologize. Feng Qinyu is left alone in the surveillance room, realizing who the culprit really is and why Bai Xiaoan is interested in meeting her. Moments later, the Secret Service arrives, and the City Lord of the Black Sand explains their retrieval operation plan. According to their tracking team, the culprit is taking a train heading toward the giant wood city. Their plan is to infiltrate the train from its carriage. The City Lord of the Black Sand City, Lin Gulwei, told them that upon entering, they must control the scene as quickly as possible to avoid commotion. Then, Bai Xiaoan will identify the culprit among the passengers. Bai Xiaoan thinks that something wrong is going on, and he thinks that being discovered is like being trapped in the enemy's hand. While the train continues to run, a lot of thoughts are running in Bai Xiaoan's mind, especially if the culprit is really Qiao Gubai. Suddenly, one of the Secret Service units informs Lord Lin Gulwei that they have arrived. And just like that, they entered the train and successfully infiltrated it. Little did they know, the enemy already noticed their presence. One of the soldiers points a gun at a single passenger, who happens to be the enemy. When the soldier proceeds to confront the passenger, the soldier is surprised that it is suddenly missing. Unknowingly, the enemy used spider-like silk to paste her body on the ceiling of the train. When the soldier looks at the ceiling, he knows to himself that he messed up. The enemy then lunged toward the enemy, and she ended the soldier's journey instantly. The other soldiers witnessed what happened, so they rained her their bullets. The enemy skillfully maneuvers her body and makes use of the dead soldier as her shield. While the firing continues, the enemy cartwheels herself to the soldiers, and she takes them down one by one. And just like that, she strikes her final pose upon killing all the soldiers. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan appears from another door, calling the enemy as Qiao Gubai. When the enemy faces Bai Xiaoan, he asks her if she is Qiao Gubai. The enemy seems clueless of what Bai Xiaoan is talking about. Soon after, Lord Lin Gowei and Lord Dong Li arrive. Lord Dong Li wants to capture the culprit immediately, but Lord Lin Gowei stops him and tells her that Bai Xiaoan seems to know the culprit personally. Soon enough, the enemy tells Bai Xiaoan that he is referring to the unlucky kid, but she tells him that the girl she is looking for is not around. Bai Xiaoan then asks her what does she mean by what she said. It was at that moment that the enemy revealed the truth about Chao Gubai. The enemy explains that Chao Gubai has two personalities, the good but unlucky and the bad but lucky. That said, Bai Xiaoan figures out that she has a split personality disorder, and he figures out that when Chao Gubai is in danger, her evil personality gets triggered to keep her safe. Nonetheless, Bai Xiaoan asks her why she is helping the demon spider cult. The evil Chao Gubai then tells him that she has the same interest as the cult. At that moment, Lord Lin Gowei received an emergency call from the Secret Service unit. The soldier then informs the city lord about the rampaging sandstorm along their way. The two city lords cannot believe what is about to happen. Suddenly, an abnormal movement from the ground is also noticed by the Secret Service unit. Unfortunately, it is a giant sandworm that will give you nightmares for several days. The carriage where they are all in suddenly collides. The monster, also known as the black sandworm, keeps on attacking them. The giant monstrosity moves his body all over the train, causing it to get damaged. The evil Chao Gubai then prepares to go, but Bai Xiaoan stops her to ask what her purpose is. Upon going out, Baro asks her why she left some survivors. That said, Baro saw Bai Xiaoan, and he wondered why he didn't know when to give up. Baro then looks at Bai Xiaoan from the roofing of the train and calls their meeting as a coincidence. Upon seeing Baro, Bai Xiaoan gets extremely mad. However, Bai Xiaoan suddenly realizes that he is trapped in a sticky situation with some sticky webs. Baro then tells Bai Xiaoan that if he has grown up enough, he will come after him. After that, Baro and the evil Chao Gubai bid them farewell, along with their package for their boss. Before leaving, the evil Chao Gubai looks at Bai Xiaoan for the last time. Meanwhile, the sandstorm is engulfing the whole train, and the operator starts freaking out. Bai Xiaoan, along with the two city lords, are trapped inside the train carriage, and they cannot do anything but wait for the sandstorm to be over. Lord Dong Li asks Bai Xiaoan why he simply lets her go. While Lord Dong Li doesn't stop nagging Bai Xiaoan, his mind is floating around thinking that something wrong is going on. Realizing that Bai Xiaoan is not listening, Lord Dong Li gets mad and tells him what their primary goal is. However, Bai Xiaoan finds everything that is happening to be suspicious because he knows that the two city lords can easily take the enemy down, but they do not. Meanwhile, Lord Lin Gowei tries to calm her down. So Lord Dong Li tells them that he needs to smoke some sticks of cigars to calm herself. Lord Lin Gowei then sits beside Bai Xiaoan and tells him to widen his understanding with Lord Dong Li. It turns out that the city lord has a high level of empathy to the point that he understands how important Chao Gubai is to him. While smoking a stick of cigar, Lord Lin Gowei starts telling their youth story to Bai Xiaoan. Back when they were younger, they were good friends along with Lord Bai, and Lord Dong Li is infatuated with Lord Bai. However, when they were about to reach their goal, Lord Bai left them. Then, the moment that they saw him again, he was already the city lord of the Bailin city. Lord Dong Li, on the other hand, was acknowledged by the Lan family, and she later became the city lord of the Blue Land city. Meanwhile, Lord Lin Gowei became the city lord of the Black Sand city because he inherited it from his biological father. He then tells Bai Xiaoan that he shares their story so he doesn't need to worry about past companions. After hearing that, Bai Xiaoan realizes that the geezers have something in their past. Then, all of them take some moment of silence as they contemplate about the things they need to do. Outside the train, the sandstorm has already stopped and subsided, and Bai Xiaoan starts wondering what is going on outside. Not long after, Hussein is cooking his ramen. Unfortunately, he accidentally slips and breaks from the dust of the glass windows, from which he fell. The three are completely surprised when someone falls inside the stranded train. That said, Bai Xiaoan and Lord Lin Gowei approached the man, and Bai Xiaoan recognized him. Hussein felt bad about his wasted cup noodles. Suddenly, Lord Dong Li notices Hussein's eyes, and she figures out that she is part of the demon spider cult. Lord Dong Li immediately unleashes her spiritual sword and asks him if he is a member of the enemy cult. Then, she immediately interrogates him about the kidnapping of her granddaughter. Hussein, however, tells him not to accuse so easily. Then, he reveals that he is not a member of the demon spider sect. Bai Xiaoan quickly tells Lord Dong Li that he knows the person, and he reveals to her that he is his grandpa's aboriginal friend. He further explains their complex relationship and points out that Hussein is not an enemy. However, after hearing that he's a friend of Lord Bai's, she puts her sword again on Hussein's neck and gives him an evil glare. Bai Xiaoan gets stressed out and wonders what evil his grandpa has done to Lord Dong Li. Soon enough, Lord Lin Gowei approaches Lord Dong Li to stop her. Hearing his words, Lord Dong Li calms down. Then, Hussein tried getting the gist of what had happened and began assuming how things happened. He then starts his assumption that the granddaughter of Lord Dong Li got kidnapped and they got trapped in the train during the pursuit. Hussein continues talking about something that is not useful in their situation, so Bai Xiaoan stops him from doing so. Nonetheless, Hussein tells Bai Xiaoan that they have the same goal, which is to chase the demon spider cult and monitor their evil activities. Hearing his explanation, Lord Lin Gowei asks him if there are two cults under the Spider Queen, which he confirms. Before long, a helicopter that will get them out of their trapped situation arrives, so Lord Lin Gowei tells them to hop on it. Later on, the helicopter continues to fly at a certain location that is based on the orders of Lord Lin Gowei. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoan asks Hussein if he knows something about what is happening because if not, he won't be around the same area. That said, Hussein confirms that he really does have some information related to him. Bai Xiaoan is surprised that it is actually about him. Then, Hussein talks about his fight against Arthur and Asmodon, where he emerged victorious. It turns out that from that moment on, the demon spider cult has faced a problem of insufficient combat effectiveness, so they want to find the Spider Queen immediately to gain more power. Meanwhile, after learning that Bai Xiaoan managed to end two powerful demon cult priests, they were completely dumbfounded. Lord Dong Li praises him, and as expected from Bai Xiaoan, he tries to be humble, though deep inside, he has so much pride in himself. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaoan is still confused as to why the demon spider cult kidnapped Lan Ziqi. It turns out that he is not the only one thinking about it, as Lord Dong Li starts asking what business they have with her granddaughter. Hussein tells him that her granddaughter might have an extraordinary talent that the enemy cult finds useful. Upon hearing that, Bai Xiaoan remembers that she really has a unique talent. Then, Hussein asks Lord Dong Li if her grandmother has a rare talent, which she confirms. Lord Dong Li further explains that Lan Ziqi had awakened her talent even without the aid of the Awakening Stone. Lord Lin Gowei also tells them about it but reveals that he wasn't able to make a detailed report because things got chaotic back then. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, is smirking because he knows that the awakening was due to the fusion of the two worlds. It also turns out that the legendary space bug took the initiative to form a contract with Lan Ziqi. Hearing all of it, Hussein figures out why they took Lan Ziqi. Apparently, Spacebug can establish portals between different dimensions, so the demon spider cult wants to take advantage of that to find the Spider Queen immediately. Suddenly, one of the soldiers informs Lord Lin Gowei that they found traces of the sandworm in the desert. That said, he commands them to follow the traces. Elsewhere, Evil Cho Gubai starts mocking Baro about the traces of the sandworm. Baro tells her that he has a plan and tells her that he knows what he is planning behind the scenes. Evil Cho Gubai then provokes him and tells him not to accuse people easily. Baro then tells her that he doesn't care about her purpose as long as she doesn't get in his way. Suddenly, Baro grabs her face and reminds her that if not for him, she is still buried in the mine. Before leaving, Baro reminds her for the last time not to cross the line and tells her not to kill the inside agent, which means there is a traitor among Bai Xiaoan's allies. Elsewhere, the helicopter reaches the point where the traces disappeared. Lord Lin Gowei then recognizes the area as the abandoned institute in the Black Sand City. They look around the area, and Bai Xiaoan uses the Eye of Apocalypse to scan it. The Eye of Apocalypse then shows him some holograms about the area. And just like that, he finds out that they are near the elevator that goes down. Bai Xiaoan accidentally steps on the elevator switch, and it ascends immediately, shocking them all. After that, they ask Lord Lin Gowei where the elevator is leading because it's very suspicious. Despite the fact that they find the area suspicious, they feel like they have found the right place. Once again, Bai Xiaoan feels very suspicious about what is going on because he feels like everything is planned. That said, Bai Xiaoan asks the Eye of Apocalypse if Lord Lin Gowei is telling the truth. Apparently, he is not lying when he says that he doesn't know anything about the elevator at all. Upon arrival, they are surprised that they have found a huge and advanced city underground. Suddenly, their illegal intrusion is detected, and in just a matter of seconds, they are already surrounded by soldiers who are ready to take them down. Bai Xiaoan recognizes their appearance, which looks similar to those who attacked the Bailin city. And just like that, the enemies prepare to deliver their attacks. Bai Xiaoan quickly summons Wake Boy because he doesn't want to take things longer. Meanwhile, Lord Lin Gui summons his Queen Scorpio, while Lord Dongli summons her Celestial Worm. As expected, Hussein also summons his beast pet, whom Bai Xiaoan calls Machanmachi. Hussein did not like his remarks about his beast pet, and he called out Bai Xiaoan for his behavior. Meanwhile, the two city lords start destroying the enemies, and Lord Lin Gui discovers that the enemies are just mechanical bionic men. Unfortunately, once they have destroyed them, they will automatically self-detonate. After that huge explosion, one of the high priests of the demon spider cult appears before them. Bai Xiaoan wonders who she is, and it turns out that she is Lilith, the second high priest. Hussein could not believe his eyes upon seeing her. Apparently, Lilith was killed by Hussein 20 years ago, and cannot fathom the idea that she is still alive. Meanwhile, Whale Boy continues to devour and destroy the remaining minions. Bada bing bada boom, Lilith summons her demon beast pet called Aphomet. Despite Aphomet's horrendous look, Bai Xiaoan and Whale Boy did not show any signs of fear. All of a sudden, Hussein stops Bai Xiaoan from whatever he plans to do. Hussein asked Bai Xiaoan to let him do it, and he commands his beast pet to reveal its true self. It turns out that the wood spirit that Bai Xiaoan calls Machanmachi has a scary humanoid form with several arms. Upon seeing it, Bai Xiaoan was completely surprised. Hussein then tells Bai Xiaoan that facing Lilith is his fight. Bai Xiaoan is too fed up with Hussein's precautions after overcoming stronger enemies from the past despite him stopping his attempts. Bai Xiaoan then tells him that he is actually the one who defeated the other high priests, and he wants him to acknowledge that he is no longer a kid and he can protect himself. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoan's attitude reminds the two city lords of Lord Bai. While Hussein and Bai Xiaoan are having some petty talks, Aphomet attacks them, ready to devour them from flesh and bones. Luckily, they understood each other's points and got ready to do their assigned tasks. The rampaging Aphomet is stopped by the wood spirit. After realizing what they needed to do, Bai Xiaoan left the fighting with them and he proceeded to look for Lan Ziqi. Unfortunately, Lilith appears right before him, ready to cut him into two using her leg blade. It was at that moment that Bai Xiaoan knew he messed up. Fortunately, Hussein arrives in the nick of time to stop Lilith. The two finally face each other again, and it is revealed that Lilith is Hussein's former student. Lilith pins down Hussein's sword using her footblade. Hussein then faces Bai Xiaoan and tells him that no matter what happens, he should not kill the Spider Queen. However, Bai Xiaoan simply tells him that he will make the right choice, and he exits the battlefield along with Whale Boy to look for Lan Ziqi. He rides Whale Boy, and they prepare to roam around the area. However, before leaving, Bai Xiaoan attacks a number of enemy minions. While in midair, Bai Xiaoan is overwhelmed by the size of the underground city. Thankfully, he remembers that he gave Lan Ziqi an item before. That said, he realized that as long as they can sense the presence of the item, they can locate Lan Ziqi. Bai Xiaoan did not waste any time, and he quickly used the Eye of Apocalypse to look for the treasure as he quickly moved around the city riding Whale Boy. Not long after, Bai Xiaoan managed to locate the item using the Eye of Apocalypse. He then proceeds to the location to see if he is right. Elsewhere, the two city lords continue to fight the enemy minions, while Wood Spirit and Aphomet continue to clash as well. Lilith masterfully strikes Hussein with her footblade. Hussein admits that Lilith has become way stronger than before. However, he doesn't plan to surrender anytime soon. Lilith then proceeds to her battle stance, and she supercharges her attack. Nonetheless, Hussein smirked as he figured out what amplified her power. The revelation made Lilith lose her composure. That said, Hussein proceeds to intimidate her with his words. On the other hand, the Wood Spirit and Aphomet continue to exchange powerful blows. Hussein tells Lilith that using beast pets like tools won't reveal the true power of the Beastmaster. Hussein explains to her that having the great master-servant relationship is the best way to amplify the beast pet and Beastmaster's power naturally. All of a sudden, the Wood Spirit returns to its tiny form and joins Hussein. Aphomet then is very much ready to crush the two with its attack. The impact is so strong that it creates an explosion in front of the demon beast pet. Unknowingly, Hussein is already on top of Lilith, ready to deliver his finishing blow. And just like that, Hussein delivers a strong attack against his former student. It turns out that he did not end her life, but rather he simply destroys the headgear that amplifies Lilith's power. To their surprise, Lilith is also the one in control of all the minions, so destroying the amplifier of her power also destroys her control over them. The two city lords are still clueless about what is happening, but they know to themselves that what happened favors them. Hussein then confronts Lilith, and he asks her if she doesn't plan to continue at all. It turns out that the trauma of Lilith's previous death has been triggered, and she can no longer fight at all. Hussein then orders the wood spirit to go back to his royal beast space. Suddenly, Lord Lin Gowei says that he doesn't know how long the war will last. Lord Dong Li asks him if he happens to sympathize with the enemy. While looking at Hussein, Lord Lin Gowei tells Lord Dong Li that they are just the same in terms of happiness and sorrow. Little did they know that evil Cheo Gubai was ready to attack them off guard. Hussein notices her, and he quickly informs the two city lords about the enemy above them. Evil Cheo Gubai then descends from the building, ready to stab any of them with Dagger Kun. Lord Lin Gowei is completely shocked by the unprecedented attack. Elsewhere, Bai Xiaoan successfully reaches the place where the Eye of Apocalypse leads him. He's horrified to see Lan Ziqi inside a weird red obelisk. Not long after, another enemy arrives in the area. He then introduces himself as Mephisto, the fourth high priest of the demon spider cult. Bai Xiaoan shows no fear before his presence, and he confronts him with his terrorist attacks. Mephisto, on the other hand, simply tells Bai Xiaoan that what they are doing is simply a form of resistance from invaders like humans. He even reiterates that no matter what they do, humans won't understand them properly. Bai Xiaoan prepares his battle stance in front of the unknown danger. He tries to intimidate the high priest by bringing up Arthur and Asmodin. Unfortunately, it only triggered his anger toward Bai Xiaoan even more, and he summons his beast pet. Bai Xiaoan trembles upon seeing the same beast that terrorizes them. To add more fuel to the fire, it is the evolved form of the ferocious beast that they encountered several months ago. It is called Evil Queen. Bai Xiaoan cannot believe his eyes after seeing someone who managed to form a contract with the ferocious beast. Mephisto looks at Bai Xiaoan, who seems to be in great disbelief, and he orders the Evil Queen to attack him. Whale Boy tries to blast it with water force, but the Evil Queen easily dodges it. Bai Xiaoan then remembers the weaknesses of the ferocious beast and feels very positive about it. After dodging the Evil Queen's attack, Bai Xiaoan summons Riven to envelope it with fire. Bai Xiaoan feels confident after doing the same trick as before. However, the Evil Queen is no longer as weak as the normal ferocious beast. That said, it activates its special vision and manages to see through the flame. All of a sudden, the Evil Queen creates several spiritual slashes that vanish the fire. Bai Xiaoan knew at that moment that he messed up, and just like that, he receives another powerful attack from the Evil Queen. After that, Mephisto mocks Bai Xiaoan if that is all that he can do. Bai Xiaoan, on the other hand, tells him that he should not talk too much because it's not over yet. All of a sudden, the Evil Queen appears before Bai Xiaoan, and he knows that he can't just underestimate it. While trying to remember how he fought the ferocious beast back then, Bai Xiaoan suddenly heard a voice that he thought to be hallucination. Not long after, he realizes that the voice comes from the Metal Life. Bai Xiaoan wonders how on earth he can hear a spiritual sword if it is inside his royal beast space. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan realizes that what is happening to him at that very moment is the same with that on the ghost world. That being said, it means that time stops when he communicates in that special way. The Metal Life then reveals that they can create a thinking space using the same technique, which allows him to connect with the minds of the creatures that signed a contract with him. Bai Xiaoan then asks Metal Life what the thinking space is all about. The Metal Life then explains that in the thinking space they all exist in a form of soul, which is why they can connect effectively. After knowing about that, Bai Xiaoan thanks the Metal Life for the new useful information that he learned. When the flow of time continues, the Evil Queen is already in front of Bai Xiaoan, ready to rip him apart. The impact is so strong. Luckily, Bai Xiaoan manages to block it using Metal Life. Then, he tells Riven and Whale Boy to go back to his royal beast space. Bai Xiaoan retaliates the Evil Queen's attack using the Metal Life. After that, he activates his possession skill and uses manifestation to hold one of the evil queen's legs. However, it is not enough to stop it, because the evil queen still manages to leap above Bai Xiaoan to deliver another attack. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan activates the thinking space to buy him some time. He then commands the moon ape to restrain the movements of the evil queen. The skill of the moon ape is effective in stopping the evil queen from moving. After that, Bai Xiaoan supercharges Metal Life with the combined spiritual power of Riva and Whale Boy. Combining their spiritual power all together, Bai Xiaoan manages to create a strong unison rate of power. When the accumulated force is strong enough, Bai Xiaoan unleashes it in a single devastating strike. When the force gets closer to the evil queen, Bai Xiaoan commands the moon ape to release it. The evil queen was left with no other option but to face its doom. And just like that, the evil queen was cut in half, and Bai Xiaoan successfully defeated it. The Metal Life is impressed with Bai Xiaoan, comparing him to a god slayer. When Bai Xiaoan tells the Metal Life that he will meet the god of their world, too, it gets very excited. Meanwhile, Mephisto claps at Bai Xiaoan's performance and tells him that he's a worthy opponent. Mephisto then activates his battle form, and red tentacle-like structures come out of his body. Then, with his complete battle form, he tells Bai Xiaoan that he will eliminate him. Bai Xiaoan cannot believe his eyes because, according to the Eye of Apocalypse, Mephisto merges himself with his beast pet, making them become one in a natural way. And just like that, he unleashes his deadly attacks against Bai Xiaoan. Elsewhere, Lord Lin Gowei confronts the enemies after not following what they have agreed upon. Lord Lin Gowei then asks Lord Dongli if she is just okay. At that point, it is revealed that the accomplice of the demon spider cult is Lord Lin Gowei. Evil Cho Gubai tells him that she is just following orders. Lord Lin Gowei then apologizes to Lord Dongli, which shocks her so much. Lord Dongli asks him why he is working with the enemies, but he does not say anything. Out of rage, Lord Dongli punched Lord Lin Gowei, removing its mask in the process. Lord Dongli confronts him with his behavior of simply keeping quiet when he needs to explain something. All of a sudden, Lord Dongli's eyes grew bigger after seeing the eyes of Lord Lin Gowei. It turns out that the eyes of Lord Lin Gowei are the same as the members of the demon spider cult, which means he belongs to the same race. Hussein recognizes him as a mixed race, which means he has the blood of a human and the blood of an aboriginal. Lord Lin Gowei explains to Lord Dongli that mixed races' aboriginal characteristics manifest later than pure-blooded ones. After explaining, Lord Dongli asks him if his blood relationship with the enemies is the reason why he is helping them. The confrontation stops when Baro arrives. He then tells them that they only want their land to be back to them. Hussein then tells him that he is hearing nothing but buzzing bee. Baro then jumps down and tells Lord Lin Gowei that he did not expect him to find the underground city. Baro tells him that he needs to change some plans because no humans should know about the underground city. Lord Lin Gowei stops Baro from doing anything and tells him that they have an agreement that they need to honor. Lord Lin Gowei then confronts him for building an underground city under his own city without his permission. Moreover, he almost killed Lord Dongli, which is very far from their original agreement. Evil Cho Gubai tells Baro that Lord Lin Gowei can't figure out the situation at all. Baro then tells him that if he wants to end the war, he should cooperate with them. Suddenly, Baro leaps over Hussein and attacks him violently, resulting in a dangerous slash. On the other hand, Lord Lin Gowei approaches Lord Dongli and tells her about his involvement with the kidnapping. However, he also explains that he only did it to put an end to the war. Nonetheless, Lord Dongli still doesn't agree with his decision. Not long after, Evil Cho Gubai approaches them to end the life of Lord Dongli. Lord Dongli then asks Evil Cho Gubai why she is helping the demon spider cult when she is not an aboriginal. Evil Cho Gubai simply tells her that they share the same interest. Meanwhile, Hussein uses manifestation to slap the bussing bee. Unfortunately, Baro manages to dodge his attack. Hussein gets ready to use another manifestation attack, but Baro also shows him that he can do manifestation as well. He then supercharges his spiritual power and ascends above. Meanwhile, Hussein notices the danger that Lord Dongli is about to face. Baro then uses the manifestation skill against Hussein, but he doesn't falter because he unleashes several hands using his manifestation skill. After blocking the manifestation attack of Baro, Hussein tells him not to rush because the main event is yet to come. Out of nowhere, Another manifestation arm punches and destroys Barrow's wings. The punch is so strong that it sends Barrow flying over a far distance. The attack causes thick dust to appear. Then, Evil Cho Gubai felt a fast force that passed through her. It turned out that it was Hussein, and he took Lord Dongli away from the imminent danger he was about to face. Meanwhile, Evil Cho Gubai asked Barrow if he will not chase after them, but Barrow tells her that he has a backup plan. Evil Cho Gubai then asks him what they will do with Lord Lin Gowei. Barrow tells her that he is still useful, so they will let him live. Elsewhere, Hussein puts Lord Dongli in a safe place. At that moment, Lord Dongli reveals to Hussein that starships will soon arrive to destroy their planet. She further explains that they were given a 50-year period to kill the Spider Queen. That said, Hussein figures out why Bai Xiaoan seems so worried. Upon escaping successfully, Hussein wonders what's happening to Bai Xiaoan. A sudden explosion from Mephisto's attack made Hussein worry for Bai Xiaoan, and he wondered what was going on with him. Luckily, Bai Xiaoan manages to survive the attack. That said, Mephisto acknowledges Bai Xiaoan's potential because he is the first person who manages to block his move. However, Mephisto tells Bai Xiaoan that none of it would matter because he will die soon. And just like that, he unleashes powerful attack once again, and Bai Xiaoan was left with no other choice but to block it again. Unfortunately, Mephisto launches a barrage of attacks toward Bai Xiaoan, and his resistance can no longer endure too much power. That said, Bai Xiaoan uses his thinking space again to gain advantage with time. Upon activating it again, he manages to avoid the attacks easily. Then, Bai Xiaoan summons Whale Boy, and together, they easily dodge Mephisto's attack. At that moment, Bai Xiaoan seems to be fooling around with Mephisto. Mephisto realizes what is happening, and he starts wondering why he can't hit Bai Xiaoan. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan appears right before him, and he plans to deliver a finishing blow. However, he suddenly loses control of his body because he reaches the limit of his capacity. In that unexpected turn of events, Mephisto took the opportunity to end Bai Xiaoan, and he delivered a powerful attack, making Bai Xiaoan ascend to the ground while taking all the devastating impact. Bai Xiaoan wondered what had just happened to his body, so the Metal Life explained to him that his body wasn't able to keep up in using the thinking space for a long period of time. Mephisto then moves closer to him and tells him that he reminds him of his old friend. After that, Mephisto tells Bai Xiaoan that, unlike his old fella, he has no match for him. Then, Mephisto accumulates his most powerful attack, ready to erase Bai Xiaoan from his very existence. Bai Xiaoan knows the consequences of his actions, but he has no plan of running away, even from death. The devastating red spiritual energy is launched toward Bai Xiaoan, and a massive explosion takes place around the area. All of a sudden, Hussein laughs, and as the smoke subsides, it is revealed that he uses his manifestation to block the powerful attack. Seeing him again, Mephisto falters a little. Bai Xiaoan praises Hussein for coming right at the time, and he reveals to him that Mephisto is a tough opponent. However, Hussein suddenly draws his sword and places it on Bai Xiaoan's neck, making him completely confused. Hussein then asks him if he intends to kill the Spider Queen. Bai Xiaoan reiterates to him that they should not talk about such stuff, even in a critical situation. However, Hussein moves the blade closer to his skin, which shocks Bai Xiaoan greatly. Hussein asks him again, demanding an accurate answer. Bai Xiaoan knows that Hussein is not messing around, so he thinks carefully about what he will say. Seeing himself in a tough spot, Bai Xiaoan decides to stay true to himself and admits that he wants to kill the Spider Queen for a specific reason. Apparently, Hussein knows the reason behind why he wants to do it, which surprises Bai Xiaoan. Meanwhile, Mephisto feels offended by being ignored, as if he is not a menace that they need to be scared of. So, while Hussein and Bai Xiaoan continue to talk, he blasts them off with a barrage of devastating attacks. Hussein explains to Bai Xiaoan that the core of the Spider Queen is directly related to their world, which means killing the Spider Queen will destroy their world as well. After hearing all that, Bai Xiaoan realizes that killing the Spider Queen would make their world become like the ghost world that they recently witnessed. Hussein then confirms Bai Xiaoan's realization, which makes Bai Xiaoan mad because he did not reveal it to him in the earlier stage. Nonetheless, they have an immediate problem that they need to solve, so the two join forces to defeat Mephisto. Hussein did not waste any time, and he quickly leaps in midair to attack Mephisto. Mephisto and Hussein have some petty talks about their unsettled scores, so they decide to set their score until one of them dies. Mephisto unleashes his tentacle-like structures toward Hussein. Hussein, on the other hand, grins and prepares to intercept his opponent's attack. Hussein uses manifestation to create several arms that stop each tentacle of Mephisto. Mephisto looks at him aggressively, and Hussein gives him an insulting smile. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaoan appears above Mephisto, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Bai Xiaoan and Whale Boy agree to use a specific attack. While in midair, Bai Xiaoan leaps from Whale Boy, and together they deliver the double Moonlight Return attack. The attack completely cuts off the tentacles of Mephisto. Then, Hussein did not waste the golden opportunity to attack Mephisto's main body. Bai Xiaoan immediately follows his attack with another fatal slash using Metal Life. Mephisto is sent flying on a nearby wall. When the dust clears, Whale Boy transforms into its giant form, ready to devour Mephisto. Mephisto is caught off guard, and just like that, his body gets bitten by Whale Boy, restraining his movements. After that, Bai Xiaoan and Hussein use their powerful swords to cut the head of Mephisto into several pieces. Bai Xiaoan then commands Whale Boy to spit out the body of which the beast pet immediately follows. Hussein commends Bai Xiaoan's performance and asks him if he is trying to imitate his fighting style. However, Bai Xiaoan tells him that he would not copy the style of an ugly, disgusting frog-eye alien. Mephisto's head flew in midair and was catched by another being. On his last breath, Mephisto apologizes for being a disappointment. Hussein looks at the being and says that he is not expecting that they would meet again. The being turns out to be Solaris, the highest priest of the demon spider sect. Solaris asks Hussein if he is still siding with the invaders just like the old time. She calls him out for going against his own people and obeying the invaders. With so much anger, she calls him a traitor. Soon after, Solaris removes her cape and her power surges. Bai Xiaoan acknowledges the immense power of Solaris. Hussein stops her from proceeding, knowing how destructive her power is. Solaris then unleashes her powerful sword. The two argue with each other's perspective. Then, Solaris reveals that she uses Lan Zi Qi as a sacrificial lamb. Solaris also reminds Hussein of a huge number of invaders that died at his hands. Bai Xiaoan is completely shocked at the revelation. Hussein removes his robe and his power surges the same way as Solaris. He explains that he used to follow Solaris' path to ending the war, but he eventually realizes that there is another way to end it. Hussein then tasks Bai Xiaoan to save Lan Zi Qi, which he agrees to. Bai Xiaoan asks Hussein what he is doing, as strong power surges from his body and his facial marks dissolve. And just like that, Hussein summons his beast familiar, Wood Spirit, and unsheaths his powerful sword. Solaris mischievously smiles at Hussein. She tells him that she remembers how they signed their contracts together back then. Then, she summons the Flame Demon, which looks like the fire version of Wood Spirit. Solaris reveals that the Wood Spirit represents the ground, while the Fire Demon represents the underground. It is then revealed that the two spiritual beasts came from the same origin. They are born from all things on heaven and earth. After being refined by the sun and the moon, the original spirit gradually differentiated just like Hussein and Solaris. Then, Solaris activates her battle stance called Inflammable, while Hussein activates his battle stance called Windy. Right after that, the two lunges toward each other, and their blades clash, creating a strong impact. The two immediately use their manifestation skills against each other, forming the whole body of their spirit beasts. Not long after, the extra arms of the fire demon grow from its back, and the two spirit beasts clash towards each other. On the other hand, Hussein and Solaris continue their sword fight. The two spirit beasts seem to have the same level of power because they can block each other equally. Solaris tries using Lilith's choice against Hussein to provoke him. She even mentions how he sacrificed his own race for the sake of the invaders. However, Hussein tells her that there will come a time that his ideology will come true. Amidst the clash of strong powers, Bai Xiaoan takes the opportunity to save Lan Zi Qi. Bai Xiaoan quickly runs toward the obelisk and tries to destroy the obelisk. He then summons Whale Boy to headbutt the obelisk. However, the pillar is way harder than they thought it would be. All of a sudden, Lan Zi Qi wakes up and gets surprised at where she is. She then sees Bai Xiaoan and his beast familiar in front of the obelisk. It did not take too long for her to recognize Bai Xiaoan. Bai Xiaoan tells her that they have to find other ways to break the obelisk because it's too hard for them to break it. Bai Xiaoan tells her with so much determination in his eyes that he will save her. At that moment, Lan Ziqi chooses to trust his words. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoan tells Whale Boy to go back to its original enormous size and commands to bite the obelisk into pieces. Meanwhile, Solaris and Hussein continue to deliver powerful blows to one another. Solaris sees through their plan, and she commands her spirit beast to cast a powerful attack against Bai Xiaoan. Hussein knows that they mess up their plans, so he immediately commands his spirit beast to intercept the attack. They both cast massively devastating attacks, and a strong force is formed in the process. Unfortunately, because Hussein cast the spell later than Solaris, he did not manage to accumulate enough power to block the attack. And just like that, the attack of the flame demon continues to reach Bai Xiaoan. As the explosion takes place, Solaris warns Hussein to not meddle in her plans. She tells him that if he fights her, he will lose everything. Bai Xiaoan wonders why Solaris seems to have a personal grudge against him. Hussein then reveals that Solaris is his ex-girlfriend. Bai Xiaoan cannot believe what Hussein is saying, and he gives Hussein an evil glare to stop the cap. However, Hussein tells him that he is telling the truth. Nonetheless, Hussein reveals that even with their combined power, they would not be able to take down Solaris and her spirit beast. Elsewhere, an unknown man commands to blow up something. Suddenly, an explosion happens above them. Hussein and Bai Xiaoan wonder who is the man behind the explosion. Even Solaris feels that troublesome guys are coming. All of a sudden, a strong crystal attack is cast down to the obelisk. Bai Xiaoan recognizes the ice crystal spell. When the dust clears, the unknown man stands before them. Solaris, however, doesn't seem to get bothered at all. The man is no other than Lord Bai in his younger era. He then confronts Solaris about how hard it is for them to find her place. Lord Bai enters the hidden place along with his dragon familiar. Bai Xiaoan is completely shocked after realizing that it is no other than his grandpa. Lord Bai then looks at him and smiles like he is telling that he has arrived to save the day. Hussein then calls out the attention of his longtime friend. Then, he walks toward him and does their iconic handshake. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Frost Dragon stares at Bai Xiaoan and Whale Boy. Whale Boy recognizes that it is in the presence of its mother. Suddenly, Whale Boy asks Bai Xiaoan if he thinks it is weak. Whale Boy then tells Bai Xiaoan that it is a descendant of the dragons, but up till that time, he is still in the form of a fish. Bai Xiaoan feels the emotion of Whale Boy, so he stays quiet while his beast familiar expresses what it feels deep inside. Whale Boy felt so sad about what happened to him. Bai Xiaoan can no longer stand how Whale Boy feels pity for itself, so he knocks its head to stop it from thinking that way. Then he squeezes the cheeks of Whale Boy and tells it not to feel bad about not evolving into a dragon. With sincere eyes, he tells Whale Boy that the accident that happened is the only thing that doesn't allow it to evolve into a dragon. Bai Xiaoan then reminds Whale Boy of its perseverance and resilience amidst facing great challenges. Then, Bai Xiaoan looks Whale Boy in the eyes and tells how amazing it is already. Bai Xiaoan then gives Whale Boy a nose-to-nose and tells it not to mind what others think. Bai Xiaoan then says something about riding the dragons that no one cares about. He even reminds Whale Boy how great it is for overcoming too many challenges in its life. After that, he pets him down and tells it not to be ashamed of itself. Bai Xiaoan also tells Whale Boy that it is his honor to sign a contract with it. Bai Xiaoan manages to lift the spirit of his beast familiar, and Whale Boy feels happy again. Meanwhile, Lord Bai commands his dragon familiar to cast a powerful attack against Solaris. Solarios, on the other hand, doesn't seem affected at all. And just like that, Solaris activates her most powerful battle stance. Lord Bai instantly felt the spiritual power that surges from Solaris' body. Hussein then starts to worry about what is about to happen. Hussein cannot believe his eyes to see Solaris doing the out-of-limit synchronization with her spirit beast. With the use of that spell, the soul of the Beastmaster and the Beast Familiar can merge with each other. Suddenly, a strong entity of spiritual power is formed. Solaris then went berserk, and the formed entity unleashes its sharp claws. It then struck the ground, creating a massive destruction in the process. And just like that, magma comes out from the floor of the underground hideout. Lord Bai quickly commands his beast familiar to freeze the ground. Abyssal Frost Dragon also creates an ice wall to stop the flame from engulfing them. Lord Bai confidently tells Solaris that he blocked her attack. Meanwhile, Hussein coughs blood with too much coldness. Lord Bai immediately commands Abyssal Frost Dragon to show what they can. All of a sudden, Lord Bai hands appears like the universe and powers up the Abyssal Frost Dragon. Then, he unleashes his powerful sword that looks like metal life. Lord Bai prepares his battle stance, and his sword's power surges like hell. Lord Bai then looks at Solaris and tells her that the wait is over. Solaris, along with her formed entity, lunges toward Lord Bai. Solaris is ready to deliver a fatal blow to end Lord Bai's life. However, Lord Bai doesn't seem to feel bothered at all. Strong surges of power come out from the two of them. Suddenly, a light pillar of spiritual energy rises. On the other hand, Hussein notices something is going on with Bai Xiaoan and his familiar beast. Bai Xiaoan is dumbfounded after seeing that the body of Whale Boy starts glowing and becomes transparent. Suddenly, an unknown surge of spiritual energy that resembles a galaxy appears above them. The water spiritual energy from Whale Boy envelopes it. Bai Xiaoan is completely shocked by what he is witnessing before his eyes. Suddenly, a humanoid form emerges from it. And just like that, Whale Boy seems to evolve into a whale girl. Bai Xiaoan and Hussein feel completely shocked with the turn of events. Hussein cannot believe what just happened. Even Whale Boy itself or herself cannot believe what just happened. After seeing the massive balloons of his evolved beast familiar, Bai Xiaoan can't help but blush. His mind cannot process the idea of how his Whale Boy turns into a fish girl. His beast familiar then tells Bai Xiaoan that he has always been a girl. Meanwhile, Lord Bai and Solaris continue to fight to the death. Lord Bai delivers a powerful slash, but Solaris doesn't show any signs of fear. That said, Solaris easily blocks the attack of Lord Bai. Seeing that, Bai Xiaoan knows that his grandpa is in danger. Without even saying anything, Whale Boy or Whale Girl lunges towards the enemy. Elsewhere, unknown characters start their debut. An unknown man enters his cell. After opening the door, the unknown asks the man inside the cell to have a conversation with him. The man inside the prison is another Giga Chad with glowing blue eyes. However, he seems feisty and very unfriendly.